If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Ch01 Rebuilding. Kusagakure. Kusano-sama, a voice interrupted his slumber. Akihiko Kusano, who was dozing off on a table, slowly opened his eyes and looked up at his assistant, a gentle and virtuous woman with vibrant red hair. Kusano-sama, it's time, she reminded him of the current hour. He rose from the table, stretching his body with a comfortable sigh, and gazed out the window at the setting sun. Apologies for oversleeping again, Kana. Kana smiled softly. It's all right. After all, Kusano-sama has been tirelessly working to rebuild the land of grass. With a hint of appreciation in her eyes, Kana regarded the young man before her with black hair. He had saved her and brought her to the land of grass, liberating her from a life of aimless wandering. By the way, Miyubuki-san mentioned that you should head to the meeting room as soon as you wake up. It appears something of great importance is taking place, Kana informed him. Important matter? What could it be? Akihiko furrowed his brow slightly as he directed his gaze towards Kana. Didn't I tell you not to concern yourself with other matters for now? Our sole focus should be on rebuilding the land of grass. He replied, his annoyance seeping through. Akihiko Kusano, that was his current name. He had reincarnated into the shinobi world as the daimyo of the land of grass over 10 years ago, ascending to the position of the Kusagakure village's leader. In small countries, it was common for the daimyo to also hold the title of village head. After all, smaller nations often lacked sufficient population and military strength. Thus, for the sake of stability and consolidating power, military authority rested in the hands of the daimyo. With Kusano as his surname, symbolizing his authority over the land of grass, it was worth noting that the land of grass predominantly referred to individuals by their first names. In the ninja world, surnames were typically reserved for nobles, with clans being regarded as a form of nobility, hence possessing their own clan names. The land of grass, situated in the northwest of the land of fire, shares borders with the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of rain. Similar to the land of rain, the land of grass had often been a battleground for the great powers, making it an inhospitable place to live. It had suffered destruction during the latter part of the First Ninja World War and was now undergoing reconstruction after more than a decade. Kana had also arrived in the land of grass during its rebuilding phase. With her red hair and belonging to the Uzumaki clan, she was undoubtedly the future medicine pouch of the grass village and the mother of Karin, a woman who had endured tragic experiences. However, as the current lord of the land of grass, Akihiko would not engage in despicable acts. Instead, he appointed her as his assistant on the spot, even asking her to conceal her unique abilities. Now, she served as his secretary, assisting him in handling all the necessary affairs in the land of grass. Oh, and let's not forget to mention the Uzumaki clan. Although there was currently only one member present, more Uzumaki would join the land of grass in the future. Speaking of which, the name land of grass seemed quite fitting. Like a resilient weed, it survived in the crevices of major countries. Without proper ninjutsu, they resorted to theft and imitation. In the absence of missions, they excelled at intelligence gathering, relying on diplomacy and information exchange between the fire, earth, and wind countries for survival opportunities. They were like weeds, aligning themselves with the strongest village of the time. Today, they would join Iwagakure, and tomorrow, they would proclaim a long-standing connection with Konoha, saying, Kusagakure and Konoha have shared ties since ancient times, we are one of them. They lacked any sense of shame. But it was precisely this adaptability that allowed the small country of the land of grass to persist tenaciously amidst the ongoing wars, unlike Uzumaki, which had been completely destroyed, wiping out even the ninja clan. Of course, it could also be attributed to the awe-inspiring reputation of Uzumaki, with everyone fearing its resurgence. But what about the land of grass? What kind of entity was it? Even the ninjutsu within the village were based on counterfeits. These individuals looked down upon anyone who engaged in imitation. They scorned the people of the land of grass. "Never mind," Akihiko muttered with a yawn, gazing at the well-dressed and impressive Kana standing beside him. After a period of time, Kana had transformed into a highly competent assistant. "Let's go and see," he said in a serious tone. "Understood," Kana replied with a gentle smile and nod. However, as she glanced at Akihiko's fatigued face, a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she whispered, "Kusano-sama." Akihiko looked up, noticing Kana's blush. A question mark formed on his face. Bowing slightly, Kana said, "How about I help you feel more energized?" In a short while, Akihiko, who was in high spirits, led the still blushing Kana into the conference room of the Grass Ninja Village. The temporary setup didn't boast an impressive appearance. As they entered, Akihiko took his seat at the head of the table and glanced at the Grass Ninja Village Council before him. He interlocked his fingers and rested his hands on his chin, wearing a serious expression. "What is the matter that has made you all so anxious?" Akihiko asked sternly. Kusano-sama came with a respectful response as everyone bowed. The Grass Country, along with Akihiko and Kana, had only 7 members on the council. Apart from Akihiko, Muki and Ryu Ushikiai possessed greater strength, while the others were notably weaker. "I apologize for disturbing you," Kusano-sama spoke. Muki, a clever individual with expertise in persuasion, also known for his diplomacy and social skills, which was a traditional ability of the Grass Ninja Village. The reconstruction of the Grass Ninja Village owed much to him. However, when faced with danger, this guy would not hesitate to run away without a second thought. Although most of the ninjutsu in the Grass Ninja Village were plagiarized, Muki possessed several outstanding fire ninjutsu. Thus, compared to the others, this Jainin's strength was among the best in kusagakure. However, Akihiko couldn't help but think about him and comment inwardly, "This guy gets things done, even if it means resorting to questionable methods." The people from Konoha have learned about our reconstruction efforts and wish for the Grass Ninja Village to continue cooperating with them. They want us to attack the Land of Rain and assist them in their battle to end the Second World War quickly. Muki announced, having read the letter from Konoha. Upon hearing Konoha's proposal, the conference room fell silent, except for Kana, who flinched slightly. The others displayed expressions of undeniable refusal on their faces. There was no way kusagakure could participate in this war. They had just finished rebuilding and simply didn't have the resources to spare. Everyone shared this unanimous sentiment. "It's impossible," declared Ryu Ushikiai, a white-haired and cold-faced woman, shaking her head. "The top priority in the Land of Grass is reconstruction. We are understaffed and cannot afford to engage in a war." "That's right," echoed one council member. "To hell with Konoha. We have betrayed them before, and we can do it again. This time, let's turn to Iwagakure," added another, sharing the same sentiment. "Yes, Iwagakure is also flourishing now," chimed in yet another. As they started arguing with each other, Akihiko looked at each of them blankly, his expression devoid of any emotions. They openly discussed their lack of integrity without a trace of shame. In fact, they seemed to take pride in it. After all, this was the survival strategy of the Grass Ninja Village, jumping to the side of the stronger party. Hearing their responses, tick marks appeared on Akihiko's forehead. While playing both sides had once been considered a traditional virtue of the Grass Ninja Village, doing so in such a brazen manner was unacceptable. Moreover, they couldn't rely on this tactic indefinitely. It was not a forward-thinking or healthy mindset. Even in the future depicted in the original story during the Third Ninja War, the Grass Country would have faced near defeat and annihilation by smaller nations if it hadn't been for Kana's exceptional medical abilities. The mere thought of this possibility infuriated Akihiko, who deeply cherished and recognized the value of Kana's contributions. Recovering from his mood and sighing at their behavior, Akihiko thought, "It seems the old mindset of these people needs to change." Education is necessary, and it needs to be arranged as soon as possible. He turned his attention to the system he possessed. Yes, he had arrived in this world with a system, but for now, it seemed like a low-tier version from a second or third-rate game. Ninja Task System. As the name suggested, this system rewarded him with points for completing tasks. A Kyoko could use these points to purchase basic items and common ninjutsu, but secret techniques or more advanced skills were unavailable. There was also a special task tab, indicating which character had a task. However, it seemed to be bugged, as he couldn't see the details of each character's task. Furthermore, some characters who hadn't even been born yet were already listed in the system. It appeared to be a direct copy from the game, and Akiyako didn't mind as long as he could become stronger. While examining the system, Miobuki continued the conversation. I think we can agree. In some ways, Konoha is preferable to Iwagakure. At least they won't initiate a war on their own, Miobuki said, shaking his head and smiling. The Grass Ninja Village is currently focused on reconstruction and needs time. There's no need to make an enemy of Konoha. We can contribute without directly participating in the war. We can cooperate with Konoha on one end while communicating with the leader of the Rain Village on the other. I believe they don't want any more ninja villages joining the war, even a small one like us. Akiyako stared at Miobuki in speechless disbelief. He was indeed a master of the Grass Ninja Villages sitting on the fence technique. To be able to utter such shameless words, advocating for playing both sides, was truly astounding. At that moment, Miobuki pulled out a stack of documents and handed them over. Moreover, as part of our talent acquisition plan in the Grass Ninja Village, we have located the target that you mentioned, Leader. Chapter 2, Ch. 02 Talent Acquisition. Talent Acquisition Strategy. This policy holds significant importance within the Grassland Development Plan that was proposed following his assumption of office. In essence, as the name suggests, it involves the acquisition and recruitment of exceptionally gifted individuals from various sources. The ultimate objective is to secure prodigious talents, individuals possessing extraordinary bloodline limits, those with unique physiques, practitioners of forbidden or secret ninjutsu, anything that could prove beneficial to the advancement of the Grass Country. Naturally, this concept was borrowed from Kusagakure Village, one of the renowned 5 great nations. It wasn't Kusagakure Village that originated this idea, they simply learned from Kusagakure's expertise. Despite Kusagakure's reputation for mimicking ninjutsu, selling information, and the lingering doubt regarding their loyalty, it remained a village known for its underlying benevolence, kindness, and tolerance. In comparison to the 5 great nations, the people of Kusagakure were not inherently wicked. Just take a moment to consider the actions of Kusagakure Village. Recently, rumors circulated that Kumo ninjas infiltrated Konoha with intentions of abducting Jinchuriki. Additionally, there were even instances of Kumo ninjas attempting to steal the Hyuga bloodline in the original future timeline, although both attempts ended in failure. These both incidents leave no doubt that they indeed made the effort over the years and will made effort even in the future, hence the Hyuga incident in the original timeline. Furthermore, Akiyako suspects that in the original future during the Fourth Ninja World War, a cloud ninja capable of employing magnetic style emerged. It's quite possible that this individual hails from Sunagakure, a bloodline from the Land of Sand. After all, it is common knowledge that magnetic style is a specialty of Sunagakure Village. In the realm of talent acquisition, Kusagakure Village undoubtedly holds a prominent position within the ninja world. Perhaps it is due to these very actions that, following the Fourth World War in the original future, they realized their overall village power ought to have surpassed Konoha, the supposedly strongest ninja village. Konoha's claim to fame was sustained largely due to the contributions of 2 remarkable individuals. Without them, the title of strongest ninja village would have undoubtedly been seized by the Hidden Cloud Village. Naturally, in the context of national development, one cannot label this as mere thievery. It is more aptly described as a form of mutually beneficial growth. Yes, Mutual development, Akihiko silently reiterated to himself, his expression brimming with a sense of self-righteousness. As Akihiko listened to Mubuki's nefarious plan, he found himself reluctantly nodding in agreement. Mubuki was indeed cunning. However, Akihiko couldn't help but recall that it was his intervention that prevented Mubuki from taking his plan even further. During the current Second World War, Mubuki had intended to divulge the situation in Konoha to the upper echelons of Iwagakure, prompting them to join the war and declare hostilities against Konoha. The Grass Ninja Village would then sit back, reaping the benefits from all three factions involved. Unsurprisingly, the other Grass Ninjas readily approved of this scheme. Little did they consider the repercussions. If Iwagakure were to discover the truth, they would be pleased at first. Under the guise of taking care of their junior village, they would persuade the Grass Ninja Village to join them in declaring war on Konoha by suggesting, "Let's make our fortune together," thrusting the land of grass to the forefront. These individuals failed to contemplate the consequences of such an action. Therefore, it was imperative to avoid excessive trickery. They needed to remember that the grass country had suffered destruction in the past due to their overzealous cunning during the First Great Ninja War. After wiping away the imaginary sweat from his brow, Akihiko declared that he would send Mubuki to negotiate with Konoha and the Land of Rain. They also discussed the plans for grassland development. Education undoubtedly played a crucial role. The ethics and morals of the people needed correction. Furthermore, they had to rebuild the confidence of the inhabitants of the Land of Grass, ensuring they did not perceive weakness as a given. They needed to strive for strength and not solely rely on opportunism and guidance to survive amidst the turmoil caused by the larger nations. The second plan involved establishing a robust medical system in Kusagakure. Some time ago, rumors circulated about Princess Tsunade proposing to enhance and develop the medical system in Konohagakure. It seemed that the war had yielded positive results, significantly reducing the casualty rate in Konohagakure. This would provide a momentary respite for Konohagakure, which had been under immense pressure due to the ongoing conflict. As for the village hidden in the grass, Akihiko glanced at Kana, who stood by his side. Sensing his gaze, Kana responded with a gentle smile. Even during the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, they had relied on Kana and Kairin's unique abilities. However, the grass ninjas were treated as mere tools, and Akihiko couldn't help but feel an urge to reprimand them. Civilized education, without a doubt, needed careful attention. Certainly, the Grass Ninja Village had its own medical ninjas, but their skills were limited, and they showed little interest in improvement. On the other hand, the Raizo clan possessed numerous medical ninjas, whose proficiency might not have matched that of the 5 great ninja villages, but they possessed their own forbidden jutsu. One such technique was the Dragon Life Reincarnation Jutsu, which allowed one to share their life force at the cost of their own. Comparatively speaking, it was on par with the life reincarnation created by the advisor Cho of the Sand-Hidden Ninja Village. The subsequent discussion focused on the defense, infrastructure, and the welfare of the people in the Land of Grass. Akihiko, with a serious expression, spoke, "I can sense that the Second Great Ninja War is nearing its end. We will undoubtedly enter a period of lasting peace. However, we must remain vigilant, as war can erupt again at any moment." He gazed at everyone, emphasizing, "To prevent the devastation of our country once more, we must swiftly grow stronger. Remember, true power lies within ninjutsu, and honor resides in the bladeless weapon. Within the next 5 years, we must stand firm and establish a solid foundation for everything. If you require financial support, come to me. No matter the amount, I will provide it. Your task is to excel in your respective responsibilities." Upon concluding his speech, everyone nodded in agreement. Despite their questionable morals, they too desired the growth and strength of the Grass Ninja Village. Perhaps, if the village attained sufficient power, such shameless acts would no longer be necessary. After clarifying all the details, Akihiko exited the conference room accompanied by Kana, who appeared hesitant to voice something. Once they had distanced themselves, Kana hesitated for a moment before leaning in towards Akihiko and whispering in his ear, her left hand covering one side of her mouth to ensure privacy. "Akihiko-sama," she began softly, "we're running out of money." Being an assistant, Kana was well aware of the financial situation in the grass country. However, Akihiko had already made a promise, and it would be embarrassing for him if she were to reveal it in front of everyone. As her words reached his ears, Akihiko raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing that indeed the land of grass was facing financial difficulties. Being a small country, even after its recent reconstruction, there were limited requests and tasks available, resulting in an imbalance between income and expenses. Previously, they had relied on covertly gathering intelligence from the three major countries to generate some income for the ninja village. Despite their precarious situation, the grass country's ninjas displayed remarkable abilities. Even amidst the sieges by two powerful nations, they managed to acquire secret information and, at times, had the audacity to sell it to ninjas from enemy villages. Considering the near annihilation they had faced, such actions were not entirely surprising, albeit self-destructive. "Forget it. I'll figure out the financial situation," Akihiko sighed and waved his hand, realizing that boasting about providing money had been a mistake. If he had known the reality sooner, he would have approached the matter differently. He should have simply conveyed, "The land of grass is currently undergoing a challenging period, but our ultimate goal remains unchanged. I believe that together, we can overcome these difficulties, find solutions, and uphold the spirit of the land of grass fearlessness in the face of hardship and poverty." Encountering obstacles in the early stages of establishing a country was to be expected. However, Kana hesitated before asking, "Akihiko-sama, is there anything I can do to help?" "It's all right. It's not a big deal," Akihiko shook his head and replied earnestly, "I will manage. It's just a matter of sacrificing a few more nights of sleep. The shortage of money in kusagakure won't affect the construction significantly at this stage." With the conversation coming to a close, Akihiko seemed to no longer wish to dwell on these troublesome matters. He took Kana for a stroll around kusagakure, observing the ongoing reconstruction efforts. The land of grass still appeared barren, and its inhabitants were fully immersed in the task of rebuilding. As Akihiko reveled in the sight of everyone's diligent efforts for the development of the country, an old man suddenly came running towards him. The guards around him tried to stop the old man, but Akihiko waved his hand, signaling that it was all right. Just by looking at the old man's age, one could imagine that he had likely experienced the dark times of the land of grass, including its destruction and subsequent reconstruction. It was true that after the devastation of the grass country, chaos ensued, with numerous warlords and bandits fighting over small territories. It was quite ridiculous to think that everyone had become a lord of their own small land. Incidentally, Muki and others had also been part of that chaotic period. However, thanks to Akihiko, it all came to an end. As a result, he gained significant fame in the land of grass, almost comparable to the fame of the first Hokage when he first established Konohagakure. Although the title of God of Shinobi later resounded throughout the Shinobi continent, at least in kusagakure, Akihiko was already a well-known figure. Akihiko smiled at the old man and asked, "What's the matter?" The old man appeared slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. He glanced at the people around him, who were hesitant to approach, and finally mustered his courage. He called out to a middle-aged, rough-looking man who was holding a child not far away and gestured for him to come closer. With a hint of fear, the rough-looking man approached and spoke in a trembling voice, "Kusano-sama, my father wants you to give a name to this child." He stuttered through his request and added, "If it's not possible, we'll leave. Sorry for disturbing you." Lowering his head, he seemed ready to depart. "Wait a minute." Akihiko interrupted him and looked at the baby in the man's arms, a cute and tender little newborn. "Just born recently?" he inquired. Yes. The man replied excitedly. He was born on the second day after Kusano-sama returned. I am so grateful to Kusano-sama, and I. No need to explain further, I understand, Akihiko interrupted, smiling. He asked the man, "What's your name?" Kainu. Akihiko looked momentarily speechless. He had almost forgotten that common people in the land of grass didn't have surnames and often had unique names. After a brief silence, he glanced at the child and made up his mind. The reconstruction of the land of grass represents a new country, a new atmosphere. Everything from the past will start anew. The grass country will enter a period of rapid development, and your child was born on the second day of the new country. So, let's call him Kuniyashi, Akihiko declared decisively. It signifies to establish a nation, representing the reconstruction of the grass country and heralding a new era for us all. As his words sank in, everyone present was stunned and filled with praise. They exclaimed, "What a magnificent name! As expected of our leader." The rough-looking man was overjoyed and grateful. He bowed deeply to Akihiko and said, "Thank you very much, Kusano-sama. I will make sure that Kuniyashi lives up to his name and becomes a proud citizen of the grass country." Akihiko smiled and patted the man's shoulder. "I'm sure he will, and I look forward to seeing him grow up and contribute to the development of our country." The old man who had brought the man and the baby to Akihiko stepped forward and said, "Kusano-sama, I have been living in this country for a long time, and I have never seen a leader who cares so much about his people like you. Your dedication to the development of the grass country is truly admirable." Akihiko bowed respectfully to the old man. "Thank you for your kind words, but I'm just doing what I can for my country and its people. It's my duty as a leader." The old man nodded and said, "I know, but not all leaders take their duty as seriously as you do. Your leadership and vision have brought hope and prosperity to the grass country, and I have no doubt that it will continue to thrive under your guidance." Akihiko smiled and said, "Thank you for your faith in me. I will continue to work hard for the grass country and its people." Chapter 3, ch. 03 Writing Books. As Akihiko reflected on the situation, he realized that in this world, only nobles had surnames, and as a noble himself, his surname was Kusano, which meant grass field. This was why the country was named the Land of Grass by his ancestors. However, Akihiko recognized that it was important for everyone, regardless of their noble status, to have a surname. He made a mental note to edit the teaching materials of Kusagakure school to include this change. After being thanked by the old man and his son, Akihiko continued his inspection of the village construction, accompanied by Kana. Eventually, they grew tired and returned home. Now, you might be wondering why Kana lives with Akihiko. Well, it's not because she serves as his maid or anything like that. The truth is, it's due to Kana's physique. Living together in Akihiko's home is convenient for her work, and she also takes care of him. Yes, that's the reason, definitely, cough. A/N. Returning to the tasks at hand, Akihiko knew that building the Land of Grass, implementing the talent acquisition plan, and urgently making money were all top priorities. He couldn't afford to waste any time. As for making money, Akihiko decided to employ a trick he had learned from other transmigrators. He would write novels. Of course, he couldn't write the same movies and novels from his previous life in this shinobi world, but he could draw inspiration from Jiraiya and write his own arrow novels. After all, even Kakashi, the copy ninja, was addicted to them. Considering the limited options for income in the small country, Akihiko found writing novels to be the most viable choice. Kusagakure didn't have any significant sources of revenue, and even if they were to accept tasks, no one would entrust them with important missions. Promoting the Land of Grass as a beautiful country was also challenging since there were no effective means of promotion available in the current era. Speaking of technology, it's worth noting that the technology progression in the Naruto series can be a bit confusing. In Boruto, there was significant technological advancement, with trains running and even a handheld gaming device. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, there were video conferences between the daimyo and the cages using TVs. While the connection may have been wired, it was still impressive to have color video conferences on a big screen. Additionally, the renowned scientist and one of the three Sunin, Orochimaru, even created a giant mecha-sized Naruto robot. The inconsistency in technological advancement could be attributed to the continuous wars and conflicts that have plagued the shinobi world. These conflicts likely diverted resources and attention away from scientific and technological advancements. After arriving home, I need to work quietly next. Akihiko looked at Kana and said seriously, "Knock on the door before entering if you need something." The words fell. Kana nodded earnestly, understanding the importance of not disturbing Akihiko's work. She put her hands in front of her lap, and bent down. "I will definitely not disturb your work." She was accustomed to this routine, as Akihiko often immersed himself in his tasks and emerged exhausted afterward. She knew he must be working hard for the country's sake. Kana couldn't help but smile, realizing that Akihiko's dedication and hard work were what allowed them to sustain the country and its finances. She admired his silent efforts and wanted to support him in any way she could. "If there is anything I can do to help, please let me know. I will not bother you anymore. I should prepare dinner and hot water." Akihiko appreciated her offer and nodded before entering his room. From outside, Kana watched as he closed the door, and with determination, she patted her face and murmured, "I have to prepare a delicious dinner tonight." But before starting with dinner, she noticed a scent on her arm and blushed slightly. "I should take a bath first," she whispered to herself. "If he gets tired, I'll help him refresh himself." With that thought in mind, Kana went to prepare a warm bath for herself, looking forward to taking care of Akihiko's needs and providing him with a comforting evening. Meanwhile, as Akihiko settled into his room, he began his quiet work of writing stories. His current focus was on creating engaging narratives that would resonate with the people in the shinobi continent, taking into consideration the vast cultural differences between the modern world and their society. Reflecting on his previous work, the story of Uchiha Heian and a Hyuga gatekeeper, Akihiko scrolled through his system. He mumbled to himself, "It's a good thing I used a pseudonym. It would have been quite embarrassing if my true identity was discovered." The thought of others discovering his involvement in writing such stories made him shudder. Although he had entrusted booksellers from other countries to publish his works, the royalties he received were relatively low. However, given the current situation in the Land of Grass, there were no booksellers with the capacity to publish his stories across the 5 major nations. After searching for a while, Akihiko finally came across an interesting option. As he looked at the visual representation of the story, he found himself hesitating. Should I write a novel, or perhaps a color manga would be more popular? Considering the preferences of the audience, he made the decision to switch to creating a color manga instead. As night fell, Kana observed Akihiko emerging from the room with a weary expression. Her heart ached at the sight, realizing the immense amount of effort Akihiko put into his work. Being the driving force behind the establishment of the Land of Grass, the burden of responsibility rested heavily on his shoulders. Kana couldn't help but feel grateful for all the favors she had received from him, yet she longed to do something meaningful in return. With each passing moment, her determination to take better care of Akihiko grew stronger. She wanted to provide him with the support he needed and deserved. Thoughts flooded her mind, and a blush tinted her cheeks as she contemplated ways to fulfill her newfound resolution. 3 days later, Akihiko, having completed the manga and brimming with energy, arrived at the agreed-upon location with the bookseller. The bookseller was one of the largest in the Land of Fire, boasting stores across the 5 major nations and various smaller countries, making them quite influential. "Mr. Ikanu, you're here," the enthusiastic branch manager greeted him. Akihiko dismissed his enthusiasm and placed the book in front of him, saying, "Read it first, then we can talk." Curiosity piqued, the store manager accepted the book with solemnity. However, his initial shock quickly transformed into disbelief as he observed the explicit content within. The erotic illustrations depicting toad girls, snake figures, slug girls, and other fantastical creatures left him astounded. Some elements were beyond his comprehension, such as angels and demons. The store manager wiped his nose and carefully stored the book, expressing his concern, "This book is not suitable for the general public." Akihiko remained indifferent to the store manager's reaction, as he understood the stark cultural differences between the two worlds. As the creator, such content couldn't affect him personally unless he was brain dead. Ignoring the manager's comment, Akihiko urged, "Let's proceed with the discussion." The store manager hesitated before asking, "Same deal as usual?" Without even sparing him a glance, Akihiko turned around, signaling his intention to leave. The store manager quickly intervened, fearing the loss of their lucrative partnership. He pleaded, "Don't go. Mr. Ikanu, you already receive a substantial share, and we don't earn much from it. Printing, promotion, they all add up. Increasing the share would only lead to our loss." Akihiko coolly responded, "Then I'll seek out booksellers from the Land of Thunder. You won't have to worry about any loss. They approached me recently. Let them bear the loss instead." The store manager cursed at the audacity of their competitors and, realizing the disdain in Mr. Ikanu's eyes, quickly adjusted his stance. He smiled and offered, "No loss. No loss. I'll increase it to 5%. This is already the highest offer. You know it too, Mr. Ikanu, nobody can beat us. 5% it is. Additionally, I hope you can assist me in purchasing a batch of food," Akihiko requested. The upcoming reconstruction work in the Land of Grass would require a significant amount of food, and the country's high consumption always. Chapter 4, Ch. 04 Extorting Sum. At this moment, it was clear to everyone that the war was over. The Land of Rain, which had once fought single-handedly against 3 nations, was now in a state of exhaustion. Years of war had left the resource-scarce country in a state of internal conflict and chaos, making it impossible to support the continued existence of the Hidden Rain Village. The leader of the Hidden Rain Village, the demigod ninja known as Sanshuo no Hands, had thought that with the weeds on grave of God of the shinobi grown and with the era of the second generation of the 5 great shinobi villages is over, it was finally his time to rise and elevate the Hidden Rain Village to become the 6th great shinobi village. But he soon discovered how wrong he was because neither him nor his village was strong enough to win the war. Now, he found himself stuck in a stalemate, unable to surrender or continue fighting, waiting for an opportunity. Surrendering would not only be a disgrace to his status as a demigod ninja, but it would also mean paying a huge amount of compensation. It wasn't until the battle between him and the students of 3rd Hokage known as the Professor that he was given the chance he had been waiting for. He didn't want to surrender, therefore he recognized the talent of the younger generation in the shinobi world and awarded them the title of Gamble Drug Po. Cough. The title of 3 Sunin. So, as a gesture of goodwill, he spared the future of the Leaf Village and proposed to end the war. The war between the Hidden Rain Village and the Leaf Village was finally over. After receiving reimbursement for a book, the treasury of Grass Country finally looks much better. They should not have any shortage of money in the short term. However, Grass Country still needs a stable source of income to continue its growth in the future. The investment required for their future development is quite substantial. In a few days, a batch of food will arrive. You can arrange for someone to receive it, said Akihiko, making some arrangements. Then, after receiving the items that Akihiko asked Kana to purchase before going out and completing today's task, Akihiko asked, "What about Mubuki?" A/N The task mentioned here is Systems Task. More about the system will be revealed in the later chapters, but do not expect too much from the system. It will be an auxiliary system and will not be significant in the latter part of the story. This is only for the beginning. Of course the system will not be forgotten, it just won't matter all that much. Mubuki left last night. Kana hesitated for a moment and said, because you were busy last night, Akihiko-sama, Miobuki didn't want to disturb you. And if there are no problems, you can also prepare to leave. Meanwhile, when Akihiko was inquiring about the whereabouts of Miobuki, while on the other side, Konohagakure received a message from kusagakure. Konoha. Thud thud. A knock sounded on the door, and without a moment's pause, the door was opened. Hiruzen, kusagakure sighed. Homura walked in with a frown and a serious expression on his face, but he was interrupted by a flurry of frantic noises. As he looked up, he saw Hiruzen bending down and carefully picking something up, a book. Then, Hiruzen quickly hid it and pretended nothing had happened. How many times do I have to tell you? How many times? Knock before entering. I'm studying right now. You've seriously disturbed the quality of my learning. They had been partners for decades, and everyone knew each other. What kind of book was it? Did he see the landlady or Mrs. Hyuga? Did he really think I hadn't seen it before? Homura Mitokado inwardly looked at him with disdain, but his face showed admiration, and he sighed, no wonder you can be Hokage. The teacher must have chosen you because of your love to learn and never give up learning, even after graduation. That's what makes you different from us. After graduation, how long has it been since we studied or even touched a book? Unlike you, you're self-disciplined. After finishing, he quickly shifted the conversation to the main topic. The kusagakure representative has already arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. They want to comply with Konohagakure's request, but the reconstruction of the Land of Grass is hampered by a shortage of personnel and weak strength. They can't participate in it at all. As expected. Hiruzen seemed unfazed by kusagakure's decision. The entire ninja world knew that kusagakure was an ally of Konohagakure, but they also had close relations with Iwagakure, and they were not hesitant to sell information about Konohagakure. They were nothing but a group of advantage seekers. This time, he just wanted to test the attitude of kusagakure towards Konohagakure and whether they had joined forces with Iwagakure. After all, the border of the Land of Grass was adjacent to that of the Land of Fire. If something unexpected happened, they could prepare for it in advance. Never mind. The war is about to end, and it doesn't matter if kusagakure participates or not. Let Orochimaru and his team move forward and end the battle with Imagakure as soon as possible. At the same time, keep the line of defense between us and Tsunagakure. Once Orochimaru's team is done, they'll move quickly to support them. Hey, I haven't finished yet. Kusagakure says that even though they have difficult conditions, as an ally of Konohagakure, they cannot sit by idle. They're ready to offer their help, but they hope that Konohagakure can support their reconstruction work. What do they exactly want? Hiruzen waved his hand and interrupted him. Simply put, they need money. Imagakure. On the other side, in the Land of Rain, at the same time, the demigod of the ninja world received a letter from the Land of Grass. The Hidden Leaf's tyranny has coerced the Land of Grass to attack the Land of Rain. This is not the intention of the Land of Grass. The Land of Grass and the Land of Rain are neighbors who have always been oppressed by the great powers. We should stand together and watch each other's backs. Therefore, we only require 30 million. As long as we receive it, the Land of Grass stationed army will not step into the Land of Rain. It was so direct and clear that even the Sanshuo no Hands was speechless. How could such a weak country like the Land of Grass dare to threaten the Land of Rain? Even though the Rain Village was not one of the 5 great ninja villages, its strength was not something a fickle ally like the Land of Grass could compare to. This is simply taking advantage of our misfortune. How dare a mere grass shinobi village provoke us, the Rain shinobi village? Leader, let's deal with them. Yes. Let them know how powerful our Rain shinobi village is. However, compared to the infuriated Rain ninjas, Hanzo fell silent. He no longer wished to engage in any more fighting. He had been so eager to start a war, but what did it get them? They couldn't even defeat the sand-hidden village, let alone the leaf village. The only victory they had was over the Iron Country, but that was useless. They didn't gain any benefits from it and only left the land of rain in chaos. Therefore, they couldn't continue like this. After a moment, Silent Shade Fish Hanzo shook his head and sighed. All right, tell the land of grass that they are only worth 5 million. This is far beyond an S-ranked mission. If they refuse, the rain village will surrender to the leaf village, and at that time. He gave a cold sneer. We will declare war on the land of grass. He shook his head again, bitterly smiling. He couldn't believe that one day, they would be threatened by a weak country like the land of grass. He had heard rumors that the land of grass had always been cunning, making a living by selling information from various villages. And now, seeing this letter, it appears to be true. The next day, upon receiving the news from Muki, Akihiko couldn't help but feel emotional. Kusagakure had managed to offend all the neighboring nations and was even able to cause disgust among the other ninja villages. Muki has truly played with other villages like pawns. Upon receiving Muki's message, Akihiko immediately sneaked into the land of rain. Even the poisonous smoke outside the land of rain wasn't able to stop him at all, and he soon arrived at the location mentioned in the intelligence report. However, when he saw the small, motionless, pale blue and purple-haired girl lying not far away, Akihiko fell silent. Was he too early or too late to the scene? Chapter 5, Ch. 05 Founders of Akatsuki. You have completed a special task. Konan's task, she wants to eat to her heart's content. Looking at the unexpectedly generous reward and the complete ninjutsu scroll secret technique, paper-style jutsu, Kusano was stunned. He never thought he would be able to complete a special order. Compared to the daily 3 ordinary orders, special orders were quite rare. For example, he had been here for so long and had only encountered 3 of them. Uzumaki Kana's task, I want a warm home. Completed. Black Zetsu's task, meet my mother once again. Uncompleted. Apart from Kana and the one just completed, Black Zetsu's task was still unfinished. However, both rewards were quite bountiful. It is understandable that special orders may have to be obtained from special characters, but he has always been in the land of grass and has not seen many plot characters, so he has encountered so few special tasks. As for Black Zetsu, one time, when he was out submitting his manuscript, he encountered a strange person who came to buy drawing paper and brushes. The person even asked if the store had an exquisite album of poop illustrations. He had no money with him, and the store owner thought he was a troublemaker and kicked him out. He had the feeling that he had seen this person before, so he bought a pen and paper for him. Then, when he was leaving, a person with a black cloak suddenly appeared in the wilderness and took the weirdo away. At that moment, he immediately understood, he had met the great filial son and the spiral-faced, Zetsu, Tobi. Of course, he never saw them again. Speaking of which, the Kanabi Bridge is in the land of grass, so maybe Madara is still playing with the god tree underground in the land of grass. As for Black Zetsu's mission, this damn mission is impossible to complete now. Is his mother so easy to find? It probably won't be completed until the 4th Great Ninja War, so this mission has been left hanging there without attention. After Konan finished eating, Akihiko took her directly to the location indicated by the intelligence force. Speaking of which, he unexpectedly ran into Konan. Initially, he was planning to visit Nagato's home first. After all, both Konan and Yahiko were orphans, so it wasn't easy to find them while they were wandering around. The 3 of them probably met each other when they were around 10 years old, and not long after that, they met Jiraiya and the others, who had just received the title of 3 Sunin. However, he never expected to come across Konan, who had fainted on the road. Currently, the 3 of them have not met, and he does not know whether Nagato's parents have been killed. He believes that if Kana comes to know that she still has family members, she will be very happy. The next day, they went to Nagato's house. As he had thought before, Nagato had not left yet, but he seemed to have arrived too late. When they found Nagato's house, the door was wide open. It should be noted that this is the other side of the Rain country, very close to the battlefield of Konoha. Therefore, this area was affected by the war, and many people had already left. Those who remained mostly kept their doors closed. As for the door being wide open, there was only one possibility. They were under attack. Kusano immediately understood what had happened and rushed in. However, it was already too late. When he rushed in, Nagato's father was lying on the ground, and they were only able to save Nagato and his mother, Fuzu. Nagato's family, the Uzumaki clan, had gone into hiding in the Rain country. Finally, considering the war situation, with the help of Konan and Mine, Nagato and his mother buried his father quickly while holding back their grief. Akihiko was filled with emotion, as he had planned to take the entire family with him. After all, the grass country was in need of people now. However, he was too late. After destroying the bodies of the Konoha ninja, it was already getting late, and considering that there were 3 ordinary people with him and what they had just experienced, Akihiko could only stay at Nagato's house for 1 day. After a simple dinner, the 2 children went to rest. After all, one had traveled a long way and the other had just experienced the sadness of losing their father. So, Konan and Nagato were already tired. At this moment, the living room was empty except for 2 people, Fuzu and Akihiko. Fuzu's face was filled with exhaustion and sadness, perhaps due to just experiencing the loss of her husband. Especially now, with the war still ongoing and her status as a widow, how would she and her orphaned children survive in this chaotic world? She was filled with confusion about the present and future. Earlier, she had a faint smile and was preparing dinner. However, when the children fell asleep and the night gradually fell, Fuzu could no longer hold back her sadness. Akihiko noticed this and after a moment of contemplation, came out and said, "Mrs. Fuzu. I'm sorry, Ninja-sama." Seeing someone approach, Fuzu immediately wiped away her tears and put on a tired smile. A forced smile. She was grateful to Kusano, who had suddenly appeared in her home with the girl and saved her and Nagato, but her and Nagato's identity must never be discovered by other ninja. It's okay. Akihiko sat down opposite Fuzu and considered the situation in the Land of Rain. The final battle before the end of the war would soon begin when Jiraiya's team advanced into the Land of Rain. Who knew what unexpected events would occur at that time? Especially since he had to take 3 people through the battlefield back to the Land of Grass and find Yahiko, the founder of the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, there were many things to consider. His original plan was to find Nagato first and then Yahiko and Konan. If Nagato's family was still there, he would take them away, but if they were not, he would persuade Nagato to leave. So, to be safe, they had to evacuate as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if an accident happens. Since Nagato's mother was still there, Akihiko decided to talk to her early on. If his mother wanted to move to another country, Nagato probably wouldn't refuse. Kusano crossed his hands and placed them in front of his chin, looking at her with a serious face in the dim light. This scene immediately made Fuzu nervous, looking at this ninja with worry and confusion. Why did he suddenly become so serious? Has Nagato's status as an Uzumaki been discovered? As she was wondering, Akihiko looked at her sternly and said straightforwardly, "Mrs. Fuzu, you don't want your son to live in this war-torn country, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kusano waited for Fuzu to nod her head in sadness and burst into tears, but instead he was met with silence. Perplexed by her lack of response, Akihiko wondered, why isn't she saying anything? However, he was able to guess her thoughts but not completely. As he looked puzzled, Fuzu's face turned red and then blue, finally seemed to realize something, and her eyes became red. She spoke in a slightly trembling voice, "I understand." And then stood up, her hands on her collar. This sudden behavior stunned Akihiko, who quickly tried to stop her and pulled out a document, saying, "What I mean is, do you want to move to another country? The land of grass is recruiting talents, and the immigration procedures are simple, convenient, and fast. We'll give you the green light, and not only will you get a job, but you'll also get free food and lodging. Plus, your children can attend school for free." With a tempting tone, he added, "If you apply tonight, you can be in the land of grass tomorrow. What are you still thinking about?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Fuzu remained silent with a slight stiffness in her hand. Chapter 6, Ch. 06 to Home. "Good morning." Konan greeted everyone with a smile, but she couldn't help but sense that something was off in the atmosphere. She said, blinking her sparkling eyes. "What's wrong, Akiyako nii, Fuzune?" Nagato tried to interject weakly, "That's my mother," when he overheard her referring to his mother as his sister, but nobody paid him any attention. Fuzu smiled awkwardly and didn't say much. She patted Konan's head and asked, "Are you awake now? Let's have breakfast first. We're leaving soon." "Leaving?" Nagato noticed the luggage in the living room and his face tightened slightly. "Mom, are we leaving this place?" "Yes, Nagato," Fuzu nodded and crouched down to pat his head. "Mom and Nagato will live in a new place where there's no war and no bad people. You'll be able to make many friends there and won't have to hide at home or go hungry anymore." Fuzu didn't know if the so-called land of grass was as the ninja described, but she didn't have much choice now. They could stay and wait for other ninja to arrive, or they could believe and see what awaits them. She never thought that a ninja would take them away to abandon them. A widow and an orphan. After all, they weren't ninjas. Unless their identity as Uzumaki clan was discovered. But if that was the case, they wouldn't be able to run. They had to leave with hopes for a better life. Besides, if they stayed here, there wouldn't be enough food, and they wouldn't know where to find it. As for last night's misunderstanding, Fuzu had decided to forget it. It was too embarrassing to bring up again. Nagato was momentarily stunned, but then he seemed to understand and nodded without asking why. Although his father had just passed away yesterday, after years of war and death, they had already prepared themselves and couldn't continue to dwell in grief. Life had to move forward. If they moved to a place without war or hunger and with his mother, that was good enough. He held back his reluctance, nodded, and said with a smile, "Wherever Mom goes, I'll go. I'll protect her. Then let's have breakfast first. We need energy to leave." Fuzu heard Nagato's words and smiled. "Thank you, Kusano-sama, for the food. He will take us away next." "Thank you, Kusano-sama." Akiyako smiled and patted Nagato's head. "Let's eat. After we finish, we'll leave." After a simple breakfast, they prepared to depart, but before leaving, they visited Nagato's father's grave. Konan also folded a flower as a blessing and placed it on top, receiving a grateful thank you from Nagato. "Well then." Kusano sighed and smiled at his team, waving his hand. "Let's go." First, he would see them off, and then he would return. Once he found Yahiko, they would go home. Meanwhile, the war had reached its critical moment as Konoha's forces penetrated deep into the heart of the Land of Rain. Rumor had it that the third Hokage's 3 esteemed disciples led the charge, renowned as the strongest shinobi in Konoha. Though not led by the third Hokage himself, their affiliation to the legendary Hokage and the presence of the ninja world's god's granddaughter made them a fearsome group. In a single night, the once vibrant Land of Rain transformed into a deserted and desolate landscape. The news prompted the Rain village to prepare for imminent danger, with even their village leader personally joining the front lines in Konoha. Even the village hidden in the grass, kusagakure, was caught off guard by the swift changes in the war. The renowned 3 Sunin of Konoha, or rather, not yet referred to as such, Jiraiya and his companions, had made astonishing progress, surpassing expectations. Akiyako had expected a delay of months before such a turn of events, but clearly, he had misjudged the situation. The sudden involvement of the land of grass might have triggered this rapid transformation. However, Kusagakure hadn't deployed any troops. Was the unpredictable Black Zetsu behind it? Lost in thought, Kusano suddenly sensed something. His protective instincts kicked in, and he positioned himself in front of Konan and her companions. With a furrowed brow, he stared ahead intently. Recognizing his response, Konan and the others halted their steps, standing silently behind him, fully aware of the imminent danger. "Ah, Kusano-sama!" One of them began, but their words were interrupted. A soft, ominous voice resonated, impressive. "You've detected the presence of the three of us. You must be quite a skilled ninja." Three figures materialized before them, donning the battle attire of high-ranking Konoha shinobi. One possessed lustrous white hair, another had golden locks, and the third wore a mischievous smile beneath long, straight black hair. "I told you we should have attacked immediately, Jiraiya. Your naivety astounds me." "This is a battlefield," commented one of them. "They're with the child." "Seems like he's accompanied by three ordinary individuals," suggested another. "There are no ordinary individuals on the battlefield," interjected the first one. He recognized them right away. "Soon, they'll be referred to as three Sunin ninjas." "Enough already," Tsunade said impatiently, "we still have to deal with Hanzo." As the words fell, the three of them looked at Akihiko with a frown. "Are you a shinobi from the Rain Village?" they asked. No. Kusano raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter them there. He shook his head and clarified, "I am an ally of Konoha." "An ally of Konoha?" Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with amusement. "I don't recall the Land of Rain being allied with Konoha." Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, Akihiko silently removed the forehead protector bearing the Rain Village symbol and replaced it with the emblem of Kusagakure. With determination in his voice, he declared, "In truth, I am a shinobi of Kusagakure." The trio gazed at the forehead protector with a perplexed expression, their lips twitching in unison. Is it even possible for a ninja to switch their forehead protectors so easily, they inwardly wondered. They had heard about the fickleness of grass ninjas, and now they were witnessing it firsthand. It was as they expected, and they had no doubt that this man was indeed from the grass village. It was worth noting that most ninjas from other villages would only change their appearance and not perform such an obvious act of changing their forehead protector. Yet, this man didn't even use a transformation jutsu. However, the question remained, why did he bring three ordinary people with him? "These are my secretary's relatives from the Rain Country," Kusano explained, grinning. "Due to the ongoing war in the Rain Country, they requested my help to bring them out." Tsunade frowned at him and sneered, "Yesterday, your representative from the Grass Country claimed to have found his long-lost son and took him to the depths of the Rain Country. And now someone comes saying they're relatives. How did people from the Grass Village end up in the Rain Country?" The mention of a representative and a long-lost son caught the attention of Akihiko. Could it be Yahiko? Kusano was taken aback before sighing. Well, the land of grass was previously devastated. Those who survived the chaos ended up seeking refuge here. As his words trailed off, Tsunade suddenly remembered the Uzumaki clan and looked towards the red-haired child by Kusano's side. After their homeland was destroyed, the Uzumaki clan had scattered to various places. However, due to the fear of the Uzumaki clan's power, even after their country's destruction, various nations in the ninja world hadn't given up on hunting them down. Tsunade sighed, her tone growing impatient. "In that case, leave quickly. This place will soon become a battlefield." "Thank you." Kusano waved and led the still frightened trio towards the front, smiling at the future Konoha 3 Sunin. The land of grass is a hospitable place with beautiful scenery and reasonable prices. If the three of you decide to visit, any expenses will be discounted by 80%. Please come and see us when you have the chance. This guy. A tick mark appeared on her forehead, while Orochimaru wore a playful expression, observing Kusano's departure. He truly embodies the spirit of a grass ninja. At a time like this, he's still promoting visits to the land of grass. What could there possibly be to enjoy in such a small country? I heard there's an extraordinary individual in the grass village. Orochimaru licked his lips and narrowed his eyes. His strength is quite formidable. He quelled the turmoil within the land of grass and rebuilt it. I must admit, I'm quite curious about who he is. His abilities are truly remarkable. Why are you so interested? Tsunade's tone remained impatient. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Let's wrap this up and move on to the next task. She glanced at Jiraiya, who still had a furrowed brow and was gazing ahead. Jiraiya, what's on your mind? It's nothing. Jiraiya snapped out of his thoughts, shaking his head. Those eyes, forget it. He raised his palm and made a comical gesture, grinning. Allow me, Jiraiya, to bring an end to this war. It's not the time to dwell on other matters. Ending the war takes precedence. As the situation unfolded, on the other side, while they were barely halfway through, they caught sight of the grass ninjas sneaking out, and even Mubuki was among them. When he nodded at him, Akihiko knew that it was the perfect conclusion to the grass country's first talent recruitment plan. Immediately, he turned to the three people behind him and exclaimed, "Let's go. We're heading home." Chapter 7, Ch. 07 Uzumaki Clan. So I am getting confused about the time of the destruction of Kusagakure, as someone pointed me out in earlier chapter comments that it's been 6 to 8 years since destruction of Land of Whirlpools as of 53 year. Here's some few points to consider. Kushina was 6 to 8 when she was sent to Konoha to become Jinchuriki. Second World War ended 53 to 55 year, which means Jiraiya met Nagato, who was around 7 at this time. Point to be noted, Nagato didn't know about his clan. Third World War started around 56 and Minato participated for the first time. So, if you think about it, Minato became famous in the Third World War, so he must be around 16 to 18, which means he should be around 13 to 15 in 53 year, because even his students participated in the same war later on. But if Jiraiya met Nagato around 54 to 55 and he stayed there at least 3 years, then how the heck or when the heck he taught Minato anything? There's so much little time in the war years to teach him anything, and he was already nearly adult. And Konoha stated during the attack on he was already at war fronts with 3 nations. Because of this they weren't able to support Kusagakure, but according to Kushina's age there was no war at that time. Surely, it wasn't during First World War, because Kushina wasn't even born at that time. WTF Kishimoto. My head hurts. Nevertheless, let's now assume in the story it's been around 8 years since the destruction of Land of Whirlpools and call it a lazy writing, but to avoid any future troubles let's call it an O. Thank you. As they journeyed back, they encountered no unexpected events and eventually reached the meeting point with the grass shinobi after crossing the boundary of the Land of Rain. Filled with anticipation, Fuzu accompanied Kusano and the 3 children Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko to the Land of Grass. Upon discovering that Kusano was not only the leader of the grass shinobi but also the ruler of the entire Land of Grass, Fuzu was taken aback. She couldn't comprehend why the leader of a nation would personally infiltrate another country and rescue ordinary civilians. If it were just her and Nagato, she might have suspected that Akihiko had ulterior motives, perhaps driven by his desire for their unique Uzumaki clan constitution, which held significant value. Recalling the embarrassing misunderstanding from the previous night, Fuzu's face flushed with embarrassment. She silently scolded herself, feeling utterly ashamed. At that moment, Akihiko smiled and gestured ahead. We've arrived. This will be your new home. Despite its recent reconstruction and relatively small size, I'm confident you'll grow to love the Land of Grass. However, when Akihiko noticed Fuzu blushing for no apparent reason, he grew suspicious. What's the matter? And nothing. It's nothing at all. Fuzu regained her composure, shaking her head. She then looked up at the Land of Grass before her and mustered a smile. Thank you, Lord Akihiko. I'll be relying on you from now on. But Akihiko interrupted her, saying, "Just call me Akihiko. There's no need to be so formal. I plan to take Nagato and the others as my students." "Really?" Fuzu's face lit up with joy upon hearing the news. Her mature and gentle smile contrasted with Kana's more soft-spoken demeanor. Despite her youthful appearance, Fuzu exuded a sense of maturity, akin to that of an older sister. She bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you so much. I'm extremely grateful." "You're welcome." Kusano waved his hand casually, wearing a smile. Who said that all Uzumaki clan members were hot-tempered individuals due to their traits? Weren't Kana and Fuzu gentle and kind? Feeling emotional, Kusano continued, "Don't worry. You have fellow clan members here in the Land of Grass." "Clan members?" Fuzu asked, puzzled. Rather than answering, Akihiko simply smiled and looked ahead. "Kana is here." "Ah, Akihiko-sama, you're back." A gentle and joyful voice resonated nearby, causing Fuzu to look up and meet the gaze of a beautiful girl with red hair, similar to her own. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder, could she be a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan? "It's good to see you, Kana," Akihiko greeted her warmly. "I've brought some guests with me. This is Fuzu, Nagato and Konan, and they will be staying here with us." Kana smiled and bowed, "Nice to meet you all. I'm Kana Uzumaki. I'm one of the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, just like you, Fuzu-san." Fuzu was shocked to hear that. She never thought she would meet a fellow Uzumaki here. She smiled warmly, feeling a sense of kinship with Kana that she had never felt for a long time. "Yes, I didn't know there were any other Uzumaki here." Kana smiled sadly. "Yes, there are a few of us scattered throughout the world." But Akihiko interrupted their emotional moment, "Well, let's not stand around here. We have a lot of work to do. Kana, can you show them to their new home?" Of course, Kana nodded, regained her composure, and gestured for them to follow her. As evening fell, Kana and Fuzu, the fellow Uzumaki clan members, couldn't hold back their tears. Despite Kana not experiencing the destruction of her homeland like Fuzu did, the Land of Whirlpools held a special place in her heart since it had been annihilated when she was just a child. The feeling of loss and longing for their homeland united them. Surviving the destruction of their nations had taught them the harsh realities of life. Now, meeting each other as fellow clansmen, there were countless things they wanted to share and express. Understanding their need for privacy, Akihiko took it upon himself to prepare dinner. Afterward, he left them to have their heartfelt conversation while he briefly greeted the children and had his own meal. Resting in the courtyard, he pondered various matters. Meanwhile, Mubiki had taken Yahiko under his wing. Officially, Yahiko was his foster son, and Mubiki wanted to ensure his well-being. For the time being, Fuzu, Nagato, and Konan resided in Akihiko's house. The Land of Grass was still undergoing reconstruction, leaving few available dwellings. Many ordinary citizens had to make do with temporary thatched huts. Lying quietly beside Akihiko and gazing at the starry sky, Nagato mustered the courage to ask, "Akihiko-nii, does that mean I'm now a member of the Uzumaki clan?" His voice carried hesitation and conflict, as if unsure of his place. This young boy, now awakened to the existence of his fellow clansmen, seemed both curious and unsettled by this newfound revelation. Beside him, Konan blinked her eyes, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Content with their current life, she appeared easily satisfied and genuinely happy. Akihiko nodded, a warm smile on his face. "Yes, Nagato. After the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, the surviving Uzumaki clan members scattered across the shinobi world. To protect themselves from assassination attempts, most chose to live anonymously, blending into different parts of the shinobi world." Nagato's face lit up in realization. The Land of Whirlpools has already been destroyed. No wonder my mother was always so cautious no matter what she did. I thought she was just timid and wanted me to protect her when I grew up. He paused before asking, but why do they still want to hunt down our Uzumaki clan? Akiyoko's smile faded slightly as he explained, they fear the power of the Uzumaki clan and worry that the clan might rise again. Hey! Nagato couldn't fully grasp the concept. You'll understand when you become a ninja, Akiyoko replied, shaking his head. Deep in thought, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter at hand. Speaking of which, the Land of Grass didn't even have a proper ninja school yet. In the shinobi world, aside from the major nations and major shinobi villages, most small countries and small shinobi villages didn't have ninja schools. They mainly relied on their families or apprenticeships under specific shinobi to learn ninjutsu. However, with the Wind Daimyo reducing support for Tsunagakure and assigning most missions to Konohagakure, Tsunagakure had been forced to adopt an elite training model due to financial constraints. The number of students was limited, and they received specialized one-on-one training from jonin instructors. As for Kirigakure, they were entangled in their own internal conflicts, so there was no point in talking about them. Akiyoko realized that he needed to establish school in Kusagakure as soon as possible. When he had reached this conclusion, the sound of footsteps approached, signaling the end of Kana and Fuzu's conversation. Akiyoko-sama, they both greeted him with a slight bow, their eyes still showing traces of earlier tears. Fuzu held Nagato's hand and bent down, expressing her gratitude earnestly, "Thank you so much. I am willing to do anything you need." Akiyoko waved his hand dismissively and turned his attention to Kana. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he asked, "Are there any other Uzumaki clan members?" He found himself increasingly intrigued by this renowned ninja clan in the vast shinobi world. If they could bring more Uzumaki members to the Land of Grass, it would greatly aid in overcoming the current limitations posed by their scarce bloodline. After we arrived in the Land of Rain, Konoha shinobi suddenly appeared and took away a fellow clan member. The third elder was concerned about the Uzumaki clan being discovered, so he instructed me to remain in the Land of Rain. Moreover, I am just an ordinary person, and as long as I lead a quiet life, it is unlikely that I will draw attention, Fuzu explained, shaking her head. After a brief pause, she added softly, "The third elder seems to have headed north." "I followed the fifth elder and the seventh elder," Kana chimed in, her disappointment evident in her lowered gaze. "However, during an ambush by a group of shinobi, the fifth elder sacrificed himself, and we were scattered. My original plan was to go to Konoha, but fate led me to wander here." Silence filled the air as it became apparent that numerous Uzumaki clan members had escaped in the aftermath of the sudden clan attacks, including both civilians and shinobi. Yet, despite the destruction of the Whirlpool country, they remained targets of pursuit. Currently, their whereabouts remain unknown. Kusano shook his head with a tinge of disappointment before a smile brightened his face. "Never mind. I will have the shinobi conduct an investigation. Who knows, we might find something. It's late now, and Fuzu, Nagato, and Konan must be tired. Rest early, everyone. Kana, please arrange their accommodations." After being away for several days, there were still numerous matters that needed attending to on the following day. "Oh, by the way, I assume you haven't had dinner yet, right? I saved some for you on the table." With a yawn, he turned and headed towards his room. "Ah, Akiyoko-sama is truly kind-hearted." As the words left her lips, Fuzu couldn't help but recall that night, causing a faint blush to color her cheeks. "He is indeed a remarkably gentle person." Kana nodded in agreement before noticing her sister, Fuzu, whose face had taken on a subtle rosy hue. Surprised, she inquired, "Fuzu, what's the matter? Your face appears flushed." I. It's possible I'm feeling a bit warm," Fuzu stammered while shaking her head. Chapter 8, Ch. 08 Exposed? In the conference room of Kusagakure, Akiyoko, the leader of the Land of Grass, focused his gaze on the map spread out across the table. With a hint of concern, he remarked, the weather is gradually turning colder, and it's crucial that we start preparing for winter. We must gather supplies such as food, coal, blankets, and suitable housing. After enduring the turbulent period following the First Great Ninja War and the devastation of their country, Akihiko was determined to rebuild and reorganize the land of grass. His vision involved strategically dividing the land into various zones, including residential areas, commercial districts, and living quarters, to facilitate the future growth and development of their nation. However, one pressing issue remained: the shortage of skilled ninja in the land of grass. Well, let's enlist the help of the available ninja as well. Remember, the land of grass belongs to all of us. The prosperity of the land of grass relies on the collective efforts of each and every one of us. With his statement, a unanimous nod of agreement rippled through the room. Autumn, year 53 of Konoha. In a swift maneuver, Konoha shinobi advanced into the land of rain, compelled by the circumstances at hand. The land of rain's formidable leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, made a personal appearance. With his lethal poison, ninjutsu, and taijutsu skills, he unleashed a devastating onslaught on the battlefield, claiming the lives of countless Konoha shinobi. It was a display that left everyone in awe. Truly deserving of his title as the semi-god of the ninja world. His power was undeniably terrifying. To minimize further casualties, Konoha dispatched their most skilled students Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru to confront the leader of the Rain Village. Although they were eventually defeated, their valiant efforts earned them the recognition of the Land of Rain's leader and the prestigious title of the three legendary ninjas of Konoha. The war between the Land of Rain and Konoha came to an end. In that same year, while Konoha was preoccupied with the Rain Village, the Hidden Sand Village seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the borders of the Land of Fire. The leader of the Konoha team, Dan Kato, perished in battle, and the Hidden Sand Village's forces pressed forward relentlessly, as if they were traversing uncharted territory. For a moment, Konoha found itself at a disadvantage. It wasn't until the appearance of a ninja known as Konoha's White Fang that the tide turned in Konoha's favor. This ninja assassinated the frontline governor of the Hidden Sand Village, securing a decisive victory. The battles raged on outside, and the war persisted, but such matters no longer concerned the Land of Grass. The Land of Grass desired nothing more than to quietly engage in agriculture and development, tuning out the clamor of conflicts. The foundation must be solid. We cannot allow it to crumble later. I've said it before. I've said it. Akihiko declared, surveying the bustling construction site before him, a sense of contentment settling within him. Despite the Grass Village's ninjas being known for their fickleness and lack of scruples, they largely heeded orders. His commands were being taken seriously. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Akihiko-sama, regarding the Kinobi Bridge. Stop! Akihiko's face twitched upon hearing Miyabuki's words. He hastily wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead and responded, "Don't worry about that. Let's skip it." Skip it. Perplexed, Miyabuki's eyes silently questioned Akihiko, asking, "What's wrong, and isn't the Kinobi Bridge within the Land of Grass anyway?" Coughing to regain his composure, Akihiko explained, "The Kinobi Bridge serves as a vital link between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Its strategic importance is immense for both nations." Sensing Miyabuki's perplexity, Akihiko pretended to cough a few more times and assumed a grave expression. "I have a premonition that peace will come, but it won't endure for long. War will inevitably erupt once more, and it will be even more intense than before. The Land of Earth and the Land of Fire will undoubtedly be involved, and when that time comes..." Before he could finish, Miyabuki interjected excitedly, "We'll first align ourselves with the Hidden Rock Village, lure them into the Land of Fire, and then align with the Land of Fire." Akihiko stared at Miyabuki, who had suddenly become animated, with a bewildered expression. He wondered, what is this guy even talking about? Why is he always contemplating betrayal or taking advantage of situations? After gathering his thoughts, Akihiko felt the need to clarify the situation. He spoke with a sense of self-righteousness. "Mubuki, you've got it all wrong. Our top priority should be to maintain peace and stability in the land of grass. We must focus on strengthening our own defenses and building positive relationships with our neighboring nations. Engaging in schemes or provoking conflicts is not an option for us. Our ultimate goal is to ensure the prosperity and well-being of our people." Even though he didn't believe his own words, he continued to speak with conviction. Mubuki's enthusiasm slowly faded as he realized his misunderstanding. He sheepishly scratched his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Akihiko-sama. I got carried away with my thoughts. You're right, our focus should be on maintaining peace and developing the land of grass." He understood the need for diplomacy and was ready to follow Akihiko's lead. During the Third Great Ninja War, it appears that the hidden grass village had merely observed the conflict near the Kinobi Bridge. Consequently, the country was left in a state of war, even worse than the current land of rain. If it weren't for Kana and her daughter, the village would have succumbed to the attacks of neighboring countries. Could it be that the village's passive role as mere spectators during that incident has fueled the people's anger? Akihiko's heart was burdened with something he wanted to say, but he hesitated, unsure whether to voice his thoughts. Just then, Fu's gentle voice broke the silence. "Ah, Akihiko-sama, it's time for dinner." Akihiko waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, let's focus on rebuilding the land of grass. And that starts with establishing an academy. We need to lay a solid foundation to prevent future collapses." After speaking, he paid no attention to Mubuki and headed towards the dining area. With so much happening in the land of grass, Kana was also occupied, so Fus took charge of cooking for the time being. As for the three young ones, they had already received basic ninja training. Therefore, Fus was the only non-ninja at home with nothing specific to do, and it didn't feel right to have her idle. As Akihiko laid his eyes upon the delicious spread, his stomach grumbled in anticipation. And not to mention, Fus's cooking was quite delightful. "Where is Kana? I've already sent her food. After you finish eating, I'll go and clean up. And what about Konan and the others? Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko are all diligently studying." "Thank you. No problem." Fus smiled softly. "These are just small tasks I can handle for now." As she spoke, her face flushed slightly. The scene just now, it felt like a husband asking his wife about household matters. Life in the land of grass had already settled her heart. All the things Akihiko had mentioned that night were gradually coming to fruition. However, she was aware of the relationship between Kana and Akihiko. Gazing at Akihiko, Fus smiled and said, "Please take your time and enjoy the meal, Akihiko-sama." On the other side, Mubuki couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief after seeing the leader go for a meal, particularly noticing the interaction between Akihiko and Fus. It reminded him of his wife who used to bring him food. Additionally, that sulky kid, Azui, had been wearing a sour expression lately. Mubuki thought that bringing Yahiko back would cheer him up, as Yahiko was always optimistic and could be a good companion for Azui. However, that brat remained the same, unaffected by Yahiko's return. Speaking of which, once the academy is completed, the children from the land of grass will come to study here, just like in Konoha. But does the land of grass have the necessary conditions for that? They have copied some ninjutsu, but not everything, and they don't have enough ninja teachers. It seems impossible to teach so many students. Nevertheless, since the leader had given the order, they had no choice but to carry it out. Mubuki turned his head and shouted at the workers beside him, "Pay attention, everyone. Lay a solid foundation. If it's not strong, I'll stuff you inside." His words echoed through the area, and the workers responded energetically. "Did you hear that?" The leader said to make it solid. One worker exclaimed. "Keep digging. The stronger, the better," added another. "Get thicker stones," cried out a third. The sounds of pounding filled the land of grass as construction continued. However, underground, Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel irritated. The constant noise of pounding was disturbing the peace, starting even before dawn. He wondered if these grass shinobi were digging foundations or making holes. Black Zetsu's face darkened as he raised his head and looked at the top of the hole. Countless clumps of grey stones kept falling, making a clattering sound. If it weren't for the sturdy cave, it would have likely collapsed by now. Why weren't these grass shinobi properly carrying out their tasks of building houses here? This was not what a ninja should be doing. Just as Black Zetsu was feeling annoyed, a low, deep, and elderly voice suddenly echoed through the underground. Why is it so noisy? The voice continued, clearly agitated. Spit, spit, spit. Why so much dust? Where is Black Zetsu? What's going on? Is the cave about to collapse? I specifically chose this as my base. Before Black Zetsu could respond, the voice continued angrily, that someone? Yes, you silly kid who draws poop. I don't know how Hashirama's cells produced someone like you. Come here and tell me what's going on. Just as the voice finished speaking, a bright light suddenly pierced through from above, accompanied by a loud noise. Hey, it seems like something got pierced. Could there be a hole down there? The cave fell silent instantly. Pierced? Did they break through? After hiding for so many years, are we about to be exposed? All these thoughts raced through Zetsu's mind. Chapter 9, Ch. 09 Uchiha Madara. I am Uchiha Madara, known as the Ashura of the ninja world and the one who nearly matched the god of the ninja world in power. If it weren't for Hashirama resorting to dirty tricks during our battle at the Valley of the End, I would have emerged victorious. I could have been the sole conqueror of the god of the ninja world. However, looking at the bigger picture, he won because he's still alive while Hashirama is dead. With a series of tubes inserted into his back, Madara wore an expressionless face as he touched the liquid that dripped onto his face. It felt sticky, thick, it's cement. He remembers that his hideout was supposed to be in a small country that had long since been destroyed. What's going on now? And what's with the constant noise these past few days? Doesn't anyone realize he needs good sleep? Then, a voice interrupts him. Madara-sama, do you need to pee? Madara's face turns dark as he looks at the smiling face of the spiral-faced guy. What's going on? Why is there so much noise? Don't you know I need to sleep? He can't leave, until someone who can represent him is found. He needs to stay alive for the true peace of the ninja world and to prove that he is right. He must work hard to stay alive until everything is ready, and then he can temporarily leave until his true resurrection. For this reason, he must remain in a state of deep sleep every day to keep this decaying body alive. What's happening? The spiral-faced guy asks. I've been creating art lately and didn't know. Shut up. Madara's face turns black. He can't get angry easily now, or he'll dry up this guy. How did he create such a stupid guy? Hashirama's cells only seem to bring forth stupidity in people. That idiot Hashirama. Madara silently cursed in his heart. Just then, another white Zetsu emerged from underground, appearing cheerful as he addressed Madara. Madara-sama, don't pay attention to that idiot guru. I know what's happening. Speak. Madara commanded. A few years ago, someone brought peace to the land of grass, and now they are reconstructing it. That's why there is so much noise, the white Zetsu explained. However, before the words could fully sink in, Madara's expression turned blank. Rebuilding the land of grass, he gazed silently at the partially penetrated pillar. His base was deep, and he wondered what they could be constructing that required such depth. Were they digging tunnels? It seems that the land of grass has finally achieved peace. That's why those guys are so enthusiastic about rebuilding, White Zetsu chuckled, seemingly understanding Madara's confusion. By the way, that person also brought your eyes to the land of grass. I was just about to inform you. My eyes, the infant from the Uzumaki clan back then. Madara murmured as he recalled something. However, Madara questioned further, why did he bring that kid to the land of grass? A cold smile formed on his lips. Could he also be eyeing my eyes? That brat should be all grown up now, right? How is he doing? It must be difficult being targeted by greedy individuals. Oh, since coming to the land of grass, he has been doing quite well. White Zetsu scratched his head. He eats well, dresses warmly, there is no war, and his mother is with him. The current leader of the land of grass has taken him as an apprentice and treats him kindly. It doesn't seem like he is after your eyes, Madara-sama. Upon hearing these words, Madara paused for a moment, furrowing his brow with determination. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those are the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes possessed only by the Sage of Six Paths. That leader of the land of grass, if he keeps the person close without coveting my eyes, what does he want? Maybe, he's after his mother, White Zetsu hesitantly suggested. Madara's face displayed a mixture of confusion-surprise. Not after the Rinnegan, but after what? The Uzumaki woman, he thought. He opened his mouth but then closed it, seemingly choked for words. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. After a moment, he regained his composure, wearing a smirk of disdain. Similar to that idiot Hashirama, hey? Greedy for women. He's a fool who lost himself. A complete idiot. White Zetsu looked at Madara in silence, thinking to himself, well, maybe it's a little different. It appeared that Madara held quite a grudge against the former Senju Hashirama. Of course, the White Zetsu entity refrained from commenting on the matter. It was a sensitive topic, and only Madara himself could speak about it. If someone were to say the wrong thing, it would displease Madara. The White Zetsu quickly spoke up, noticing Madara's continuous cold smirk. Did they disturb you, Madara-sama? How about we cause chaos in the land of grass again? It's just a small country. I believe we can resolve it quickly. However, Madara shook his head and furrowed his brows. No need. It's not the time to reveal ourselves yet. We must be cautious in every action and avoid detection at all costs. Madara hadn't fully prepared yet. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, to prove himself right, and for Hashirama, he couldn't risk exposing themselves before he was ready. Besides, the person who pacified the land of grass was strong enough to handle their White Zetsu clones, so they couldn't act recklessly. If they're just building random things and haven't discovered us, let's ignore them, said Madara firmly. Focus on finding a suitable person for me and keep an eye on my eyes. Madara looked up at the massive hole in the pillar and fell silent. Fill up that hole and don't expose ourselves. Let them finish on their own. It can't take them a year to build, right? White Zetsu quickly nodded in agreement. Wise decision, Madara-sama. I just checked, and it will probably take at most a month to finish the construction. Good. After 1 month, I will enter a deep slumber again, said Madara decisively. He needed to conserve his strength and bide his time until he was ready to execute his plan. Time skip no jutsu. It's been almost a month, Akihiko murmured, lost in thought. Little did he know that the academy he was in was built on top of Madara's cave. After all, the hole dug by White Zetsu was quite deep. He glanced at the thick stack of papers on his table. These were the teaching materials he had meticulously prepared for the upcoming school. Akihiko took education seriously, understanding its significance and the potential consequences if it was taken lightly. As he pondered, Akihiko muttered to himself, morning reading is crucial. The sound of someone reading is so delightful. He believed that mornings were the golden time for memory, when the brain was clear and receptive to learning and thinking. And morning exercises are equally important, right? A strong body is essential for all grass village ninja, be it ninjutsu or illusion ninjas. Akihiko continued, his thoughts flowing. He considered having a loud broadcast later to help children shake off sleepiness. And after school, there would be entertainment activities. Perhaps a ninja sports game would be fitting, incorporating some ninja characteristics into basketball. In this era of lack of entertainment, nothing could be more enjoyable than sports. Akihiko's excitement grew as he contemplated the possibilities. He then sighed, realizing the lack of chunin and jonin willing to be teachers in the land of grass. Most of them were occupied with their own missions, leaving a shortage of available personnel. Just as he finished speaking to himself, a knock resounded on the door, followed by a voice, "Dong dong." Akihiko snapped back to reality and called out, "Come in." Kana entered the room with excitement, but upon seeing the pile of files on Akihiko's desk, she immediately composed herself, understanding that he was busy. After a brief hesitation, she said, "Akihiko-sama, did I disturb you?" "No, it's all right. I'm finished with my work." "What's the good news?" Akihiko shook his head and encouraged her to speak. Mubuki came to deliver a message. "It seems they have found some members of the Uzumaki clan." Kana exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. "Uzumaki?" Akihiko's expression froze as he processed the information. Chapter 10, ch. 10 A New Home. Third Elder, is this the land of grass? A young girl with fiery red hair gazed at the flower-filled land of grass before her. Her bright, watery eyes shimmered with hope as she turned her dirt-streaked face towards the three elders standing beside her. "Now that we're in the land of grass, does that mean we don't have to run anymore? Can we finally have enough to eat and sleep peacefully?" As soon as she finished speaking, the figure beside her, an elderly man with hunched shoulders and white hair, couldn't help but tremble as he looked into those innocent eyes, and upon seeing the dirty face adorned with a hopeful smile, he nodded and said, "Yes, Hinako. You no longer need to hide. From now on, you can sleep soundly and won't go hungry anymore." However, these words were nothing but comforting lies. His name was Yoshinori Uzumaki, one of the three elders of the Uzumaki clan before the land of whirlpools was devastated. The Uzumaki clan had been under attack by ninjas from various nations within the land of whirlpools. After a day and night of relentless resistance, the clan leader and the elders came to the realization that the situation was futile. They made the difficult choice to disband and lead their people away from the land of whirlpools, ensuring the survival of the Uzumaki bloodline. Yet, even after their escape, the invaders refused to let the Uzumaki clan go and relentlessly pursued the fleeing members. Initially, there were around 100 Uzumaki civilians and ninjas, but in the end, only slightly over 20 remained. Yoshinori was among them, accompanied by less than 4 surviving ninjas, with 3 being jonin and 1 chunin. Although the strength of a jonin team was formidable, it was still insufficient to protect the remnants of the weakened Uzumaki clan. Long periods of exhaustion and starvation had greatly diminished their power, and now, they were even sealed? The absurdity of it all. The Uzumaki clan, renowned masters of sealing jutsu, had been sealed by someone else, using their own ancestral techniques. Indeed, he recognized those sealing patterns all too well. If this had happened when the land of whirlpools still thrived, it would have been a disgrace to the Uzumaki clan. Initially, they sought refuge in the neighboring land of rain, but soon realized it wasn't a safe haven. Determined to find a place where the Uzumaki clan could settle, they ventured northward. However, fate had an unfortunate twist in store for them. They unexpectedly encountered slave traders from the land of soup, who captured them when they were exhausted and famished. Enslaved by ninja hired by the traders, they were eventually sealed away and brought to the land of soup. Just as they anticipated being sold into slavery, the slave traders inexplicably brought them aboard a ship headed towards the Fire Nation. Suddenly, a group of enigmatic ninjas attacked the soup country merchants, saving them from their captors. And now, they found themselves here. To be honest, after enduring so much hardship, Yoshinori no longer held faith in anyone's ability to help the land of whirlpools. Even the Leaf Village, once considered their brethren, had merely promised to ensure the survival of the Uzumaki bloodline without extending any further assistance. So, who could they truly trust? Yoshinori let out a weary sigh as he reached out to gently stroke the head of his granddaughter, Hinako. She was the sole surviving member of their family, as Yoshinori's son and daughter-in-law had already sacrificed their lives while fleeing. Originally, he had intended for Hinako to plunge into the sea and seek a chance to escape, but the ninja had discovered her, bringing her back to this place. Now, they were left in uncertainty. Although the ninja hired by the merchants had yet to resurface, the fact that they concealed their identities with black cloaks and possessed knowledge of the Whirlpool clan's sealing techniques left Yoshinori with an ominous feeling. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Yoshinori's eyes, but it quickly faded into frustration. What could they possibly do now? The answer was nothing. Familiar with the Land of Grass, a small country renowned for its shamelessness and opportunism in the ninja world, Yoshinori knew that it had been razed to the ground in the past, but now seemed to have been rebuilt. He observed the grass country citizens laboring nearby, then cast a worried glance at his granddaughter and the grass ninjas surrounding them, his heart heavy with apprehension. What did these grass ninjas want from them? The unique physical traits of the Uzumaki clan? Or their unparalleled sealing techniques? But whoever can ensure the survival of me and my granddaughter, I am willing to agree to any terms, no matter how daunting. Whether it entails sealing a scroll or enduring unimaginable experiments on my own body, I will harbor no regrets, Yoshinori silently vowed. As for seeking revenge for the Uzumaki clan, Yoshinori no longer harbored such desires. The enemies were numerous and formidable, rendering the current state of the Uzumaki clan utterly incapable of seeking vengeance. How are the other members of the clan faring? Yoshinori pondered, his thoughts drifting to the neighboring couple from the Land of Rain. Were they safe in the Land of Rain? Have they been discovered? Yoshinori fervently hoped for their well-being, even if they were ordinary civilians. Suddenly, a stir among the surrounding grass ninjas caught their attention. Yoshinori and his companions snapped back to reality, sensing that something was about to happen. They lifted their heads, confusion etched on their faces, and directed their gazes ahead. Was the person who had brought them here finally going to make an appearance? Who could it be? What was their purpose? These questions reverberated through everyone's mind. At that moment, jubilant cheers erupted from the group of working civilians. It seemed that this individual held considerable prestige in the Land of Grass. Just as Yoshinori pondered this, a figure emerged from the crowd, flanked by 3 individuals with fiery red hair, 2 women and a child. Were they fellow Uzumaki clan members? No, that person was. Recognition flickered in Yoshinori's widened eyes, but before he could react, the words rang out. Welcome home, fellow villagers. Akiyako stood before him, arms open wide, a warm smile adorning his face. From this day forward, the Land of Grass shall be your home. Here, you shall no longer endure persecution. Here, you need not fear for your lives. Here, hunger and cold shall not torment you, this is your home. Akiyako gazed deeply into the elderly man's eyes. You have endured so much, and now, you have returned home, fellow villagers. However, to Akiyako's surprise, the scene unfolded differently than he had envisioned. The Uzumaki clan members standing before him did not have tear-filled eyes, nor did they express overwhelming gratitude. Instead, they stared at him and Uzumaki Fuzu. It should be noted that, in this moment, Akiyako had taken care to dress more formally, style his hair, and even apply a touch of makeup, all to appear more vibrant and energetic. The outcome was far from what Akiyako had anticipated, dampening his initial enthusiasm. The excitement he had experienced moments ago dwindled as he observed the bedraggled and disheveled Uzumaki clan before him, resembling a group of refugees. He sighed and turned to Kana and Fuzu, who stood beside him with smiles on their faces. He said, "Never mind, the two of you come here. Let's take them for a bath, provide them with clean clothes, feed them, and let them rest." Just as Kana and Fuzu were about to nod in agreement, Elder Yoshinori suddenly snapped back to reality and stared at Fuzu with a mix of excitement and bewilderment. "You? Fuzu?" he exclaimed. "Weren't you in the land of rain? How did you end up here?" "A lot has happened," Fuzu sighed, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. She glanced at Akihiko, seemingly recalling something, and then smiled with anticipation. "We'll talk about it later, for now, welcome home, Elder Yoshinori." "Home, home," Elder Yoshinori murmured, slightly taken aback. He exchanged glances with the other clan members, disbelief evident in their eyes, as they looked at the man standing beside Fuzu. Yoshinori could sense that this man was the leader, and when he saw the man nod, a smile filled with hope appeared on Elder Yoshinori's face. "Indeed, home. Let's go home. Are we truly being welcomed? Will this place become our new home? Will our wandering finally come to an end?" they exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and disbelief evident in their voices. The Uzumaki clan members erupted in cheers, their voices ringing with disbelief and excitement. Just as they were about to take a step forward, quivering with anticipation. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" Hinako, Yoshinori's granddaughter, suddenly tugged at his clothes. Elder Yoshinori suppressed his excitement, lowered his head in confusion, and gazed at her. But Hinako extended her tiny hand, a delightful smile on her face, and pointed to a white speck on her right hand. "Look, Grandpa! It's snowing!" she exclaimed. Yoshinori looked at his granddaughter's hand and indeed, tiny white snowflakes were falling around them. It was a surreal sight, the flakes landing softly on their worn-out clothes, as if nature itself was embracing them in a welcoming gesture. Akihiko's eyes widened in surprise, and he glanced up at the sky, noticing the snowfall. A smile crossed his face, realizing the significance of the moment. "Snow, it's a sign of new beginnings," he said, his voice filled with hope. "Let this snow be a symbol of the start of a brighter future for all of us." The Uzumaki clan members watched in awe as the snowflakes continued to descend, creating a serene atmosphere amidst the chaos of their lives. It was a moment of tranquility and peace, a stark contrast to the hardships they had endured. Yoshinori lifted his gaze to meet Akihiko's eyes, a newfound determination burning within him. "Thank you. We accept your offer of a new home," he declared, his voice steady and resolute. "The Uzumaki clan will find solace and rebuild our strength here in the land of grass." Akihiko nodded, his own resolve unwavering. "Together, we shall create a place where every Uzumaki can flourish and find happiness," he proclaimed, his voice carrying a sense of unity. As the snowflakes continued to fall, the Uzumaki clan and the grass ninjas began to walk forward, united in their shared purpose. The journey ahead would not be easy, but with hope in their hearts and the snow as a symbol of their determination, they stepped into their new home. Hinako looked up at her grandfather, her eyes shining with innocence and trust. "Grandpa, I'm glad we're finally safe," she whispered, her voice filled with relief. Yoshinori smiled down at her, his heart brimming with a mix of emotions. "Yes, my dear Hinako, we're finally safe," he replied, his voice filled with a warmth that hadn't been present for a long time. "And we will make this new home a place where you can grow and thrive." As they walked further into the land of grass, the snow continued to fall, covering the ground in a pristine white blanket. It was a fresh start for the Uzumaki clan, a chance to rebuild their lives and reclaim their identity. Chapter 11, ch. 11 Winter. The snowfall had arrived, signaling the end of the war. The ninja world felt desolate, still recovering from the recent conflict. The early arrival of winter seemed almost fitting, a somber reminder of the toll war had taken on the land. In its icy embrace, there was a faint glimmer of hope, a chance for reflection and the possibility of a new beginning. Today marked the first meeting of early winter in the Land of Grass, approximately 2 months since the last meeting where the 5-year plan was designated. It's worth mentioning that the village had welcomed new members this year, including 3 children, Nagato's mother, and the Uzumaki clan. However, Akihiko kept Nagato's possession of the Rinnegan a secret. Knowing that the ninja world was filled with greed, he understood the importance of keeping Nagato's eyes hidden. As long as he didn't reveal his special abilities or encounter someone knowledgeable about the Rinnegan, Nagato's secret would remain safe. During this meeting, a representative from the Uzumaki clan, Yoshinori Uzumaki, the third Uzumaki elder, was present. Akihiko, as the leader of kusagakure, addressed everyone with a serious expression, saying, "The construction of the hidden grass village is proceeding smoothly. However, we need to find additional sources of income." Akihiko was aware that they couldn't solely rely on his book writing for financial support. He wrote books out of duty as the leader of the Land of Grass, for the development of the country, rather than personal enjoyment. Mubuki, a shameless individual, immediately suggested, selling intelligence. This has always been an important source of funds for our hidden grass village. Even though the income from this business has decreased during peacetime due to the lack of intelligence, we can fabricate some information. Shamelessly, he spoke as if it were a common practice, saying, "As long as we mention wars, invasions, stealing bloodlines, it's almost guaranteed to be profitable." His words received immediate approval from the other higher UPS. In a village without mission assignments, this was the quickest way to generate income and an important source of funds for the hidden grass village. "That's right. We have experience in this line of work. As long as we get paid and provide the information, it's their problem if they investigate it. All the other ninja villages have their own issues. Even if they find out, so what? It's not a big deal." Akihiko watched in frustration as everyone expressed their support for this strategy. On the other hand, Uzumaki Yoshinori, representing the Uzumaki clan, was taken aback by the meeting's proceedings. He had heard rumors that the hidden grass village lacked shame, and now he witnessed it firsthand. Selling fake intelligence? Weren't they afraid of retaliation from other ninja villages? As an Uzumaki, he had grown weary of wandering and found solace in the fact that only the Land of Grass was willing to accept them. He felt grateful to the country of grass, and as a member of the land, he understood that it was his duty to obey its leader's decisions. However, Akihiko, feeling frustrated, responded, "Very well, Mubuki, your suggestion is reasonable." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But let's not bring it up again in the future." Akihiko's presence in the country of grass had brought stability and unity to a land that was previously plagued by political corruption and internal conflicts. The people of the country had become united and displayed remarkable cohesion thanks to his efforts. However, he couldn't help but worry about the possibility of the Fourth Great Ninja War being initiated by the country of grass, followed by invasion from the 5 great nations. The fake intelligence being sold by the hidden grass village was crossing a line that concerned him greatly. He crossed his arms and surveyed the bewildered faces of the people in the room. Speaking with seriousness, he said, "First, we must identify our advantages and plan our development according to our unique circumstances. Our decision-making and work should always be based on practical considerations. This is the foundation for solving our problems and achieving efficient development." The people exchanged puzzled looks, silently communicating their confusion about his circular speech. What advantages does the country of grass have? Abundant flowers and plants? They wondered. Akihiko noticed their confusion and nodded. "It seems like you should understand," he said, and continued, "One of the topics of today's meeting is the development of animal husbandry in the country of grass." He explained that the Land of Lightning's largest source of economic income was alcohol and the export of high-quality beef. As an example, during Naruto's wedding, they even gifted a whole black cow, highlighting its value. In contrast, the land of grass had abundant pastures with a variety of high-yield, high-nutrition grass, as well as other plants and herbs. The only setback was the relatively small territory. So, we can go to the land of lightning and steal high-quality cattle and sheep that will rightfully belong to the country of grass. Later on, they can promote it by carefully selecting and breeding, having them drink natural water from birth, consuming nutritious herbs, playing music and telling stories to them during rearing, and even inviting professional physical ninja to massage them, promoting blood circulation. Every muscle in the beef will get enough exercise, resulting in tender, delicate, and juicy meat that melts in your mouth with every bite. As long as the product met the required standards, the rest would be a matter of marketing. Even if it fell short, they could still create hype. Following trends is human nature. The members of the meeting were stunned by Akihako's ideas and couldn't help but marvel at his creativity. They realized how far behind they were compared to selling fake intelligence. Muki sighed and said, "Indeed, the leader is a true person from the land of grass." Akihiko looked speechless at Muki's comment. He wasn't deceiving anyone, he was simply promoting a product. There was a difference. Twitching his mouth, Akihiko continued, "Additionally, we should focus on promoting the country of grass to attract more people to come here." He took out a stack of documents from his pocket and placed them on the table. Akihiko also has an idea in his mind about taking advantage of a certain wealthy woman who was on her way to becoming a big fat sheep. And lastly, we will venture into making movies. Akihiko announced. The people couldn't help but look at the documents curiously. Written on them was the title, The Gambling Shadow. "It's a movie script that I have written," he explained with pride. "It is set in the country of grass, featuring the hidden ninja village of the country of grass, showcasing their abilities and the beautiful scenery of the country of grass. It will be a movie that promotes the country of grass to the rest of the ninja world." Confusion filled the room as everyone stared at each other with question marks on their faces. They wondered, what is this all about? Therefore, remember, the development of a nation is not simply about hosting dinner parties or throwing shurikens and performing ninjutsu. We must adapt to the local conditions, seize the opportunity, and analyze the specific situation of the grass country. Specific circumstances require specific analysis. Only then can we find a path suitable for the development of the grass country. As Akihiko finished his speech, he sipped the hot tea served by Kana, exuding an air of wisdom and experience, looking like a seasoned senior. Now that the meeting is over, everyone should write a reflection of no less than 8,000 words, thoroughly analyzing today's meeting and the grass country's situation. Silence filled the room as everyone looked blankly at Akihiko. They were astonished, not because of his analysis, but because they understood and yet didn't understand what was expected of them. They were ordinary shinobi. What could they possibly write in an 8,000-word reflection? As most of the attendees left the meeting room with bewildered expressions, Akihiko stretched lazily and decided to go check on Fuzu and Nagato, who were moving to the neighboring house. However, before he could leave with Kana, Uzumaki Yoshinori, who hadn't departed yet, called out to him. "Kusano-sama." Akihiko paused and turned to Yoshinori. "Is there something you need, Elder Yoshinori?" Yoshinori hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Well, does the leader have any tasks for the Uzumaki clan? I don't mean anything else, but the grass country has shown sincerity in accepting the Uzumaki clan and providing us a peaceful place to live. If there's nothing for us to do, the Uzumaki clan feels ashamed." Akihiko furrowed his brow and casually replied, "What should your clan do? Have children, of course." Yoshinori looked up at Akihiko, surprised and bewildered. Have children?" he stammered. Akihiko continued, "Your clan is on the verge of extinction. Instead of wasting time on other matters, you should focus on procreation. How can a nation become strong without an increase in population? Just go and have children honestly. The more children you have, the greater the rewards." Both Kana and Yoshinori were left speechless, wondering how having children could strengthen a nation. They couldn't grasp the connection between the two. Chapter 12, ch. 12 Outdated? Akihako's statement may seem blunt and simplistic, but it actually holds a certain amount of truth. The development of a nation encompasses more than just economic growth or military strength, it also involves the sustainable growth of its population. In fact, population growth is a crucial factor in a nation's long-term development and prosperity. It is worth noting that the issue of population has become a pressing concern for the grass country. The recent destruction of their nation, coupled with internal conflicts and corruption, has resulted in a relatively small population. The current situation of the Uzumaki clan, with a population of only around 20 people, including just 4 shinobi, is embarrassing. If the Uzumaki clan can expand its numbers to over 100, perhaps the grass country can establish another legitimate bloodline clan. Uzumaki Yoshinori approached Akihiko with a request: if you have the time, I suggest sending someone to visit the Uzumaki clan's Nmend. It is rumored to hold treasures hidden before the downfall of the Whirlpool country. Additionally, regarding the Nmend, could you please assist the Uzumaki clan with its relocation? Akihiko assured him, don't worry, I will take care of these matters. With those words, he and Kana departed. Observing Akihiko's retreating figure, Uzumaki Yoshinori couldn't help but smile with relief. He could sense that their leader genuinely accepted the Uzumaki clan and had an open mind. It was no surprise that Akihiko had successfully led the grass country to restoration amid chaos, earning support and recognition from many. If it were the Warring States period, Akihiko Kusano would undoubtedly be hailed as an extraordinary figure, much like the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Recalling the illustrious history of Hashirama Senju, who was followed by various clans and founded Konohagakure, the strongest shinobi village, Yoshinori couldn't help but wonder what could have been. It's a pity that Kushina has already been sent to Konoha. She had immense potential, and it would have been wonderful if she could have stayed here. I wonder how she is faring now. Sighing with regret and shaking his head, the third elder straightened his posture and made his way home. And what about the others? I have no idea how they're doing. Before arriving in the grass country, he could not have imagined that the Uzumaki clan would be accepted by other nations as well. The fact that they were embraced, outside their homeland, was truly remarkable. As Uzumaki Yoshinori headed home, his mind was filled with a range of emotions. He felt grateful for the acceptance and support the Uzumaki clan had received in the grass country. It was a far cry from the days of wandering and being rejected by other nations. The Uzumaki clan had finally found a place to call home, a place where they truly belonged. On the other side, Akihiko strolled along the path, accompanied by Kana. He couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected gain they had experienced. In the face of imminent destruction, it was only natural for a nation to make preparations. The Uzumaki clan, aware of their nation's impending annihilation, had gathered valuable belongings. Whether they could restore their country in the future or not, these possessions would ensure a good life for the Uzumaki clan, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Yet, they had underestimated the ruthlessness of shinobi from other villages. Even after the devastating obliteration of the Whirlpool country, their relentless pursuit persisted. Like the tragic fate that befell the Uchiha clan, almost no one was spared during the annihilation, except for one foolish little kid. The Whirlpool country, a nation of comparable size to the grass country, possessed great strength. The wealth left behind in the wake of its destruction could potentially sustain the grass country for a considerable time. Akihiko couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that he wouldn't have to exhaust himself night after night anymore. Lost in his thoughts, Akihiko's attention was suddenly drawn to something ahead. His eyes blinked in surprise. What are those two little ones doing? Startled by Akihiko's words, Kana snapped back to the present, following his gaze. Together, they caught sight of two mischievous figures, Nagato and Yahiko. The pair was sneaking into a small grove, their actions veiled in secrecy. Intrigued, Akihiko found himself driven to quietly trail behind them. Without uttering a word, he silently tagged along, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious actions of the young rascals. Nagato and Yahiko exchanged curious glances as they stood in a secluded spot. Nagato's mind was preoccupied with his impending task of helping his mother with the move. "Yahiko, why did you call me here?" "I still have to assist my mom," Nagato remarked, a tinge of worry in his voice. Yahiko shrugged dismissively, "Don't worry about it. It's just next door, and we have Konan and Aunt Fuzu to help. Besides, isn't it great living at Akihiko-sensei's house?" Nagato hesitated, contemplating the situation. "Well, it is Akihiko-sensei's house, after all. It doesn't feel right to impose for too long." Yahiko leaned in closer, a mischievous grin on his face. "What's wrong with that? I bet you've noticed it too. Maybe you'll even get a little sister out of it. Why else would Akihiko-sensei allow Aunt Fuzu to live with you in his house?" Nagato remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on Yahiko. He didn't offer a response to his friend's inquiry. Undeterred, Yahiko pressed on. "Why don't you like the idea of Akihiko-sensei being your dad?" he prodded. Nagato let out a sigh, raising an eyebrow and rolling his eyes. "All right, enough with that. Why did you call me out here?" Yahiko's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I have something amazing. I managed to secretly take it from Dad, Nagato," he exclaimed, blinking rapidly. "I'm sharing it with you because we're close." Confusion etched across Nagato's face. "What is it? But remember, stealing is not a good thing." Yahiko's face lit up as he reached into his clothes and pulled out a colorful book. "Ta-da! Look at this. I borrowed it from Dad. He said he would show it to me when I grew up, but I couldn't resist taking a peek beforehand." Both boys examined the book in awe, its pages adorned with peculiar drawings of frogs, snakes, slugs, and winged creatures. It exuded an air of mystery. Nagato blinked, his curiosity piqued. "What is this?" Yahiko leaned closer, a mysterious smile on his face. "According to Dad, it's a book written by someone named Master Ikanu. It contains incredibly powerful training methods." Nagato remained skeptical. "Really? I find it hard to believe." Yahiko nodded confidently. "Of course. I witnessed Dad practicing those techniques struggling with heavy eyelids, trembling feet and a hunched back. It can't be easy if it's not powerful, right? Want to take a look?" Nagato hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, let's open it." As they were about to unveil the secrets within the book, a sudden hand snatched it away from their grasp. Both boys froze, bewildered by the unexpected interruption. Akihiko stood before them, his expression dark and serious. "Why are you two sneaking around instead of focusing on your training?" Akihiko's voice carried a stern tone. "Have you finished moving?" In Akihiko's mind, he cursed Mubuki for not properly hiding the book, allowing the little rascals to discover it. He vowed to scold Mubuki properly and perhaps discuss the matter with his wife. "Ah, Akihiko-sensei is here." Nagato and Yahiko greeted him in surprise, their voices filled with a mix of astonishment and mild apprehension. Although Yahiko was taken aback by Akihiko's sudden appearance and reached out his hand with a smile, saying, "Aunt Fuzu is at home, Akihiko-sensei. You can go in." "About that training manual." Before he could finish his sentence, Kana interjected with her own curiosity. She approached the group and inquired, "What manual?" "Akihiko-sama, what do you have in your hands?" Caught red-handed, Akihiko became flustered and attempted to conceal the manual. However, Yahiko's accidental fumble caused it to fall to the ground. Kana, picking it up, curiously examined the cover before flipping through the pages. As she perused the contents, her cheeks flushed, and she cast a strange look at Akihiko. After a brief moment of hesitation, she addressed him, "Akihiko, you Quickly realizing the potential misunderstanding, Akihiko and Yahiko simultaneously defended themselves, claiming, "It's not mine, I took it from Dad." Blushing slightly, Kana suppressed her earlier expression, conveying her disapproval. How could Mubuki allow children to see these things? It's really inappropriate. Akihiko chose to remain silent while Yahiko and Nagato stood pale-faced, their fear evident. Akihiko cleared his throat and spoke with a serious tone, raising his voice, "This is indeed a training manual, but it's not suitable for children to practice. Excessive training can weaken their bodies, causing weakness in their limbs, cold and weak hands and feet, and even hair loss. They'll become very unattractive." Both Yahiko and Nagato stared at him in disbelief, their expressions begging for further explanation. "It contains forbidden techniques, so from now on, you can't look at it," Akihiko said, patting their heads with a smile that carried a hint of mischief. "Now, it's time to go home and help out. Since you have so much free time, we'll double the training tomorrow." Yahiko quickly retreated, saying, "I'm going back. The book? Never mind, Dad is waiting for me." Nagato added, "I'm going back too. It's all Yahiko's fault. I was supposed to help my mom." After seeing them leave, Akihiko shook his head with a sigh, then looked at Kana, who was still secretly flipping through the book, her cheeks flushed. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Kana." Before he could finish his sentence, Kana smiled and looked at Akihiko with tenderness. "What's the matter?" "It's nothing." Akihiko decided it was best not to question or say anything further. He wiped an imaginary sweat from his brow in relief. "I'll destroy the book." Kana blinked her eyes and blushed slightly. "Akihiko-sama, you shouldn't look at it either. This, what's his name, Ikanu?" She glanced at the cover. "He doesn't seem like a good person." Akihiko nodded in agreement, playing along. "You're right, Ikanu is definitely not a good person." He chuckled awkwardly. "Let's go, we should head back now." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, the renowned author and traveler, found himself in a bookstore, engaged in a serious conversation with the manager. "What? Is my book outdated? How can that be?" Jiraiya questioned, his eyes fixed on the manager. "I have complete confidence in my masterpiece. How can it be considered outdated?" The manager apologized, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiraiya, but while we can still sell your book, we have to lower the profit margin due to the perceived risk." Jiraiya regarded the manager skeptically, "Are you trying to trick me into accepting a lower price?" "No, I assure you, it's not a trick," the manager insisted. "Then show me this so-called hottest book that has surpassed mine." "I need to see it for myself," Jiraiya challenged, determined to assess the competition. "Please wait a moment," the manager responded. After a brief pause, the manager returned with a book and handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya sneered as he observed the book's cover. "Doesn't look that impressive, does it? Just a colorful cover," he remarked, attempting to diminish its value. "If only my book had a cover like this." But before he could finish his sentence, Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. What did he see? Toads? Snakes, and slugs. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief, "You can even draw like this? I'm impressed. I concede defeat." "Mr. Ikanu is a truly talented artist and writer," the manager explained. "His other works are also highly popular. Bring them to me." Jiraiya exclaimed without hesitation, his excitement evident. Glancing at the author's name, he muttered with a sense of reverence, "Mr. Ikanu." Chapter 13, ch. 13 Haunted School. Times have changed, Jiraiya sighed as he strolled down the bustling street, clutching several books in his hands. Of course, his intentions in acquiring all of Ikanu's books were purely educational. He wanted to delve into the intricacies of Ikanu's advanced writing techniques. It was purely for research purposes, he assured himself. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a pang of excitement as he imagined the possibilities these books held, the knowledge and creativity waiting to be unleashed. Little did he expect that while he had been engrossed in years of warfare, a new literary genius had emerged in the shinobi world. He couldn't help but feel a pang of shame for not discovering Ikanu's brilliance earlier. The revelation served as a reminder that the world was constantly evolving, and he needed to adapt and embrace new talents. Initially, his outing had been aimed at selling books to fund his travels. However, it had transformed into a book-buying spree, with his own books being left behind. Such was the allure of Ikanu's masterful storytelling. They were books that ignited passion, stirred the imagination, and plunged readers into exhilarating fantasies. Each volume was worth every coin he had spent. They were truly exceptional. He couldn't help but admire Ikanu. His talent was undeniable, and Jiraiya held nothing but admiration for him. If only I knew where Ikanu-sensei resides. Jiraiya muttered to himself, a hint of determination in his voice. He believed that meeting the author in person could provide invaluable insights. Just then, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts, calling his name. Jiraiya. The voice belonged to none other than Tsunade, his longtime companion and teammate. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiraiya swiftly concealed the books behind his back. With a nonchalant lean against the nearby wall, he turned his head and flashed what he believed to be a suave smile. "Hey, Tsunade, long time no see. Didn't we return together just the day before yesterday?" Tsunade regarded him with a puzzled expression, suspicion flickering in her eyes. "What are you up to? Acting all secretive. Don't tell me you're spying on someone taking a bath again." "Ha ha ha. Impossible. I've been completely devoted to my studies lately. Immersing myself in books to expand my knowledge, you know." Jiraiya chuckled, attempting to divert her attention. Tsunade just looked at him with contempt in her eyes, knowing her teammate very well. "Anyway, let's forget about that." Jiraiya swiftly changed the topic, his gaze shifting to the adorable little girl with jet black hair standing beside Tsunade. "Who's this? Your daughter? She's not a blonde. She's simply adorable, like a little sister. Stop making things up. Stay away from Shizuan, you perverted toad!" Tsunade exclaimed, throwing a punch at Jiraiya before speaking calmly. "She's the niece of Kato. She doesn't have any family left in Konoha, so I decided to take her under my care." "Kato's niece?" Jiraiya was taken aback by Tsunade's revelation. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting to the shy and timid Shizuan, who was hiding behind Tsunade. He then looked back at Tsunade, his expression turning serious. "You've made up your mind, haven't you?" He paused for a moment. "When do you plan to leave?" "The day after tomorrow." Tsunade replied, her tone tinged with a mix of determination and sorrow. "So soon?" Jiraiya's brows furrowed, realizing that the departure of his dear friend was imminent. "It's already been delayed. If it weren't for some clan matters that need to be handled, I would have left long ago." Tsunade sighed, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. She smiled at Jiraiya. "By the way, are you interested in buying a house?" Jiraiya was perplexed by her sudden question. "Forget it. You're just a struggling writer. How would you have the money to buy a house? Pretend I didn't ask." Tsunade cast a scornful glance at Jiraiya and fell silent once more. "Are you planning to leave as well? When will you go?" "This is part of my training, as you know, I embark on training journeys every now and then. It should be the day after tomorrow." Jiraiya patted the books in his arms and wore a confident smile. "By the time we meet again, I will undoubtedly become a best-selling literary genius. What kind of destined child are you planning to find this time? I think Orochimaru was right. You just find trouble for yourself." "Well, why do I even care?" Tsunade muttered. "Where do you plan to go this time?" "Fate will guide me to the right destination," Jiraiya spoke mysteriously, but upon seeing Tsunade raising her fist, he quickly added, "If possible, I might pay a visit to the Land of Grass." The Land of Grass? That small country that was recently rebuilt. Tsunade recalled the grass shinobi she had encountered in the Land of Rain. "What are you planning to do there?" "What am I planning to do? Pursue my dreams, of course." Jiraiya lifted his head, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with hope as if gazing into the distant future. "The war has kept me from writing for many years. So this time, I intend to find solace and study writing techniques, read more, and reflect deeply. Tsunade, let me tell you, I've encountered a great writer." However, before he could finish his sentence, "Forget it. I don't want to hear it. I don't know when we'll meet again anyway." Tsunade waved her hand, cutting off Jiraiya's words. She continued walking ahead with Shizuan, leaving behind a stunned Jiraiya, who had been excited to share his encounter with a new literary genius. Watching Tsunade's figure fade into the distance, Jiraiya maintained a serene smile, standing there in silence, until her figure disappeared completely. He murmured softly, "I hope you find someone who can continue to bring you strength, Tsunade." Having said that, he stretched lazily and muttered to himself, "Ikinu-sensei. What kind of experiences must he have had to write such captivating books?" Although he hadn't been able to find out who Ikinu-sensei really was, according to the store owner, their books were all signed from the Land of Grass. Therefore, based on Jiraiya's analysis, Ikinu-sensei must be in the Land of Grass. With a renewed sense of purpose, Jiraiya tightened his grip on the books he had purchased. He was now determined to embark on his journey to the Land of Grass, not only to study writing techniques but also to uncover the mystery behind Ikinu-sensei's captivating stories. As he walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. The Land of Grass awaited him, and he believed that this journey would bring him closer to his goal of becoming a renowned author. Achoo! Akihiko couldn't help but sneeze, feeling as though someone was talking about him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, attributing it to the many people who had their opinions about him in the Land of Grass. Shaking off the distraction, he focused his attention on the pressing matters at hand. The recent war had only just ended. The Land of Grass was still in the early stages of its reconstruction. With the tension of the Second Great Ninja War fading, the nation was now laying the groundwork for its development. 2 meetings had solidified the comprehensive 5-year plan, encompassing construction projects, talent recruitment, population growth, economic initiatives, livestock management, livelihood improvements, and military strengthening. The goal was clear: to become a formidable nation. Progress was steady across the board. The academy had been completed, and Akihiko had prepared the teaching materials in anticipation of its opening. Despite the chilly weather, the school was scheduled to welcome its first students soon. However, Akihiko glanced at the documents in his hand, his expression turned strange. Haunted incidents at the academy. According to investigations and testimonies from workers, strange sounds had been heard emanating from beneath the construction site. Reports described eerie laughter accompanied by the words "poop poop." The nature of these sounds was indescribably unsettling. It caused widespread panic among the workers. The current situation remained uncertain, with suspicions of haunting, but no injuries had been reported. Strangely, no further strange sounds had been heard since then. Akihiko contemplated the situation. Could it be that White Zetsu had happened to pass by the construction site and playfully produced those sounds, coincidentally witnessed by the workers? It reminded him of the Konobe Bridge incident, which took place in the Land of Grass and connected the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. It was during the subsequent battle of the Konobe Bridge that Obito had been struck by falling rocks and abducted by White Zetsu. And at that time, the White Zetsu were digging tunnels in the vicinity. Tunnels that are potentially linked to the 5 great nations. Akihiko couldn't help but wonder why these White Zetsu, with their abilities, had chosen to engage in tunnel excavation. They could have utilized their skills for logistics, potentially becoming the premier logistics company in the entire ninja world. However, such thoughts were of little concern to Akihiko. After all, he had dared to bring Nagato, Mrs. Fuzu's son, back with him. Why should he worry about a group of white Zetsu? Furthermore, these white Zetsu were still concealed, working towards their Millennium Plan. They wouldn't jeopardize their secrecy merely for the sake of the land of grass. Akihiko cast a determined gaze at the task labeled Black Zetsu, "Meet Mommy again," asserting, "No one can prevent the children of the land of grass from attending school." With conviction, he swiftly inscribed 2 prominent words on the document: School Opening. Chapter 14, ch. 14 School Starts. Today, the weather was clear, devoid of any snowfall. Although a chill breeze persisted, the presence of sunshine brightened the day. Having awoken slightly earlier than usual, I couldn't shake off the lingering sleepiness. Nagato, on your first day of school, listen to your teacher and study diligently. Don't disappoint your teacher, Akihiko, my mother advised me with a warm smile, standing before me. I understand, Mom, I replied, shouldering my small backpack. Letting out a lazy yawn, I assured her, I'll work hard. Nagato Uzumaki. After the Uzumaki clan settled in the land of grass, I accompanied my mother in restoring the Uzumaki lineage. As I observed my mother, who now wore a brighter smile and radiated more beauty, an unintentional smile spread across my face. Just a couple of months ago, I couldn't have imagined living in this peaceful country, free from hunger and cold, where my mother no longer had to live in constant fear. Every day, I am surrounded by friends, and I have the opportunity to learn ninjutsu techniques. To be honest, it still feels surreal. Everything is so wonderful. Of course. It would be even better if Akihiko-sensei could make it without having to climb over the wall. His meticulously nurtured flowers and plants would avoid being trampled. Those resilient plants manage to survive even in winter. Glancing at Konan, my neighbor who is also heading out, I give her an affirming nod. At this hour, I assume Akihiko-sensei is still sound asleep. While he possesses remarkable skills, his penchant for enjoying a long slumber and motivating others to excel can be quite exasperating. I heard that the leader will be delivering a speech later, and I wonder if Akihiko-sensei will make it on time. Mom, I'm off to school. I bid my mother farewell with a wave before setting out alongside Konan, carrying my backpack, on our way to school. Meanwhile, my mother, Mrs. Fuss, wearing an apron, watches the two of us as we head off. She waves her hand silently, her face adorned with a serene and contented smile. Only after the figures of Konan and I have receded into the distance, she directs her gaze towards the neighboring house. Akihiko probably hasn't woken up yet, she muses. As Nagato walked along the road, he continued to yawn, gazing calmly at the morning landscape of the land of grass. In comparison to the desolation and war-ravaged rain country, even on winter mornings, the land of grass still had people bustling about. Most of them were likely headed to work, while some children, like Nagato, were on their way to school. He truly appreciated the land of grass. Here, at least, there was peace, and everyone seemed lively, occasionally sharing smiles. Unlike the rain country, where doors remained tightly shut, and rain poured heavily day after day. Yahiko had mentioned that despite the war having ended, the rain country remained in turmoil. The conflicts within the country had not ceased, they were still caught up in ongoing strife. They were still in the midst of war. Upon arriving at school, they located their seats. They had already been informed of their seating arrangements the previous day. Nagato, Konan, you're here too. Yahiko, who had arrived early, greeted them with a smile and a wave as he spotted Nagato and Konan entering the classroom. I beat you guys here. Yahiko. They responded in unison. After exchanging greetings with Nagato and Konan, Yahiko settled into his seat. In addition to attending school, the three of them also received ninjutsu training from teacher Akihiko and sister Kana. Yahiko had heard that in the future, he would learn Uncle Mubuki's ancestral secret technique. And whenever he had spare time, he would also delve into the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. The Uzumaki sealing technique was said to be formidable, but Nagato was still uncertain of its true power. He had only heard about it from Akihiko-sensei. Now, he aspired to become stronger and possess the ability to protect the ones dear to him. As for Konan, she would learn various secret techniques from teacher Akihiko, particularly those related to origami. Konan had become incredibly skilled in origami. Yet, Nagato couldn't help but wonder how potent origami could truly be. Was teacher Akihiko simply entertaining the young girl? At that moment, Yahiko lowered his voice, leaning in as if sharing a secret. "Let me tell you something," he whispered, his expression turning strange, and his tone chilling. "This school is haunted." Nagato and Konan exclaimed simultaneously, their faces frozen with shock. Seeing their frightened reactions, Yahiko nodded with satisfaction and continued, "I heard it from the elders who were involved in building the school. It turns out that the Ninja Academy in the Land of Grass was constructed on top of a mass grave. When the Land of Grass fell in the past, many people lost their lives, and their bodies were left unattended. However, there was a compassionate individual, an old man who had lost his wife and son and despised war. Unable to bear witness to the corpses scattered across the land, he took it upon himself to collect and bury all the bodies." Yahiko let out a sigh. But because he was alone and aged, he could only dig makeshift graves and bury the bodies where he found them. Even after burying the last person, he dug a grave for himself and laid to rest alongside them. And teacher Akihiko is unaware of this, which is why he chose to establish the academy here, unknowingly disturbing the spirits at rest. That's why. His tone gradually grew sinister, his words delivered convincingly, leaving Nagato and Konan utterly bewildered. Even young Konan quivered with fear. It was undeniably quite terrifying. The thought of the school being built on a mass grave sent shivers down their spines. Could it be true? The bell rang, signaling the start of the class. The discussion about the haunting rumors came to a halt, and the students focused their attention on the fact that the school was built on a mass grave, which still sent shivers down their spines. However, the teacher had already entered the classroom. It was a middle-aged man with vibrant red hair. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan immediately recognized him. It was Eiji Uzumaki, a shinobi from the Uzumaki clan. "Hello, children." Eiji greeted warmly as he walked up to the podium, placing the teaching materials provided by the Land of Grass on the desk. He looked at the attentive children seated before him. Emotions swelled within Eiji. He was one of the 3 surviving jonin of the Uzumaki clan. He couldn't help but reminisce about over a month ago. They were once refugees from the village hidden in whirlpools, seeking shelter in the shinobi world. They were relentlessly pursued by ninjas from various countries, facing rejection wherever they went. They lived a nomadic existence, struggling to find enough food and warmth. But now, after being accepted by the leader, their days of wandering and suffering were over. They no longer had to worry about hunger and cold. And now, Eiji has become a teacher in the newly established school. They were filled with gratitude towards the leader in their hearts. Compared to Konohagakure, which had previously turned them away, the Land of Grass had become their home as members of the Uzumaki clan. Speaking of which, the village hidden in whirlpools was too small to have a proper ninja academy, so they relied on the traditions of their own family to teach the next generation of shinobi. Therefore, it was Eiji's first time as a teacher, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. However, recalling the conversation he had with the third elder a few days ago, Eiji developed a slight headache. Eiji, the leader wants us to have lots of children." Eiji cleared his throat, maintaining a smile on his face, and continued, "My name is Eiji, and I will be your homeroom teacher. As for where I live, I believe you already know. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me for help. You're even welcome to visit my house during vacations for some fun." With that, he wrote his name on the blackboard. "Now, let's start with the student in the first row, first seat, for self-introductions." As he finished speaking, the first student in the front row stood up, feeling a bit nervous. I. My name is Tobio. Actually, my name used to be Daishi. But my dad said it was changed to commemorate the reconstruction of the land of grass and symbolize a leap into development." Though stumbling a bit, he managed to complete his introduction. One by one, the students introduced themselves. And then, it was Conan's turn. "I'm Conan. Teacher Akihiko. I mean, the leader brought me back from the land of rain. If it weren't for Teacher Akihiko, I might have starved to death there." Conan stood up, her smile sweet, and said, "I hope to repay Teacher Akihiko. War is really frightening, and I hope the land of grass will never experience such conflicts." Nagato. Also brought back by Teacher Akihiko. Same as Conan. I hope to protect my mom and repay the teacher. Yahiko. I'm from the land of rain too. I'll become a strong ninja, just you wait. Yahiko exclaimed with determination. As each student finished their self-introduction, Eiji couldn't help but smile as he observed the three young ones who came from the land of grass. He pondered the significance of the Uzumaki clan and their journey. The leader truly was an extraordinary person, Eiji thought. It was the leader's compassion and generosity that brought them together, providing them a new home and a chance to rebuild their lives. Eiji felt a renewed sense of purpose and responsibility as a teacher, knowing that he had a part to play in shaping the future of these children. "Thank you all for your introductions," Eiji said, addressing the class. "I am grateful to have each and every one of you here. Together, we will learn and grow, not just as students but as individuals who can make a difference in the world." Eiji, aware of the children's dedication, smiled with satisfaction. It was evident that they were not only eager to learn but also motivated by a strong sense of purpose. He then proceeded to pick up the teaching materials and said in his calm yet encouraging tone, "It's still early, and according to the curriculum, we'll begin with our morning reading session. Let me tell you, this textbook was personally written by the leader whom you all admire. So, make sure to study diligently and take this opportunity to absorb the wisdom within its pages." With a sense of pride, he flipped open the textbook and continued, "I'll read a sentence, and I want you all to repeat after me. Repay evil with kindness. How to repay kindness? Repay evil with justice, repay kindness with kindness." As he finished the sentence, the children obediently followed their teacher, their voices harmonizing as they recited the words. Repay evil with kindness. How to repay kindness? Repay evil with justice, repay kindness with kindness. The melodious sound of their reading filled the air, resonating within the walls of the newly built school. However, unbeknownst to them, deep beneath the academy, in a hidden underground chamber, an elderly man with a tube inserted in his back raised his head. His face contorted with pain, and he stared at the sand falling gently through a small crevice. After a moment of silence, a weary voice escaped from the depths of the cave. "Damn it! Will these people ever stop making so much noise?" Chapter 15, ch. 15 Opening Speech. Will it ever end? Madara Uchiha stood in the depths of the cave, surrounded by his loyal white Zetsu followers. He gazed up at the ceiling, frustration etched across his face. They had thought the construction work above them had finally concluded a few days ago, and they could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. But to their dismay, a ninja academy had been established right above their hideout. The noise was incessant, especially in the early hours of the morning. It was as if the academy was intentionally disrupting their sleep. Madara couldn't fathom why a mere ninja academy would commence classes so early. Even that wretched Tobirama Senju's academy didn't subject its students to such an early start. What are they up to? Madara grumbled, his eyes narrowing with annoyance. He took hold of the information gathered by the White Zetsu, scanning through the timetable for the Grass Village Academy students. The classes started in the morning and extended throughout the afternoon, consisting of a total of 4 morning classes and 3 in the afternoon. To his surprise, the curriculum encompassed various subjects, even those unrelated to ninjutsu. Madara scoffed as he observed the subjects they were studying: morals, ethics, and various unrelated topics. He crumpled the paper into a tight ball and tossed it aside, dismissing their curriculum as inconsequential. Ninjas should focus on mastering skills pertinent to their craft, he muttered disdainfully. This grass village seems to have lost its way. Nevertheless, as he noticed that the morning reading session lasted for a mere half-hour, Madara's irritation subsided slightly. Perhaps they would finish their activities soon, and the noise would cease. All he needed was a little more patience. I shall return to my slumber, Madara declared to the White Zetsu standing before him. His voice carried a tone of command and authority. Continue with the plan I had originally set. Monitor the ninja world, gather intelligence, and protect my eyes. Find the opportune moment to awaken my eyes. Awakening the Uchiha clan's eyes required intense emotional upheaval. Even with his Rinnegan, a power bestowed upon him by the Sage of Six Paths, the profound emotions were necessary to activate its true potential. One of the White Zetsu, the second in command of the hideout, scratched his head inquisitively and asked, "But, Lord Madara, that young boy has already become a disciple of the Grass Village leader. Should we eliminate him?" Madara's eyes flickered with annoyance upon hearing the mention of the Grass Village leader. The changes occurring in the village were connected to that individual, but Madara saw no significance in the leader of a small country and a small village like the Grass Village. In his heart, there was only one person who mattered: Hashirama Senju, the foolish idealist who dared to oppose him. As he stood in the darkness of the cave, Madara's mind drifted to the past. The battles he had fought, the sacrifices he had made, all in the pursuit of a world free from conflict. Yet, here he was, trapped in a cycle of unrest, unable to find solace even in slumber. After a moment of contemplation, Madara responded, "If he doesn't hinder our plans, there is no need to concern ourselves with him. Keep a close watch over my eyes and establish a connection with that young boy. When the time is right, let him taste suffering. Make him realize the flaws of this world." Madara's voice grew softer, and he closed his eyes slowly. "Now, I must rest." But before he could complete his sentence, a sizzling sound permeated the air, followed by a piercing cry that reverberated through the cave. Startled, Madara's eyes shot open, caught off guard by the sudden disruption. However, before he could react or regain his composure, a resonant voice echoed from above. "To our esteemed teacher and beloved classmates. Today marks the official inauguration of the Grass Village Ninja Academy, and we are honored to be part of the first cohort, consisting of principals, teachers, and students." The voice, infused with emotion and authority, pierced through the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble. Momentarily stunned, Madara soon regained his demeanor as the shinobi Ajura, his countenance impassive as he listened intently to the emotionally charged speech. Emotion and sound intertwined, enveloping him within their grasp. It felt like an eternity. Eventually, without uttering a word, Madara turned his head, wearing a subtle smile as he gazed at the White Zetsu beside him. With calm resolve, he declared, "Let this individual become a tether for that youngling." Madara believed that the leader of Grass would serve as an excellent emotional catalyst for the young brat. He understood that the stronger the bond between them, the more intense the emotions would be when that bond is severed. Madara saw this as a great opportunity for the brat to awaken his dormant Rinnegan eyes. Meanwhile, the question remains. Would he ever find the peaceful slumber he yearned for? Could he not simply rest undisturbed? After enduring the harsh winter of annihilation, the land of Grass has once again risen from the ashes. Declared the speaker with conviction. Believe that spring will come, and the winter will pass. Together, we will embrace a beautiful life. Amidst this pivotal and challenging moment, the speaker emphasized the importance of resilience and perseverance. Let us not forget the spirit of the land of grass. Tenacity, hard work, and the refusal to give up are our guiding principles. Let us forge a new path together, becoming outstanding successors of the land of grass. Let us progress, strengthen our beliefs, build a beautiful home, and contribute to the development of our nation. The room swelled with enthusiasm as the speech reached its climax. The children, inspired by the motivational words, raised their fists in the air, pledging to study together for the advancement of the land of grass. Applause erupted, and the children's faces flushed with excitement. Observing the positive impact of his words, the speaker, Akihiko, wore a satisfied smile as he handed the microphone to a teacher acting as the temporary host. Unbeknownst to him, his speech had captured the attention of Uchiha Madara, who saw in him a potential connection to Nagato. Akihiko, pleased with the energetic response from the children, nodded in contentment. This is the future of the land of grass. Akihiko took a moment to reflect on the significance of the occasion. The inauguration of the Grass Village Ninja Academy marked a new chapter in the history of the land of grass, a testament to their resilience and determination. As the applause subsided, he thought of the challenges they had overcome and the obstacles that still lay ahead. Being familiar with the plot, Akihiko understood the importance of ideological education. He recognized the impact it could have on shaping young minds and building a strong foundation for the future. It was a responsibility he took seriously, knowing that the values instilled in these students would influence the path they would walk as shinobi. With the academy's affairs concluded, Akihiko left the premises, feeling a sense of weariness from his busy schedule. He headed towards the Uzumaki clan's residence, realizing that he had neglected to arrange for the retrieval of the clan's treasures. Additionally, the approaching new year demanded his attention. He had to establish factories, restore production, and propose the establishment and enhancement of a healthcare system in the upcoming council meeting, which had yet to commence. Being a newly established land, there were countless matters requiring his attention. And then there was the matter of the scattered Uzumaki clan members. After the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, various groups led by Uzumaki ninja had guided ordinary people in their escape. Kana and Fuzu belonged to different escape teams. Thus, numerous Uzumaki clan members still existed in the ninja world. Akihiko's purpose was to gather the remaining Uzumaki clan members and, before the approaching new year, visit the Land of Whirlpools to retrieve the clan's precious treasures. Additionally, he intended to establish a meeting place for the Uzumaki clan within the Land of Grass. Looking at the excited elder Yoshinori, whose eyes were red with emotion, Akihiko smiled and proposed, "So, let's make a movie." Confusion flickered across the faces of those present, as they tried to grasp the unexpected suggestion. Chapter 16, ch. 16 Movie Script. Uzumaki Yoshinori looked at his leader, Akihiko, with a bewildered expression. They had been discussing the important matter of gathering their scattered clan members, and now the conversation had taken an unexpected turn towards movies. Yoshinori couldn't understand the connection. After all, as an elder of the Uzumaki clan, he had experienced the hardships of being a wanderer himself. So, how could he not hope that the other clan members who were still outside could find stability in the Land of Grass? But this was the Land of Grass, and they were ninjas. The fact that the leader of the Land of Grass accepted them was already something they were grateful for. What if they made unreasonable requests and made it difficult for the leader? He couldn't help but wonder what movies had to do with their current situation. Was this some sort of diversion or a misunderstanding? Curiosity piqued, Yoshinori mustered the courage to ask, "Akihiko-sama, if I may. What exactly does this movie have to do with our mission to bring back the Uzumaki clan?" Akihiko, slightly taken aback by the question, paused for a moment before responding, "Well, it's an entertainment format similar to the popular comic books in the ninja world, and what is movie anyway?" Yoshinori's eyes lit up with recognition. "Ah, you mean the guide to evaluating eccentric beauties from different races?" Akihiko was taken aback by the elder's remark. He hadn't expected Yoshinori to make the connection to that specific comic book. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Have you seen it?" Yoshinori shook his head with certainty. "No, leader, I haven't personally seen it. But I heard Lord Muki talking about it. He mentioned that his prized copy of the book was stolen, and he was devastated. Being grateful to Lord Muki for bringing the Uzumaki clan back, I instructed our clan members to keep an eye out for the book, hoping to find it and express our gratitude." A wry smile tugged at Akihiko's lips as he muttered to himself, "That Muki, causing trouble again." Then, turning to Yoshinori, he reassured him, "Don't worry about that old pervert. Let's not trouble the Uzumaki clan with it either. I'll handle Muki." With those words, Akihiko retrieved a stack of documents and presented them to Yoshinori. It was an improved version of the script titled Gambling Shadows, which they had discussed previously. "This movie is based on the concept you mentioned earlier," Akihiko explained. "It's like a play but with moving images and dialogue. It's similar to what you suggested, but with a few differences. You'll understand it better once it's filmed. I'm planning to shoot this movie and hope to enlist the help of the Uzumaki clan." Yoshinori responded with unwavering loyalty, "No matter the task, the Uzumaki clan will fulfill it diligently." "Good, there's no need to be so nervous. Take a look at the script," Akihiko encouraged, handing the document to Yoshinori. Yoshinori received the script with a serious expression and began flipping through its pages. It was Gambling Shadows, the script that Akihiko had adapted. Originally, Akihiko had intended to attract Tsunade, a wealthy individual, to the Land of Grass in the hopes of earning some much-needed funds for its development. After all, the Land of Grass was struggling with poverty. The accumulated wealth of the Senju clan, spanning generations of Hokage, far surpassed that of their humble nation. The script for Gambling Shadows painted a dramatic and intense story, centered around Uzumaki-jin's renowned gambling skills in the ninja world. The narrative followed his journey as he accepted an invitation from his close friend, Ho Uchiha, to engage in a high-stakes gambling showdown with Take Torai Kimijiro, famously known as the King of Gamblers in the Mist Village. However, just before the anticipated showdown, Jin found himself ensnared in a trap that resulted in the loss of his memory. In a drunken state, Ho mistakenly entered Jin's home and committed a heinous act, killing Jin's girlfriend and fellow clan members. Consumed by regret, Ho dispatched individuals to pursue Jin relentlessly. Fortunately, Jin was able to escape the clutches of his pursuers, thanks to the intervention of the ninjas from the Grass Village. As fate would have it, Jin's memory was restored through a fortuitous accident. The long-awaited showdown with Take Torai Kimijiro finally arrived, and through his exceptional gambling skills, Jin emerged victorious. Simultaneously, the remnants of a damaged cassette tape revealed the true nature of Ho's malevolence. With the support of the Grass Village ninjas, Jin confronted the villains, sought vengeance for his grievances, and ultimately found solace and a new home in the Land of Grass, where he could forge a happy and fulfilling life. It was essential to emphasize that the story had undergone extensive modifications, with all names changed except for the Grass Village. Any similarities to real individuals or events were purely coincidental. It was indeed difficult to fathom the major ninja villages initiating a war against the Grass Village due to this fictional narrative. The Land of Grass had no intention of provoking conflict or causing harm with their movie production. Instead, they sought to entertain and captivate audiences while showcasing the talent and potential of the Grass Village shinobi. Akihiko understood the importance of clarifying these points to avoid any misunderstandings or unnecessary tensions. The Land of Grass aimed to foster peaceful relations with the other ninja villages and contribute positively to the broader ninja world. As Uzumaki Yoshinori finished reading the script, a complex expression appeared on his face, and he let out a long sigh. He looked up at Akihiko, his leader, who was calmly sipping water. "Akihiko-sama, you were already aware of this?" he asked, his voice filled with a mix of emotions. Akihiko, caught off guard by Yoshinori's question, set down his teacup and prepared to respond. But before he could speak, Yoshinori's tone changed, and his words carried a sense of weariness. Many clan members felt suspicious that day. Yoshinori began. Familiar sealing techniques, mercenary ninjas of unknown origin, and sealing techniques that only the Uzumaki clan and Mito-sama of Konoha possess. After Mito-sama's departure, it was expected that they would be passed on to that girl, Kushina. Konoha promised to let the Uzumaki clan continue in Konoha. Ho, Uzumaki-jin, betrayal, the massacre of our kin. Hasn't the Uzumaki clan always been plagued by such tragedies? Yoshinori's voice trailed off as his mind wandered through the memories of betrayal and the loss of his family. The questions weighed heavily on him, and he couldn't help but voice his concerns. So, where did those mysterious ninjas come from? He wondered aloud. Akihiko fell silent, contemplating Yoshinori's words. It was true that Kushina later learned the sealing techniques, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't possess them. Furthermore, many individuals in Konoha, such as Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, had knowledge of sealing techniques, though it was uncertain if they were specifically Uzumaki clan techniques. The suspicions of the Uzumaki clan regarding Konoha's involvement in their subsequent suppression lingered. Akihiko's mind raced, considering the possibility. After all, Konoha had conducted numerous human experiments in the early stages for wood release research, which were initially allowed by the third Hokage but later prohibited. However, Orochimaru and Danzo had continued these experiments in secret. Could it be related to this? Could Danzo and his root Anbu be behind the mysterious ninjas and the Uzumaki clan's suffering? Akihiko couldn't dismiss the notion, especially considering the historical connection between the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, as well as Konoha's actions in the past. But the timing didn't seem right, and the discussion had initially been about the movie script. Akihiko couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion about how they ended up discussing Konoha and the Uzumaki clan's troubled history. Akihiko put down his teacup and looked at Yoshinori with a serious expression. Yoshinori, we will address these concerns, but let's focus on the movie for now. However, Uzumaki Yoshinori hesitated for a moment before raising his concern to Akihiko. Leader, aren't you worried about other ninja villages discovering that the Land of Grass has accepted the Uzumaki clan? The current situation of the Uzumaki clan is not very good. Akihiko listened to Yoshinori's concerns and understood the gravity of the situation for the Uzumaki clan. He knew that their current situation was precarious, and the other ninja villages might take notice of their presence in the Land of Grass. However, Akihiko had considered this matter before and had confidence in the Land of Grass's ability to withstand any potential threats. He believed that the other 5 great ninja villages, apart from the root, wouldn't readily take action. Any attempts by the Hidden Cloud village might be secretive and aimed at abducting someone rather than launching a large-scale operation. He emphasized that the Land of Grass, situated between 2 major countries, wouldn't be attacked and wiped out like the Land of Whirlpools. Even if Konoha or Iwagakure were to challenge them, Akihiko was confident in his ability to defend the Land of Grass. Akihiko explained his perspective with determination. The Uzumaki clan is a part of the Land of Grass. Regardless of the difficulties we may face, the Land of Grass will always be the Uzumaki clan's staunchest support. It is our responsibility and duty to protect the people of the Land of Grass. Uzumaki Yoshinori was moved by Akihiko's words, his face trembling and his eyes welling up with emotion. But before he could respond, Akihiko redirected the conversation back to the movie and the clan members' whereabouts. Let's focus on the matter at hand. I plan to involve the Uzumaki clan in the movie. This way, if other Uzumaki clan members outside see it, they might deduce that some of their own people are in the Land of Grass, Akihiko suggested, waving his hand. I assume you are also unaware of the current locations of your clan members. Yoshinori sighed and nodded, acknowledging that it was true. After the Uzumaki clan dispersed, they kept their destinations hidden from one another to ensure their survival. I will dispatch Grass Village ninjas to investigate. With the intelligence we gather, the Grass Village is no less capable than the 5 great ninja villages, Akihiko reassured with a smile. The new year is approaching, and filming begins tomorrow. Let's complete the movie as soon as possible and strive to bring happiness to all your clan members for the new year. Yoshinori's lips trembled, and he nodded, affirming his commitment. Yes, Akihiko-sama. Akihiko nodded approvingly at Uzumaki Yoshinori's response. That's the spirit, Yoshinori. We will find a way to reunite the Uzumaki clan members and ensure their safety. In the meantime, let's focus on making this movie a success and bring a message to your clansmen that there's a safe home waiting for them. Uzumaki Yoshinori's eyes brightened, his determination reignited. Yes, leader. We will give our utmost effort to make this movie a testament to the resilience and strength of the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 17, Ch. 17 Chinoite Clan. The movie production proceeded smoothly, with the casting of Uzumaki clan members swiftly completed. The set and lighting arrangements were also easily taken care of, as they built a luxurious casino for the filming. Since all the actors were skilled ninjas, disguising themselves for the play was a simple task that required no additional training. Within a span of just 2 weeks, the filming work was finished. Subsequently, Akihiko took charge of the editing and post-production work himself since his task system did not include entertainment-related functions. After completing all the necessary tasks, Akihiko bid farewell to Miobuki. Despite Miobuki's questionable behavior, he acknowledged the usefulness of having him as a diplomat in the ninja world. Miobuki's ability to handle diplomacy and force made him an invaluable asset, ensuring successful negotiations when Mute was sent as a representative. However, Akihiko had a more pressing matter at hand. Based on the intelligence gathered by the Grass Village ninjas during their external investigations, it was discovered that a fallen bloodline clan called the Chinoite clan existed in the Land of Hot Water. They inquired whether Akihiko wished to proceed with their talent acquisition plan, which involved recruiting members from the Chinoite clan. As the first secret policy upon the rebuilding of the Land of Grass, Akihiko had initiated the Land of Grass Nation Development Plan, talent acquisition. Despite their inherent skepticism towards ninjas from other villages, the Grass Village ninjas placed great importance on this plan. They followed Akihiko's orders diligently, striving to accommodate wandering ninja as much as possible. The Chinoite clan, known for their Kitsuragan, was renowned for their mastery of genjutsu. Once ensnared in their genjutsu, escape was said to be impossible. They can also use the Kitsuragan to manipulate liquids that have high iron contents, such as blood or the water that naturally flows in the Valley of Hell. Before they can manipulate such liquids, it is necessary that they imbue it with their own chakra. They possessed unique techniques that utilized blood, allowing them to inflict wounds on enemies and turn them into human bombs. However, the activation of their Kitsuragan required intense emotional stimulation, and their visual prowess was comparable to the 3 Tomo Sharingan, albeit not as powerful as the Mangekyo Sharingan. Similar to the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans, the Chinoite clan had faced their own tragic fate. They were annihilated, similar to the Uchiha clan. Perhaps they were distant relatives of the Uchiha clan, just as the Uzumaki clan was to the Senju clan. During the Warring States period, the Chinoite clan was falsely accused and exiled by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. It was the Uchiha clan who offered them protection, albeit with some animosity. The Uchiha clan, then in a position of dominance, suppressed the Chinoite clan and caused the deaths of many of its members. Considering the mistreatment suffered by the Chinoite clan and their ability to maintain their mental stability, it can be inferred that they possessed remarkable resilience. Moreover, subsequent events involving Sasuke Uchiha demonstrated that their mental instability could be guided and educated. As for why Akihiko needed to personally intervene, it was because, unlike the wandering Uzumaki clan, the Chinoite clan still had a base of their own. They were merely lacking freedom and faced a somewhat hostile environment. Therefore, if the plan involved abducting 1 or 2 members of the bloodline, it could be accomplished without his direct involvement. However, if they aimed to recruit the entire clan's bloodline, Akihiko knew he had to take action personally. Thus, Akihiko set out for the land of hot springs, specifically the Valley of Hell, where the Shinoite clan resided. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a grass village ninja contact. Kusano-sama. Akihiko nodded in acknowledgement and looked at the grass village ninja before him. You've worked hard. For the land of grass. Solemnly declared the grass village ninja as they handed over the gathered intelligence on the Shinoite clan and its members. As per the leader's request, we have refrained from making direct contact with the Shinoite clan. Akihiko nodded, unsurprised by the cautious approach. After all, the Shinoite clan's expertise in genjutsu made it easy for them to detect grass village ninjas who possessed limited abilities beyond their role as information brokers. Accepting the file presented by the grass village ninja, Akihiko delved into the contents, containing the results of the grass ninja's investigation into the Shinoite clan and its members. While the Shinoite clan boasted a greater number of members compared to the nearly extinct Uzumaki clan, the total count, including civilians, barely surpassed 100. Most of them were skilled ninjas, with over 20 high-level shinobi, accounting for nearly half of the combined Chunin and Genin ranks. It appeared that the environment within the Valley of Hell was even harsher than anticipated. Such harsh conditions could forge individuals, but it also rendered it inhospitable for ordinary civilians to survive. Analyzing the information in his mind, Akihiko furrowed his brow, took a moment to ponder, and then set off towards the Valley of Hell. As he approached the Valley of Hell, two ninja with crimson eyes intercepted his path. Shinoite clan ninja. Halt! Leave this place! They commanded. Akihiko replied nonchalantly, inform your clan leader. The leader of the land of grass has come to pay a visit. His words reverberated through the air. The leader of the land of grass? The Shinoite ninja were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why the leader of the land of grass would venture to their territory. After a brief moment of consideration and silence, they finally bowed and said, "Please wait." Though the land of grass was a small country, its ninjas would never recklessly offend a daimyo. Before long, someone emerged and requested Akihiko to follow them. Led by his guide, Akihiko soon found himself entering a stuffy and sweltering stone chamber. The land of hot water. It was a nation renowned for its hot springs, with numerous thermal baths spread across its territory. Many passing ninjas and merchants chose to stay for a day or two just to indulge in the soothing waters. As for the Valley of Hell, it resided within an extinct volcanic crater, rendering the environment far beyond mere harshness. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of fertile land, and the air carried a pungent scent. The indoor temperature was oppressively hot. Akihiko scanned the chamber, taking in the surroundings, when a middle-aged man entered. It was Takeshi Shinoike, the leader of the Shinoite clan. Confusion edged across Takeshi's face as he gazed at Akihiko. The leader of the land of grass. Recalling the report from the ninja who had been conducting patrols a few days ago, which stated that they had detected individuals surveilling them, Takeshi had instructed his clan members not to pay any heed to them, considering the Shinoite clan's current circumstances. Could it be that those people were sent by the leader of the land of grass? With a slight pause, Takeshi inquired, "May I ask why you're here? Do you have any missions to entrust to the Shinoite clan?" "No. It's just, to take all of you away," Akihiko stated with conviction, his voice carrying a hint of affirmation. Thinking, take us away. Leave the Valley of Hell. Takeshi was momentarily stunned. He narrowed his eyes, seeking clarification. What do you mean, sir? Just that. Akihiko smiled at him. Don't the Shinoite clan desire to leave? Takeshi was left speechless, silently acknowledging inwardly, don't they wish to leave? Of course, they do. Having endured the Valley of Hell for so many years, only they understood the terror of this environment. However, departing recklessly would undoubtedly result in being hunted down by the hidden Cloud Village, potentially leading to their extinction. After all, it was an order from the Land of Lightning's daimyo. Thus, by staying in the Valley of Hell, the Shinoite clan could maintain their survival. But if they were to leave, it would signify their demise. Nonetheless, Takeshi peered deeply into the eyes of the young man before him. Akihiko was the first person to approach them and show acceptance toward the Shinoite clan. Ninjas were different from ordinary individuals. Without someone to offer acceptance, they could only become wanderers, with no place to call home in the vast ninja world, endlessly wandering until their demise. This internal conflict weighed heavily on Takeshi's heart. Taking into account the current state of the Shinoite clan, he let out a sigh and spoke, "I apologize, but please depart." Leader of the Land of Grass, the Shinoite clan will not abandon the Valley of Hell. However, Akihiko remained undeterred, enticing Takeshi with his words. "Do you desire the recognition of others? Do you wish to lead the Shinoite clan to re-emerge in the ninja world? Do you yearn for ninja missions? Do you want to provide your clan members with a content and stable life, with plentiful food and clothing?" His voice softened. "If you do, then join us. By becoming part of the Land of Grass, you can attain everything you desire. Follow us, earn millions, and live a tranquil life within the Land of Grass. What are you waiting for? Join our extensive family, the Land of Grass." Takeshi stood in stunned silence, surprised by the unexpected offer and unable to find words to respond. Chapter 18, ch. 18 Loyalty. Ninjas. In the ninja world, they are different from ordinary people. Ninjas are individuals who long for recognition and care. Once they become wanderers, they are like homeless people, abandoned by the entire ninja world. However, if you show them some care during this time, they will be devoted to you wholeheartedly and follow your orders. You should understand that even the Uchiha clan, labeled an evil clan by the second Hokage, faced rejection and restrictions. Nevertheless, they upheld the agreement with the Senju clan and protected Konoha. They always desired to send clan members to the third Hokage to improve the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Their rebellion only occurred when they could no longer bear it. However, in the end, their clan leader chose not to rebel and instead chose to die quietly. This reveals a lot, doesn't it? Therefore, when recruiting wandering ninjas in the ninja world, it is best to be straightforward about it. Of course, there are also ninjas who do not adhere to the ninja code, such as the wandering ninjas who later went to the Land of Birds. Those individuals had intentions of overthrowing the country and establishing their own ninja village. However, there are those who follow orders and stay in the Valley of Hell at all times, even after the Uchiha clan left and the ninja village system was established. They remained here until, after the clan was wiped out, with only 2 survivors in hiding. So, it is highly unlikely that the Shinoite clan would lack principles to that extent. Akihiko looked at the silent Takeshi Shinoike, his face filled with concern, and smiled. The Shinoite clan awakens their abilities through intense emotional stimulation. Before he could finish his sentence, Takeshi Shinoike suddenly looked up, staring at Akihiko. "How do you know so much about the Shinoite clan's secrets?" "It doesn't matter how I know. What's important now is to rely on emotions. How long can the Shinoite clan maintain themselves in the oppressive atmosphere of the Valley of Hell?" Akihiko continued with a dose of harsh reality. "I suppose many members of the Shinoite clan have already started experiencing mental problems," he added casually. "Perhaps in the future, the Shinoite clan will perish at the hands of their own people." As Akihiko finished speaking, Takeshi Shinoike paused, his face growing even gloomier. After all, Akihiko was right. The Shinoite clan awakened their eyes through emotional stimulation, making them even more sensitive to the oppressive atmosphere. That's why, even with fewer than 100 clan members here, more than half of them had awakened their eyes. Surviving in this environment was easier for ninjas, and the oppressive atmosphere stimulated the clan members to further awaken their eyes. Takeshi Shinoike took a deep breath, his mind racing with thoughts about the future of his clan. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him as he realized the dire predicament they were facing. The Shinoite clan had already suffered immense losses, and if they didn't take action, their existence would be extinguished. As the clan leader, Takeshi knew that if things continued like this, the Shinoite clan would eventually be wiped out. He fell silent for a moment, then looked up again. What does the Shinoite clan need to contribute? Loyalty. Akihiko replied firmly. Takeshi only looked at him, waiting for something more. Seeing no further response, he couldn't help but think, isn't that natural? However, as things seemed to be going well, Akihiko's face lit up with enthusiasm. He spread out a stack of documents and exclaimed, "Let me tell you. You've stumbled upon a great opportunity. The land of grass has just been rebuilt, and the country and village are flourishing. Therefore, talent is highly valued." As he spoke, Akihiko handed the documents in his hand to Takeshi Shinoike, allowing him to review the information. Now, by joining the land of grass, not only will you immediately obtain citizenship in the land of grass and enjoy all the rights of the country, but the land of grass will also provide housing, protection, and free quality education for eligible children within the country. Consider the Uchiha clan in Konoha, who joined from the beginning alongside the Senju clan and have now become prominent figures in Konoha. And you? Akihiko pointed directly at Takeshi. In the hidden grass village, there is hope for you to become the next Uchiha. Takeshi Shinoike was completely stunned by this sudden change in the situation. The prospect of becoming the next Uchiha, even in a small remote country like the land of grass, was almost unbelievable. After so many years, they no longer cared about the conflicts with the Uchiha clan. All they wanted was to live a normal life. Initially, Takeshi had thought that before joining the land of grass, the Shinoite clan would have to engage in some questionable activities, as it was a tradition in the ninja world. No country or village would accept a group of wandering ninjas without a reason, unless they were qualified to become tools. But now, it seemed that going to the land of grass might be a good choice, if the information provided was true. A brief smile appeared on Takeshi's exhausted and hungry face. He then pointed at the document, his expression serious, and asked, "Rights and obligations? What obligations does the Shinoite clan need to fulfill?" "These are the rights of being a shinobi citizen of the land of grass. As long as you are a shinobi citizen of the land of grass, while enjoying the rights, you also need to fulfill corresponding obligations," Akihiko explained in a serious tone. "It's not just the obligations of the Shinoite clan, the rights and obligations of all related parties are listed there. You can see for yourself." After hearing this, Takeshi glanced at the document and was immediately taken aback, not out of fear but because of how ordinary the obligations seemed. Isn't it the duty of a shinobi in the hidden grass village to protect the country and the interests of the village? The responsibilities listed in the document appeared to align with that. The village hidden in the clouds. Takeshi uttered with a mix of fear and uncertainty. "As long as you are a shinobi citizen of the land of grass, you will receive the protection of the land of grass," Akihiko assured him earnestly. At this point, Takeshi realized that the village hidden in the clouds likely no longer cared about the Shinoite clan. The start of the Third Shinobi World War was not long after the end of the Second Shinobi World War, and the village hidden in the clouds was one of the participating nations. It was probable that they were now focused on preparing for war and had no time to deal with a ninja clan that had been abandoned for so many years. Moreover, the land of grass already had the Uzumaki clan, which was being targeted by the entire ninja world. Adding one more clan, the Shinoike, probably wouldn't pose a problem. As Akihiko finished speaking, Takeshi felt a tremor of excitement, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Akihiko respectfully and said, "Yes. Leader-sama. The land of grass accepting the Shinoite clan, success." "Great." Akihiko nodded with a smile and was about to instruct the Shinoite clan to leave for the land of grass when a grass shinobi rushed in. The shinobi bowed respectfully and said, "Leader-sama, we have received a message from Mubuki-sama." They have found a group of Uzumaki clan members, about 50 of them. Akihako's face lit up with a smile. Found them? Did they bring them to the land of grass? The grass shinobi hesitated for a moment before responding, well. Miyubuki-sama sent word that they encountered some trouble. That group of Uzumaki clan members is currently within the borders of the Land of Fire, under surveillance by a mysterious group of ninjas. Miyubuki-sama said they currently don't have the ability to bring them back. Akihiko was stunned by this news, realizing that the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Move the time back a little. Here is a secluded small town in the Land of Fire. At this moment, a young girl with black short hair looked hesitantly and worriedly at the woman with long, golden wavy hair beside her. Finally, she bit her lip and spoke up, "Lady Tsunade, you can't go on like this." It had been about a month since Tsunade had arrived in the town. During this time, the young girl had witnessed the once legendary Sunin and hero of the Second Shinobi World War spiral down into despair and indulgence. Tsunade had become immersed in gambling, even though she kept losing. She would laugh it off, but it was clear to the girl that something was wrong. If it weren't for her belief that Tsunade was still capable of being saved, she would have thought that overwhelming sorrow had taken its toll on Tsunade's mental state. "Lady Tsunade, even Dan uncle wouldn't want to see you continue like this." And. The girl seemed a bit embarrassed as she continued, "If we keep losing like this, we'll run out of money." "Ha ha ha. No money? Shizuan, my dear. You underestimate me. I'm so broke that all I have left is money." Tsunade pinched the girl's cheek affectionately and laughed as if she had no sorrow. "The money left by my grandfather, my uncle and my grandmother Mito, as well as the houses in the village, no matter how I spend it, I won't run out." But... Shizuan still wanted to say something. "No more buts, Shizuan. Listen to me. Don't worry, we won't run out of money. Not in this lifetime." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Then she glanced at the nearby gambling hall and snorted. Those people dared to call her their cash cow? Today, she will show them. As she prepared to enter the gambling hall, Tsunade noticed a crowd gathering not far away and paused. Why are there so many people? Is it a new gambling hall? Just then, she heard someone shouting, "Grand opening special! Grassland Cinema presents a blockbuster film from the ninja world, giving you a completely new and unparalleled experience, experiencing the prowess of the gambling god. Now you can enter for just 1 coin, and the first 100, will also receive a free bucket of popcorn." Tsunade was stunned. What was all this about? A gambling god? A movie? She was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Intrigued, she squeezed through the crowd and saw an advertisement board nearby that left her momentarily stunned. It read, Uzumaki. Chapter 19, ch. 19 Movie Premiere. With curiosity, Tsunade led Shizuan inside the closed space. It appeared to be a newly constructed area, still rough around the edges, and many people looked around in confusion. The space consisted of dozens of chairs facing a huge white cloth. At first glance, it didn't seem particularly remarkable. And what exactly is a movie? Moreover, the title of the movie caught Tsunade's attention, The Gambling Shadow. It seemed to be related to the 5 great shadows, which piqued her curiosity even more. As Shizuan and Tsunade settled into their seats, Shizuan leaned in and whispered, "Lady Tsunade, this is the popcorn they gave us." She glanced around and noticed kusagakure ninjas nearby. "I just noticed, there are kusagakure ninjas here. Do you know what they're doing?" "Well, whatever they're up to, it doesn't concern me. I've already left Konoha," Tsunade casually remarked, unabashedly helping herself to one of the supposedly free popcorn. She grabbed a handful and threw it into her mouth, her eyes brightening. "Hey, it tastes pretty good. They added sugar and milk." Curiously, Tsunade glanced at the paper cup in her hand and spotted a familiar figure on it. It was a red-haired boy, the same one she encountered when the grass shadows took her away last time. He held a cup of milk in his left hand and gave a thumbs up with his right hand. The cup read, "Selected milk from the Grass Shadow Village, each premium cow carefully nurtured, enjoying professional physical ninja massages." Tsunade's face displayed a puzzled expression. What on earth was this Grass Shadow Village up to? Physical ninja massages and premium milk from a small place like that? The Grass Shadow Village seemed to have no shame, true to its name. However, Tsunade didn't voice her thoughts and continued to enjoy the popcorn. At that moment, Shizun whispered again, "They are not hiding, they are openly standing outside." Seeing Tsunade's lack of concern, she felt relieved. It seemed that Lady Tsunade wouldn't be gambling today, saving them from losing more money. After a brief contemplation, Shizun said, "They should be the person in charge of this strange place. Why should we care about them if they're not being sneaky? This isn't Konoha." "Oh, wait, we don't care about them anyway," Tsunade responded dismissively. "But, we are still Konoha ninjas. Regardless, we should pay attention to ninjas from other villages," Shizun tried to reason. "No. We are not anymore. What's the point of being a ninja?" Tsunade impatiently waved her hand and shifted her attention to the large white cloth above. "Why did they let us in here? Just to look at this cloth? What's so interesting about it? If they don't start soon, I'll smash this place and make them refund our money." As soon as she finished speaking, a sound interrupted her thoughts. Ka! The lights suddenly went out, plunging the cinema into darkness. The audience, previously filled with curiosity and chatter, fell silent and turned their attention to the cloth hanging above. Even Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey!" as she looked up in anticipation. Before long, lines of text appeared on the cloth, captivating the audience's attention. Exclusive premiere from Land of Grass Entertainment. Certified by Grasswood. Selected blockbusters. With each line of strange words, the crowd grew even quieter, their curiosity intensifying for this unseen movie. Meanwhile, in a relatively secluded corner inside the cinema, two figures wrapped in heavy clothing were also fixated on the cloth, their gaze unwavering. A glimpse of red hair could be seen in the darkness. "Kiji, Elder Yonjin asked us to buy food, but we came here to watch this movie. Is it really worth it?" One of the red-haired individuals whispered, glancing around cautiously. "I will personally explain it to the elder later. I know you're curious about how the third elder and the others are faring, right?" The red-haired person named Kiji replied with a serious expression. "And as ninjas, if an emergency arises, we can temporarily adjust our mission plans." Although the elders had instructed them to keep their whereabouts a secret when they fled, ensuring the survival of the Uzumaki clan and even abandoning their ancient name, Kiji still had a burning desire to know how the other clan members were doing. That's right. When he saw the sign at the entrance, he immediately recognized the red-haired lead actor as a member of the Uzumaki clan. It was one of the clan members who had escaped with Elder Ijin. And the bold title Uzumaki, it undoubtedly aimed to capture their attention or convey something to these hidden clan members. Kiji couldn't help but wonder if the third elder and the others had encountered any trouble, and what their connection was with the grass shadows. After all, his younger brother, Eiji, was among them. In this moment, anxiety gnawed at his heart. He involuntarily tightened his grip on the popcorn in his hand, which he had sampled earlier and found to be surprisingly good, filling his stomach. Considering they had only paid a penny for the movie ticket and received the complimentary popcorn, it wasn't a bad deal. Therefore, Kiji refrained from eating too much and planned to bring some back for the elders to try. Since the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, the clan had been living as refugees, struggling to find a stable source of income. And with the Uzumaki clan's large appetites, they could barely sustain themselves with a small daily ration. Food was crucial for them at the moment. A bitter smile graced Kiji's face as he thought about how the once mighty Uzumaki clan had fallen to such a state. After the land of whirlpools was destroyed, they became hunted, forced to hide and escape to the east. Their group of refugees, after the sacrifice of the fifth elder, was now led by the seventh elder to a remote town in the land of fire for temporary shelter. However, they all knew they couldn't hide forever. Their pursuers would stop at nothing to track them down. Sighing with a sense of melancholy, Kiji quickly quieted down as the screen changed, signaling the start of the movie. A movie? What was it all about? Curiosity burned in their hearts as the story began to unfold before their eyes. With curiosity burning in their hearts, the story unfolded before their eyes. Akihiko had meticulously crafted the plot to create a grand opening, optimizing it to intensify the conflicts between the main and supporting characters. As Tsunade and Uzumaki Kiji watched, they held their breath when they witnessed Konoha's betrayal of their dear friend, Uzumaki Jin, and the annihilation of his family. Both of them understood the pain and anger that surged within. For Uzumaki Kiji, who had experienced the destruction of the land of whirlpools and the subsequent years of living as a refugee, his emotions were even more complex. Although Konoha was not directly responsible for the tragedy, he couldn't deny the resentment he felt toward them. Tears welled up in their eyes, and their hands clenched tightly once again, overwhelmed with a mix of sorrow and determination. As the scenes unfolded, reaching their climactic moments, Uzumaki Jin successfully exacted his revenge, and the villains met their rightful punishment. However, it was the final scene that left them utterly stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at each other, then turned back to the screen. In the end, Uzumaki Jin found solace in the land of grass and embraced a life filled with happiness. But it wasn't this revelation that shook them to the core. It was the scene that had just passed by. They saw Elder Yoshinori and Eiji, one peacefully sitting in a courtyard, witnessing the gentle snowfall, while the other wore a genuine smile, teaching a group of children in a classroom. The joy radiating from their faces was undeniable. This. Uzumaki Kiji and his friends seemed to realize something in that moment, their eyes brimming with excitement. A trace of brightness appeared in their eyes as they realized the implications. They needed to inform the elders about what they had witnessed as soon as possible. Perhaps the time had come when the Uzumaki clan no longer needed to run and hide. A glimmer of hope began to spark within them, igniting the belief that a peaceful life was within reach once again. Uzumaki Kiji exchanged a knowing glance with his fellow clansmen, their hearts filled with a newfound hope. The movie had struck a chord with them, resonating with their own experiences and struggles. It hinted at the possibility of a brighter future, where the Uzumaki clan could find peace and rebuild their lives. Eager to share their discovery with the elders, they quietly left the cinema, walking swiftly and determined. As they made their way back to their temporary shelter. Chapter 20, Ch. 20 Rescue. Information has already been transmitted, and I believe the leader will arrive soon. Mubuki's voice trembled with a mixture of fear and determination as he addressed the group. As he gazed at the darkened night sky, a sense of unease settled over him. He hadn't anticipated that finding the Uzumaki clan members would attract the attention of skilled shinobi who were now hunting them down. Unlike the previous encounter in the land of hot water, these were not mere mercenaries hired by merchants. They were elite shinobi, a force to be reckoned with. Their previous incident of abducting someone had attracted the attention of a hidden force behind the scenes. That's why they had dispatched such a formidable group this time. Mubuki's eyes shifted towards the emaciated and ailing Uzumaki clan members behind him. His heart sank with a deep sense of melancholy. If it were up to him, kusagakure would not have welcomed these wandering shinobi. The troubles they brought and the potential for infiltration posed too great a risk. But he had no choice but to obey the orders of the leader. Moreover, he had vehemently denied being responsible for giving the book to Yahiko. It was Yahiko who took it upon himself. Yet, he was still unjustly accused and sent out on this perilous mission. Life was so unfair. And now, standing in the cold night air, Muki couldn't help but feel a sense of impending doom. If it weren't for the rarity of the signed book from Ikanu-sensei, he would have gladly stayed indoors. But he had no choice due to the circumstances. He was likely in great danger now. As his thoughts swirled in turmoil, a hushed voice pierced the silence. "SHH." Everyone's expressions changed as they looked around, their hearts filled with trepidation. A group of figures, concealed behind tightly wrapped cloaks and wearing animal masks, emerged, encircling them. "Uzumaki clan, come with us." It was evident that their identities were intentionally obscured. Muki and the others stood frozen, their faces drained of color, as they found themselves surrounded by high-level shinobi. Why are they here already? And why are there so many elite shinobi? Muki's expression darkened, torn between conflicting emotions. He inwardly acknowledged that fleeing was no longer an option. These shinobi were different from the average ones, they were specialized assassins, skilled in the art of killing. Anbu? Could they be Anbu shinobi from Konoha? As he glanced back at the Uzumaki clan members behind him, a flicker of concern passed through his mind. Ashui and Yahiko, those two troublemakers, should be able to fend for themselves. Remember, no more book thefts this time. And ensure that you burn the books for their old man. With a determined look on his face, he was about to step forward to face the approaching shinobi. Cough cough. "Let me handle this." An Uzumaki elder, frail and pale, stepped forward, his voice strained. It was evident that he had suffered severe injuries. Casting a deep gaze at the grass shinobi who had unexpectedly arrived to take them away, he spoke with conviction, "I will hold them off. Uzumaki clan. I am placing my trust in you. To be honest, if it weren't for the news from Kiji and the others about their eldest brother's presence in grass country, and the sudden ambush they encountered, Yonjin Uzumaki would never have agreed to venture into the unknown territory so hastily." The doubts gnawed at him. What if it was a trap? A trap specifically designed to ensnare the Uzumaki clan? The man before him didn't exude a trustworthy aura. In fact, he seemed quite the opposite. Especially when Yonjin considered the reputation of the grass shinobi village, his suspicions only intensified. But they had no other options. With a heavy sigh, Yonjin reluctantly gave in to the circumstances. "I'm counting on you. Please stop them," Muki shamelessly agreed, waving his hand as if it were an easy task. "Rest assured, grass country has always been true to its word and never lies. Let's go, let's go. We need to hurry. Once we reach grass country, you'll have a good life." Yonjin's mouth twitched at the blatant lies. He began to question his decision. True to their word? Kusagakure? What a deceitful bunch. However, attack. Without a moment's hesitation, the surrounding shinobi issued the order, leaving Yonjin no choice but to swiftly intervene. But facing 10 high-level shinobi, weakened by continuous escaping from other villages and the injuries he had sustained during saving the members of his clan, Yonjin found himself at a distinct disadvantage. His body was fatigued, hunger gnawed at his insides, and he felt that his chances of stopping them were slim. In no time, he found himself on the back foot. It was at this crucial moment that the enemy shinobi swung their blades, closing in on him from behind. Yonjin's expression turned grim as he locked eyes with the approaching shinobi, determination burning within him. He swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful sealing jutsu, the very technique that had struck fear into the hearts of countless shinobi across the world. But before he could complete the seal, boom! A massive boulder crashed down upon the enemy shinobi, catching them off guard. Their expressions shifted to panic as they shouted, "Retreat!" But it was too late. The giant stone, carrying immense force, sent them hurtling through the air. 3 of them coughed up blood upon impact, their lives hanging by a thread. The elder's immediate threat was temporarily alleviated, but those 3 enemy shinobi seemed to still cling to life. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield. who had intervened at this critical moment. Yet, when they followed the trajectory of the boulder with their eyes, they found no trace of its origin. The leader. Mubuki momentarily pondered, his mind racing with possibilities. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, shaking his head. No. It can't be the leader. If it were the leader, those shinobi would have met their end long ago. Despite the leader often wearing a smile and boasting about elevating the land of grass to the ranks of the 6 great nations, surpassing even the land of fire, he was far from being a benevolent figure. Back then, they had eradicated all rebellious shinobi factions within the land of grass, putting an end to the chaos and allowing the nation to begin rebuilding. In that critical moment, Mubuki could discern with a single glance that the leader was no ordinary person. The leader was exceptional, and it was this extraordinary quality that had compelled Mubuki to follow without hesitation, though the kunai pointed at his neck might have played a part too. What the hell am I doing? What are you guys doing? Run! Mubuki shouted, jolting everyone into action. They quickly resumed their escape. However, they found themselves surrounded once again, with no escape route in sight. The opposing shinobi were numerous, each one exuding an aura of formidable strength. Moreover, they had to ensure the safety of a group of ordinary civilians while trying to flee. But this time, no massive stones came crashing down to their aid. Mubuki sighed and muttered to himself, this time, we're finished. I forgot to remind Azui and Yahiko to burn Ikanu-sensei's new book for his father. The remaining high-level Uzumaki shinobi exchanged glances, their faces edged with disappointment and sorrow. They had hoped that once they reached grass country, their days of wandering would come to an end, and a brighter future would unfold. But it seemed fate had other plans for them. However, from where did they appear? Surrender! The mysterious shinobi commanded, their tone cold and devoid of emotion. We don't wish to kill you. It seemed their intention was to capture them alive, but for what purpose? Experiments? Or to exploit the Uzumaki clan's unique physical abilities and sealing jutsu? Yet, it no longer mattered. Determination gleamed in the eyes of the Uzumaki clan members as their hands swiftly formed seals, ready to demonstrate the might of their clan. Suddenly, infinite paper swords. A/N. A calm and familiar voice echoed through the air. Mubuki, the shameless individual, dispelled his ninjutsu in a hurry and swiftly moved backward, a delighted expression crossing his face. Hurry! Find cover! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood in disbelief. Before both the Uzumaki clan and the mysterious shinobi could react, a figure materialized in the darkened sky, wings flapping behind them. Countless paper swords soared through the air, assailing the group of shinobi. The leader has arrived. Simultaneously, in a nearby vicinity, a figure strolled along the streets, yawning as her chest rose and fell. However, her demeanor abruptly shifted as her gaze turned serious, fixed upon a particular direction. This chakra. Who could it be? She paused for a moment before shaking her head, and continued walking with a dismissive gesture. Chapter 21, ch. 21 Saved. The secret technique of the paper style was something he had acquired during his previous visit to the Rain Country, where he fulfilled a special order from Conan. And it has proven to be quite useful. Manipulating paper to form any desired shape had its advantages. As he observed countless paper swords impaling the tightly wrapped shinobi around him, he couldn't help but admit that while the spectacle of the flying swords was impressive, controlling so many paper blades simultaneously was quite challenging, especially for his first attempt. Not long after the initial shock, the well-trained shinobi quickly regained their composure. They recognized that a formidable opponent had arrived and swiftly ordered their subordinates to abandon the Uzumaki clan and shift to a surround and attack strategy. Approximately a dozen high-level shinobi took their positions on trees and branches, observing a kyoko in the air. Grass shinobi. One of the shinobi, seemingly the leader of the group, furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. However, he couldn't fathom why these grass shinobi were intent on taking the Uzumaki clan with them. After all, the Uzumaki clan today was nothing more than a group of wandering shinobi, despised and rejected by the rest of the shinobi world. No village would be willing to accept such a large number of Uzumaki clan members. Naturally, as skilled assassins, they couldn't afford to inquire further. The more they revealed, the greater the risk. Their sole objective now was to quietly whisk the Uzumaki clan away. They exchanged glances with their comrades, they extended their hands and devised a subtle battle plan. Move. However, before they could finish their instructions, the swirling grass shinobi had already sprung into action. After all, they were in fire country, and lingering for too long would undoubtedly attract the attention of Konoha shinobi. It was wiser to swiftly secure their escape with the captives. As for who these people were, did it even matter? Even if they turned out to be Konoha shinobi, Konoha wouldn't acknowledge them. They could simply be considered inconsequential assassins. He swiftly performed the necessary hand seals, and the swirling grass shinobi calmly uttered, "Paper style, paper dragon technique." As the words left his lips, to the astonishment of everyone present, a colossal dragon formed entirely of paper materialized in the night sky, emitting a resounding roar. This ninjutsu! Elder Yonjin clutched his chest, his eyes widening as he beheld the colossal dragon. Though the three enormous rocks that had inexplicably appeared earlier had aided him, preventing him from sacrificing himself to buy time for his clan members, his long-injured body, deprived of proper rest, still felt uneasy after the intense battle. However, gazing at the giant dragon before him, his clouded eyes shimmered with astonishment as he murmured, "It resembles Hashirama-sama's wood dragon technique." At that moment, the group of assassins also turned their attention to the colossal paper dragon, seemingly reminded of something. Their initial astonishment transformed into vigilance, and their faces grew serious. They nodded to each other and swiftly reacted, employing their respective ninjutsu to confront the charging dragon. Water style, fire style, earth style. Various ninjutsu were hurled at the paper dragon. However, in the face of the dragon's assault, the ninjutsu merely inflicted superficial scratches. In an instant, the dragon surged forward, sweeping its tail and knocking down several high-level shinobi. Witnessing this sight, the grass shinobi and the Uzumaki clan members released sighs of relief and widened their eyes, their gazes fixed on the figure in the sky. Uzumaki Kiji, filled with awe, remarked, "So, this is the leader of the grass shinobi? No wonder they dared to take in the Uzumaki clan." Even Yonjin, who had followed them to this point, felt a measure of reassurance. Perhaps grass country is indeed a viable option for us. Enough with the dramatic behavior. Standing before you now is the hero who quelled the chaos in grass country, the leader of the grass shinobi, the most formidable leader in the history of Grass Village, destined to guide grass country too. However, before Mubuki, the shameless individual, could complete his grandiose proclamation, he was promptly interrupted. "Shut up!" Akihiko stared at him in disbelief. "This guy? What's the point of showing off at a time like this? Being the most formidable leader in the history of Grass Village means nothing. Fall back with the people." As the words were uttered. "Yes, yes, yes." Mubuki swiftly reacted once again, signaling the Uzumaki clan members behind him and the shinobi accompanying the leader, likely the Shinoite clan. Let's go, let's go. Hurry." As he spoke, Uzumaki Kiji hesitated. "What about our leader?" He referred to Akihiko directly as their leader. However, before he could finish his words, Mubuki interrupted him bluntly, "If he told us to flee, then we flee. Hurry up and leave. What can you accomplish here? Trust in the leader. Look, I'm already running." Grass Shinobi Village's talent for betraying their comrades remained intact. Akihiko was speechless, momentarily contemplating leaving this guy behind and fighting alongside him. But at this moment, the more pressing concern was the group of assassins before them. Use water style. The leader of the assassins, who seemed to have noticed something, said with a serious tone, "This technique is vulnerable to water." As a ninja, analyzing intelligence was a necessary skill, and he had just discerned that the individual's technique seemed to falter in the presence of water style. The sections soaked by water appeared unable to be used, rendering them as ordinary wet paper. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he vaguely detected a change in the ninja's expression, though it quickly vanished. Nevertheless, as a seasoned shinobi, that brief moment was sufficient for him to catch on. It makes sense. There can only be one shinobi god in the ninja world, and that is the first Hokage of Konoha. This person before them is merely a powerful shinobi bearing a resemblance to the first Hokage. Without a moment's hesitation, this was a covert operation, and the longer it dragged on, the greater the risk of exposure. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Armed with the vital information, the others also acted swiftly, immediately retreating and dispersing in different directions to encircle the colossal paper dragon. They rapidly formed hand seals and unleashed their individual water-style techniques. They believed that with this round, they would vanquish the massive paper dragon before them. Armed with the knowledge of their opponent's weakness, they presumed that victory was within easy reach. However, in an instant, just as the leading shinobi thought they had the upper hand, they noticed a sly smile across the face of the grass shinobi who had previously appeared nervous. Their expressions abruptly changed, retreat. But it was too late. Paper style, infinite sword paper. The paper that had been dispersed by the water style jutsu suddenly transformed into countless swords, directly piercing toward the nearby shinobi. While it was true that the ordinary paper style technique was vulnerable to water, Konan had made modifications to the paper in its later stages, rendering it waterproof. Of course, Konan is still a young girl who has only just entered school. But he can make modifications himself. After all, he received a highly detailed scroll of secret techniques. But this waterproof paper still has a weakness, and that is oil. One might say that it has its pros and cons. In order to swiftly deal with these high-level shinobi, Akihiko intentionally exposed this weakness. After all, these were not just any high-level shinobi, they were elite assassins. It wouldn't be so simple to bring them down. And what if they realize they can't win and attempt to escape? From the very beginning, Akihiko had prepared to prevent them from fleeing. Observing the shinobi who were unable to react in time and were hindered by the paper swords, Akihiko cast a glance at Muki and the others who had already distanced themselves and swiftly affixed explosive tags to them. Explosive tags. The assassins also realized it at that moment, their faces once again shifting. However, boom! As Akihiko issued the command, all the explosive tags detonated. The battle was over. Everyone gazed at the dazzling light in the distance and the echoes of explosions resounding in their ears, instantly comprehending what had transpired. Explosive tags. They recalled the scenes from the preceding battle. This battle had been meticulously orchestrated by the leader of Grass Village. They recollected Muki's earlier statement, the most formidable leader in the history of Grass Village. No wonder they possessed the audacity to recruit wandering shinobi and abduct the exiled Chinoite clan from the Land of Lightning. In this moment, they felt a surge of confidence in their hearts. At least, their new leader's strength instilled faith in them. Perhaps what the leader said was true. Land of Grass would genuinely embrace them. Yonjin, as an elder, rose to his feet once more. Lord Muki, regarding the leader. Before he could finish his sentence, Muki already understood what he was about to say. Waving his hand, he smiled confidently and spoke, "Trust in the leader. The leader is an exceptional grass shinobi. If danger arises, he can outpace all of us." Before he could finish his words, bang! He was swiftly kicked down. A figure formed by a stack of paper materialized behind him. Akihiko gazed at him with a bemused expression, then shifted his attention to the members of the Shinoite clan and Uzumaki clan who regarded him with anticipation and concern. He immediately grasped what they were awaiting. With a smile, he spread his arms wide, "Welcome to join kusagakure. Now, let's return home." As he finished speaking, the members of the Uzumaki clan and Shinoite clan displayed smiles on their faces and shouted in unison, "Yes, leader." Chapter 22, ch. 22 Poop Ghost? Today, the land of grass was enveloped in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere, in stark contrast to the war-torn land of rain. Akihako's 5-year plan had shifted the focus of the land of grass towards construction and development, leaving little room for other activities. However, as the weather grew colder, a sense of stillness enveloped the land of grass, rendering the entire nation unusually quiet. Even schools suspended classes, yet an undercurrent of joy could be felt in the air. "Nagato, what are you doing?" Wrapped in warm clothes, earmuffs, and a thick coat, Nagato, who looked slightly plump, turned his head upon hearing his name. He glanced at Yahiko, who had approached, and then ignored him, returning his attention to shoveling snow quietly. Curiosity piqued, Yahiko approached and peered over Nagato's shoulder to see what he was doing. "What are you shoveling snow for?" "Planting flowers." "In winter? Will they bloom?" "They will." Nagato nodded, his sigh tinged with nostalgia. A few days ago, before the cold set in, he had brought some winter-blooming flowers and transplanted them. But they had all withered. Oh well, it's best not to dwell on it. Since arriving in the land of grass, Nagato had developed a fascination with everything, including gardening. The climate in the land of grass seemed favorable, with less rain and distinct seasons of winter, spring, summer, and autumn, making it perfect for plant cultivation. He also enjoyed cooking and would occasionally bring his own bento to school in the mornings. However, shoveling snow today wasn't really about planting flowers. It was too cold for anything to survive at the moment. But if he didn't bring it up, Yahiko would likely pester him about it. As expected. "Oh, come on." Even if Nagato claimed to be busy, it wouldn't deter Yahiko. He grabbed Nagato directly and said, "It's a rare holiday. Shouldn't we enjoy ourselves?" Perhaps due to his limited experience as a wanderer and the absence of war or the loss of friends, Yahiko seemed more carefree and childlike now. "Let me tell you, this year, the land of grass is hosting a vibrant New Year's ceremony. It was proposed by Akihiko-sensei. It will be the liveliest New Year's celebration the land of grass has seen in years, a truly special event." Nagato looked at him in disbelief. "You're talking as if we've spent New Year's in the land of grass before. We've only arrived this year." But Nagato's eyes still reflected curiosity. Due to the war in the land of rain, his mother's identity, and the weather there, he never had a chance to experience a New Year's celebration. He always stayed at home. However, he had already heard about this news. After all, teacher Akihiko lived next door. "You must be looking forward to it too. We'll go out and play together when the time comes," Yahiko said, a cheerful smile on his face. These days, the people of the land of grass are busy shopping, and the streets are bustling. It's a shame. He sighed and continued, "Dad Muki is out, otherwise, he would definitely be out shopping too. By the way, do you want to go out and play now?" "Well..." Before Nagato could finish speaking. "Let's go. Bring Konan along, and I'll fetch Azui. We can have a snowball fight." Yahiko seized Nagato's hand and began walking. In a mysterious tone, he added, "Let me tell you. The academy is haunted. You've already told me that." Nagato helplessly pulled his hand free but still followed along. "I can walk by myself," Akihiko-sensei had already said. "Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors, be cautious of scams. Learn to discern for yourself and don't let others deceive you." He even mentioned rumors that their own school was built on a grave. Almost every school has such rumors. So, the haunted academy is just a hoax. We are the new generation of students in the land of grass, we have received an education and must believe in the ninja academy, believe in science. However, this time it's different. Yahiko shook his head, wearing a serious expression. Really? I heard it from the class next door. It's authentic. You know, a few days ago, during class in the neighboring classroom. His tone turned eerie. Suddenly, there was an extra person. What do you mean by an extra person? Nagato was taken aback. Before he could inquire, Yahiko's tone grew even more sinister. Let me tell you. It's truly incredible. That day, during class, the teacher didn't pay much attention at first. But as the class progressed, someone pointed out that there was an additional person among them. His tone shifted again, his face darkening. Especially during art class, many people claimed to have seen that mysterious student. It is said. They are diligent students who love asking unusual questions, such as how can one draw feces to make it look realistic and have an odor. Consequently, they have earned the nickname Excellent Poop Ghost Student. They have yet to be identified, appearing mysteriously. Nagato was left speechless. He had started to believe it, even suspecting that some students had wandered into the wrong classroom. But now, who would believe that? After all, what normal person would ask such a question? Even ghosts probably wouldn't ask that. Nagato instantly lost interest and cast a disdainful gaze at Yahiko, calmly stating, "Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. It's probably just other students deliberately seeking attention." Is that so? But I have a feeling that this time it's true. Many people are saying the same. Yahiko scratched his head but maintained a mysterious air. And we have formed an organization to uncover the truth, to explore the secrets. That's why we call it the Akatsuki Organization. Do you want to join Nagato? I'll make you the vice president. Not interested. They even formed an organization for this. How dull. Uncovering the truth? Akatsuki Organization? He had no interest in joining. After exchanging a few words, Nagato intended to knock on the door. But, before he could begin knocking, a charming girl with blue hair tied up in a bun, Konan, skipped out and greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Oh, Nagato and Yahiko. I was just about to find you." "Why?" Nagato and Yahiko looked at her, puzzled. "Oh, teacher Akihiko-sensei has returned. Konan just received the news." Konan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nagato and Yahiko were taken aback. "Akihiko-sensei has returned." They both exclaimed. "Yes, yes, yes." Konan nodded enthusiastically. "I was actually planning to go pick up the teacher. Do you want to come along?" With that, she began walking ahead, and Nagato followed suit. "Wait for me." "Nagato, Konan." Yahiko hurriedly caught up from behind and continued to entice Nagato. "Nagato, let me tell you. It's true this time. Do you want to join? So many people have claimed to have seen it. I'm not joining. Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors." Nagato shook his head and said, "Teacher Akihiko has returned. If you don't believe me, ask the teacher. It's definitely fake." Just as he finished speaking, Konan, who was standing nearby, curiously looked at the two of them and asked, "What's fake?" Yahiko said, "There's a ghost student who loves asking weird questions and is obsessed with poop." Question marks formed on her face. Another ghost? It had frightened her for several days last time. If it weren't for teacher Akihiko confirming it was fake, she would have believed it to be real. Konan was taken aback, but after hearing Nagato's explanation, she let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yahiko, saying, "How can such a ghost exist? It must be fake. Teacher Akihiko won't believe it." But Yahiko bit his lip and weakly continued, I have a feeling that Akihiko-sensei might consider it true this time. No way! They both exclaimed simultaneously, their disbelief evident. However, it's possible, Akihiko said to himself inwardly. In the grassy area near the border of the land of grass, Akihiko was also attentively listening to the mysterious rumors circulating among the grass shinobi nearby, and his eyes narrowed in contemplation. A ghost student who loves asking strange questions and is fixated on poop. The identity of this student remains unknown. As the leader, how should he handle this situation? Akihiko's mouth slightly twitched with annoyance. Could it be that Zetsu wants to gather all 7 wonders of the Grass Ninja Academy? Can't he just stay underground and mind his own business? What a mess! Rubbing his forehead, Akihiko gazed at the land of grass spread out before him. Especially when he noticed several figures faintly standing not far away and the Uzumaki clan behind him, appearing excited and exclaiming things like, "It's Elder Yoshinori and the others. The leader didn't deceive us." A smile crept onto Akihiko's face, and he shook his head, deciding to set aside these matters for now. Then he shouted loudly toward the land of grass ahead, "I have returned." Meanwhile, in Konoha, the renowned shinobi village known as the strongest in the ninja world. At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference room felt exceptionally solemn. The third Hokage, with his hands crossed and resting in front of his chin, spoke with a grave expression, "What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 23, ch. 23 Condemnations. Last night, within the walls of the Leaf Village, a state of unease hung heavy in the air. Reports had reached them of a devastating incident that occurred in a remote village within the Land of Fire. The village had been left in ruins, marked by the remnants of a fierce battle and a destructive explosion. The cause of the conflict and the identity of those responsible remained a mystery, leaving very few leads to pursue. As the gathered officials pored over the documents, their expressions grew solemn. Unbeknownst to them, Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's assistant, wore a faintly troubled expression, his demeanor trembling imperceptibly. There are traces of detonation symbols and remnants at the scene, suggesting that a stack of papers was burned. Yuditen Koharu, one of Konoha's advisors, spoke first, her expression equally grave. "Have you identified the assailants?" "No, that's the perplexing part. Konoha hasn't dispatched any ninja on missions to that location recently," Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "The daimyo's office is eager for us to uncover the truth swiftly. After all, the war has just ended, and this sudden surge of attacks has left everyone deeply concerned." He paused briefly. "There is widespread anxiety. Konoha hasn't sent any ninja outside the village, and the explosion and fire obliterated all evidence." Another Konoha advisor, Mitokado Homura, known as one of the village's strategic minds, rubbed his eyes and spoke with a serious tone. "It appears that foreign ninja from other villages entered the Land of Fire and encountered opposition, leading to a fierce confrontation." His gaze fixated on the intelligence report before him, he continued, "The scale and number of those involved seem significant. Has anyone interviewed the local residents in the vicinity?" "Yes." Mitokadu's words sparked a flicker of hope in the room. The third Hokage took a moment of silence before speaking again. "A few days ago, a group of red-haired refugees appeared in the area." Red hair. The mention of such a description startled everyone, who exchanged astonished glances. Could it be the Uzumaki clan? If indeed the Uzumaki clan was involved, the motive behind the battle became clearer. The plight of the Uzumaki clan was well known, and it wouldn't be difficult to comprehend their desperation and ensuing conflict. Observing the silence that fell upon the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a helpless sigh and rubbed his forehead. "Well, in that case, I'll personally inform the daimyo's office. Konoha will investigate this matter promptly. Now, let's move on to the issue concerning the kusagakure ninja." As he interlocked his hands and rested them against his chin, his gaze swept across the room, and the conversation steered away from the Uzumaki clan. The others silently avoided discussing the matter of the Uzumaki clan. After all, it held significant weight, and until a thorough investigation was conducted, they were hesitant to speak further. As for kusagakure, Yuditen Kohara raised an eyebrow, surprised by the information presented. The kusagakure ninja engaging in legitimate business activities within the Land of Fire? They have stopped selling information and started a lawful enterprise? And they reported it to the daimyo's office. The formal approach taken by kusagakure puzzled the advisors. The village was known for its lackluster ninja prowess, relying on information trading for survival. The shift in their behavior was unexpected. After all, it was widely known that the kusagakure shinobi lacked exceptional skills, and few entrusted them with missions within the Land of Grass. Consequently, kusagakure relied on selling information to sustain their village. But now, they ceased such activities? Indeed. They did report it. They mentioned something about a movie. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his eyes narrowing with a hint of curiosity. According to Konoha's ninja investigation, it's a new type of production, but it seems to contain negative references to Konoha. There was a brief pause. So, how do you all propose we handle this? As his words hung in the air, everyone fell into contemplation once again. A play with illusions. Well, it's not entirely unexpected, given that the 5 major ninja villages often make such references to one another. However, for a small country like the Land of Grass to dare allude to Konoha, it seems they have grown bolder after their reconstruction. Yuditen Kohara scanned the intelligence report on the Land of Grass, her gaze fixating on a name Akihiko Kusano. The new leader of the Land of Grass, who single-handedly ended the chaos within the country and spearheaded its rebuilding. It appears he possesses considerable ninja prowess. Indeed. Quite impressive, considering the Land of Grass, its ninja strength is considered average at best, or they wouldn't have suffered such devastation. As for the Land of Whirlpools, the Land of Grass differs from the Land of Whirlpools. She raised her gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen and inquired, what aspects are they alluding to? The downfall of the Land of Whirlpools. A flurry of question marks filled their minds as they silently wondered, is that it? Once again, surprise rippled through the room. After all, following the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, numerous ninja villages blamed Konoha for it. But everyone within the village knows. Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, mused over the implications. The fall of the Land of Whirlpools and the subsequent blame placed on Konoha was a well-known story. But the bond between Konoha and the Land of Whirlpools was unshakable, making the illusion baseless and without merit. Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's assistant, snorted in disdain, his disdain for such trivial matters evident. Ninjas should prioritize their duties instead of engaging in these futile acts. Cough, cough. At that moment, Mitokado Homura, renowned as one of Konoha's strategists, cleared his throat and spoke with a serious expression. In light of this situation, Konoha needs to condemn the Land of Grass and demand the cessation of the broadcast of that play. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other high-ranking officials hesitated and expressed their concerns. Is that wise? The Land of Grass is currently allied with Konoha. If we approach this matter too forcefully, what if they turn to Iwagakure? Mitokado Homura questioned their worries. Should that be our primary concern? Why wouldn't it be? The Land of Grass effectively shields Konoha from Iwagakure's assaults. Others argued. Mitokado Homura pressed on, his voice resolute. No, I meant to ask if our condemnation would truly influence the Land of Grass's decision to align with Iwagakure. As those words were spoken, the once lively discussion abruptly fell into silence. Indeed. Does it have any relevance? No, it doesn't. It's as if they believe that by refraining from condemning them, the Land of Grass will instantly align with another village. After all, the Land of Grass is infamous in the ninja world for lacking in ninja ethics. When faced with danger, they don't hesitate to betray their allies. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression twitched. Although Konoha and the Land of Grass are currently allies, he wouldn't be surprised if they were to sell Konoha's information at the first opportunity. Let's proceed with Homura's suggestion. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a sigh, his expression turning serious. Simultaneously, the Land of Grass must ensure that their shinobi do not approach Konoha without valid reasons. There was a brief pause, as if he had thought of something. Regardless of the circumstances, they are now allies with Konoha. So, after a moment's hesitation, he added, furthermore, they must refrain from conducting any ninja operations within the Land of Fire. As for other business activities, they only need to report them to the daimyo's office. Understood. The others replied in unison. Soon after, the Land of Grass received the condemnation from Konoha. However, they paid little attention to it. After all, the Land of Grass had been subject to numerous condemnations over the years due to their involvement in information trading. The most severe instance was during the end of the First Great Ninja War when they were nearly wiped out. They had grown accustomed to such condemnations. No big deal. So. Understood. We will take care of it. Just these simple words were enough. Miyubuki, holding the reply written by their leader, fell silent when he saw those two words. Is that all? Yet. Akihiko looked at Miyubuki with confusion. Yet, what more do you want? Just understood? Leader, the Land of Grass is still a nation. We can't take it so lightly. Of course, it can't be that simple. You can add a bit more when you write the response. Akihiko pondered for a moment and continued, considering the relationship between the Land of Grass and Konoha, this incident has caused inconvenience to Konoha. The Land of Grass deeply apologizes for this. We are aware of the impact and hope that Konoha can continue to trust the Land of Grass. The relationship between the Land of Grass and Konoha has a long history, dating back to the founding of the ninja villages. Write it like this, understand? Understood. Miyubuki sighed and nodded. The leader truly is a leader. I've learned that you can come up with so many words like this. But, should we change? As his words trailed off, Akihiko rolled her eyes. The Land of Grass has been involved in information trading for so many years and has faced numerous condemnations. Have we ever changed? I understand. Acting shamelessly like this, the leader truly is an outstanding ninja of the Land of Grass. Akihiko was left speechless. Who is this person criticizing? Anyway, can one nation criticize another for being shameless? Akihiko glared at Miyubuki for a moment and then spoke with a serious expression. Next, let's discuss the Uzumaki clan and the Shinoite clan joining. Chapter 24, Ch. 24 Scientific Ninja Tool. The Uzumaki clan had suffered a great tragedy, and only a few shinobi remained, bringing them to the brink of extinction. However, these few shinobi were considered valuable assets for the Land of Grass, particularly in the field of sealing techniques. Despite their small numbers, the Uzumaki clan's natural talent and expertise in sealing made them a valuable addition to the Land of Grass, filling crucial gaps in their capabilities. While the Land of Grass had executed their plan of acquiring the Uzumaki clan's talent discreetly, it was challenging to conceal their distinctive red hair, especially in a small country like the Land of Grass, sandwiched between two major nations. Should they consider dyeing their hair or changing their last name to create a different identity? Even if they agreed to such measures for a stable life, dyeing their hair or changing their last names wouldn't be enough to hide their true identity, as their chakra and sealing skills would inevitably attract the attention of the 5 great shinobi villages. Therefore, it was essential for the Land of Grass to establish sealing barriers, remain vigilant, and ensure the security of their nation. They needed to take proactive measures to safeguard their interests. As for the Shinoite clan, renowned for their expertise in psychological stimulation and genjutsu, it presented an excellent opportunity to establish the Land of Grass Security Department. With the ongoing reconstruction and internal issues, it was impractical to send shinobi every time to address civilian security and affairs. Thus, the Land of Grass required a dedicated team, an enforcement squad, to handle these matters effectively. I will provide you with the necessary enforcement regulations and requirements later, Akihiko said, looking at the relieved Takeshi with a smile. His tone turned serious as he continued, and it's not just the Shinoite clan, other shinobi will also join. But remember, the Land of Grass Security Department is not solely for the Shinoite clan. It serves the entire Land of Grass. Takeshi nodded earnestly, expressing his understanding. The Shinoite clan understands. As shinobi, we will carry out any orders from the leader with utmost seriousness. Having come to the Land of Grass, Takeshi felt a sense of responsibility to fulfill the obligations bestowed upon the Shinoite clan. The leader had fulfilled his promises, and now it was their turn to fulfill their duties. They enjoyed the rights granted to them by the Land of Grass, but they also had corresponding responsibilities. Indeed, the leader had made an excellent decision in recruiting both the Uzumaki clan and the Shinoite clan. His broad-mindedness was unparalleled. Observing the serious demeanor of Takeshi, Akihiko nodded and felt a sense of satisfaction within his heart. It seems Takeshi seemed to understand the weight of the responsibility entrusted to him and his clan, but it looks like he seemed unaware of the situation of the Uchiha clan. Akihiko couldn't help but recall the fate that had befallen the Uchiha clan in Konoha, thanks to the Konoha Security Department. If given the choice to join the Security Department again, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly shake their heads without hesitation. Akihiko mused on the Uchiha clan's decision to cooperate with Minato and even naming their youngest son Sasuke, imitating the flattery of Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Become a great shinobi like your father, Sarutobi Sasuke." Akihiko couldn't comprehend the tradition of naming one's own child after someone else's father, considering it a form of admiration. In his eyes, the second Hokage's legacy in Konoha should have been sufficient, but it seemed the Uchiha clan had a different perspective on the matter. Pondering over the situation, Akihiko couldn't help but think about the peculiarities of naming one's own son while beating and scolding him repeatedly, saying "my son, Sasuke." It would undoubtedly provoke frustration and confusion. However, these personal matters had no direct relation to the village hidden in the grass. Observing the contentment of the Uzumaki clan and Shinoite clan upon accepting their missions, Akihiko let out a sigh of relief. With the Uzumaki clan and the Shinoite clan officially becoming part of the Land of Grass, the next step would involve education. Just as Konoha had the Will of Fire, the village hidden in the grass had its own revised and adapted version known as the Spirit of Grass. Additionally, efforts were needed to develop the entertainment sector. Cultural output not only generated income but also occasionally yielded unexpected benefits. Akihiko smiled and shook his head, thinking about Konoha's criticism of the village hidden in the grass. The 5 great shinobi villages still prioritized cultural output to a lesser extent compared to the Land of Grass. This was an advantage the village hidden in the grass possessed. Following the meeting, Akihiko requested Uzumaki Yoshinori to stay back for a moment. "Elder Yoshinori, how is the research progressing?" With a hint of guilt, Uzumaki Yoshinori lowered his head and replied, "I apologize, leader. I haven't made any significant progress yet." "That's all right. Perhaps I was too hasty," Akihiko responded with understanding, nodding and smiling. "Thank you for your efforts. If you need anything, feel free to come to me or Kana. I will do my best, whether it's with sealing barriers or chakra capacitors." Uzumaki Yoshinori vowed earnestly. "In gratitude for your kindness, the Uzumaki clan will exert all their power to accomplish these tasks. No need to be so overly devoted. It's almost the new year. Take a good rest first," Akihiko dismissed with a wave of his hand. "Besides, your clan has just arrived, and they need your assistance. Take care of your clan's affairs first." "Understood. The Uzumaki clan will never disappoint the trust you have placed in us." After Uzumaki Yoshinori departed with Uzumaki Yunjin, Akihiko stretched and stood up. The Medical Research Institute of the Land of Grass had already been completed, and Kana had been busy preparing for the upcoming medical ninja program. Akihiko couldn't even fathom replenishing his spirits. The only other person present was Mubuki, an experienced shinobi from the grass. Mubuki looked at Akihiko curiously and asked, "Chakra capacitors? Leader, what is that?" "Well, if it's a secret of the Land of Grass, there's no need to tell me." Akihiko glanced at him helplessly and replied in a slightly annoyed tone, "It's simply a type of scientific ninja tool." "A scientific ninja tool?" Mubuki is perplexed by the strange term. "Well, how can I explain it?" The concept of scientific ninja tools hadn't yet emerged in the ninja world. After contemplating for a moment, Akihiko elaborated, "It's a ninja tool created using advanced scientific technology. It can partially substitute certain abilities of a ninja. If the Land of Grass wanted to catch up with the 5 great nations, they had to achieve a breakthrough." Although the higher UPS in Konoha, including Naruto, initially opposed the introduction of scientific ninja tools, Akihiko held a different perspective. To him, whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it caught mice, it was a good cat. At most, they would ensure the fundamental qualities of a ninja and enhance their training. It can bring great convenience to both ninjas and ordinary people. Mubuki looked dizzy trying to comprehend this information. He sighed and said, "Forget it, leader. You don't need to explain further. It's just a special ninja tool. Just put it that way." Mubuki responded, shaking his head. Then, he looked at the serene Land of Grass in front of them on that winter afternoon. "It sounds quite impressive. Could it make the Land of Grass stronger?" "It should be able to." "Really?" Mubuki's shrewd face broke into a smile. "It seems that the Land of Grass will become a powerful nation one day too. Leader, do you know? When I first saw you, I knew you were extraordinary, so I immediately pledged my allegiance to you." There was a brief pause. "And as expected, I didn't misjudge you. You brought an end to the wars in this land, eradicated corrupt politics, rebuilt the order of the Land of Grass, and devised a 5-year construction plan, including the remarkable talent acquisition plan. That's why we have the diverse and vibrant Land of Grass we see today. I believe that under your leadership, the Land of Grass will undoubtedly become a powerful nation." Akihiko's eyelids twitched slightly as he listened to Mubuki's words. Even this shameless individual dreamt of a powerful nation. Well, it was true ninjas from the Land of Grass, caught between 2 major nations, all aspired for their homeland to become a formidable nation. However, I recall you were quite stubborn back then. If I hadn't held a shuriken to your neck, you would still be shouting and carrying a bunch of explosive tags, refusing to surrender and insisting on fighting me." Akihiko remarked. Who said that?" "Clearly, I surrendered on the spot when I witnessed your wisdom and extraordinary qualities, leader. I greatly admired you for having the qualifications to unify the Land of Grass." Mubuki exaggerated, attempting to save himself from being embarrassed. Akihiko couldn't help but chuckle at Mubuki's exaggerated claims. "Oh really? I must have misremembered then," he replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "But I appreciate your loyalty, Mubuki. Your support and dedication have been invaluable." Chapter 25, ch. 25 Akatsuki. Early in the morning, the Land of Grass was covered in a thick layer of snow, creating a frigid atmosphere. Akihiko, feeling the chill outside, decided to stay indoors and take a day off. It had been a busy period for him, with the responsibilities of nation building and personal missions taking up much of his time. Initially, the Land of Grass had a limited number of capable individuals who could assist him, such as Kana, Ryu Ushikiai, and Mubuki. However, most of the other grass shinobi lacked strength or held on to outdated methods, which concerned Akihiko. Even Mubuki, whom he reluctantly relied on due to a lack of options, had the potential to cause significant trouble. However, the situation had considerably improved. With the Uzumaki clan and the Shinoite clan joining forces, the village hidden in the grass now had a larger pool of skilled shinobi. Moreover, the newfound spirit of the nation had inspired many grass shinobi to strive for self-improvement and embrace the progressive grass ideology promoted by Akihiko. They were becoming pioneers in shaping the new era of ninja in the land of grass. Akihiko was hopeful that this would help change the stereotypical impression of grass shinobi in the ninja world, which had been tarnished by their past actions. But Akihiko had initially planned to enjoy a peaceful day of rest at home. However, apologies for disturbing you, Akihiko-sensei. Konan entered the room accompanied by 2 young children. Yes, early in the morning, the kids had come to his house, disrupting his plans for relaxation. I told you, my father, Miobuki, said that Akihiko-sensei would definitely be sleeping in at this time, whispered Yahiko to Nagato and Konan, his voice lowered as he saw Akihiko yawning. My father mentioned that he's the kind of person who avoids work as much as possible. During the chaos in the land of grass, if it weren't for my dad, it would have taken another 7 or 8 years to rebuild the land of grass. Although Yahiko intended to speak quietly, they were in such close proximity that Akihiko, being a shinobi, couldn't help but overhear. Akihiko cursed inwardly and thought, that shameless Miobuki, really? Thanks to him. He doubted that the land of grass would have needed rebuilding if it weren't for Miobuki. This guy was even lazier than him and always the first to run away when there was danger. Rely on him? Akihiko doubted it. Truly an elite grass shinobi. Really shameless. Raising an eyebrow, Akihiko accepted the hot tea handed to him by Konan and took a sip, maintaining the demeanor of a teacher. With a serious tone, he addressed the children. Both of you were supposed to be on vacation. Why didn't you go out and play? Do you think you have too little homework? Nagato and Konan fell silent, taking their seats beside Akihiko without uttering a word. As for Yahiko, he scratched his head, appearing slightly embarrassed. Curiosity piqued, Akihiko inquired, "What's the matter? Are you in love or something?" "No." Yahiko responded, a perplexed expression on his face. Then, he joined them on the seats, hesitated for a moment, and leaned forward, speaking in a mysterious tone, "Akihiko-sensei, you must have heard about it too." Akihiko was momentarily taken aback by his words. "It's about that mysterious ghost student who has a fondness for poop." Akihiko's mouth twitched as he listened to Yahiko's words. He had almost forgotten about it amidst the numerous events that had taken place since his return. It was understandable to forget in such a busy time. But he didn't expect. It had been so many days, and these kids still remembered. About to give a lecture, Akihiko was interrupted by Yahiko, who had a mischievous expression on his face. Wait. Let me explain first, Akihiko-sensei." Curious, Akihiko looked at Yahiko and allowed him to continue. With a sneaky tone, Yahiko said, "Akihiko-sensei, you might be mistaken this time. At first, I also thought it was fake, like the academy being built on a graveyard." Akihiko remained silent, waiting for Yahiko to elaborate. Yahiko continued, "But because so many classmates claimed to have seen it, I decided to establish the Akatsuki organization to investigate the students who had witnessed it." Before Yahiko could finish his sentence, Akihiko couldn't hold back his reaction. Pfft! Tea sprayed out of Akihiko's mouth because he was so surprised for a moment, and his expression couldn't help but become a little strange. He was so confused. What did he just hear? Yahiko had established what? Wiping his face with a resentful expression, Yahiko looked at Akihiko, who seemed surprised, with confusion. Then, he proudly explained, "The Akatsuki organization. Doesn't it sound great? We're all about unveiling the truth, exploring mysteries. That's why I named it the Akatsuki organization. I came up with it myself." Akihiko tried to compose himself and responded, That's great. That's great. Even though they were now in the land of grass, they had still established the Akatsuki organization. The unexpected turn of events left Akihiko speechless for a moment. Still recovering from his strange expression, Akihiko turned to Nagato, who was calmly sipping tea beside him, and asked, "And what about you? Did you join too?" "No," Nagato replied calmly. Though he didn't understand why Akihiko-sensei seemed a bit strange, he stated, "I found it boring, so I didn't join." Konan nodded in agreement. "I didn't join either." The second in command of the Akatsuki organization and the little rich girl didn't join. Akihiko couldn't help but sigh, concerned about the organization's future. Meanwhile, Yahiko, noticing his little companion's lack of enthusiasm for the organization he created, felt dissatisfied. Hey, I'm still here." Scratching his head, Yahiko suddenly remembered something. "Anyway, that's not the point now. I almost forgot the important thing. Well, Nagato and Konan will definitely join in the future." He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and looked mysteriously at the three of them. "After our investigations in the Akatsuki organization, we've found evidence of the existence of this mysterious ghost poop student. It's all right here." Yahiko unfolded the piece of paper, revealing its contents as he slapped it on the table. "Pa!" The sound of Yahiko's hand slapping the table resonated in the room. Curiosity piqued, the three of them lowered their heads and focused their gaze on the paper. To their surprise, it was a delicately drawn picture of a piece of poop. The three of them were speechless and didn't know how to react for a moment. A brief silence enveloped the room as the three of them processed what they were looking at. Breaking the silence, Yahiko proudly declared, "This is the artwork left behind by the ghost." Even teachers and many students claim to have seen it themselves. So, this time it must be real. Akihiko's eyebrows twitched. He paused for a moment, contemplating how to dismiss this absurdity, when Nagato spoke up. "You can tell it's fake at first glance." Nagato expressionlessly rubbed the paper and raised his right index finger. "Would a ghost use ordinary paint and a brush to draw?" As soon as Nagato finished speaking, Yahiko was taken aback. He also rubbed the drawing and looked at the colors on his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Perhaps, the ghost also prefers this kind of paint and brush." Nagato and Konan exchanged amused glances. They both had one thought, that's highly unlikely. Sensing the opportunity, Akihiko cleared his throat and spoke in a firm tone. "Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. We must." However, before he could finish his sentence, "No. The ghost student definitely exists." Yahiko shook his head firmly. "So many people have claimed to see it. Although this drawing may be fake, there must be a ghost student." With that, he picked up the paper, turned around, and declared, "I will find them and prove that I'm right." Just as he was about to leave. "Hold on." Akihiko's stern voice halted Yahiko in his tracks. "He wants to continue the search? Not a chance. Besides, if they were to find Madara, an old man, what would they do? For the stability of the land of grass, wouldn't they have to remove him from the equation? And Madara may be responsible for weakening Konohagakure? Although they were allies with the land of grass. A weakened Konoha is the best Konoha." Akihiko's face then transformed into a friendly smile. "Since you're here, why not write 2 exam papers before you leave? I've prepared the Grass Ninja Secret Exam just for you. The questions are intriguing, making learning enjoyable. Other regular students don't have this opportunity. So, how about writing 2 papers before you go?" Yahiko's eyes widened, and he looked at Akihiko with a mix of surprise and disappointment. "Exam papers? But we were supposed to investigate the ghost student." Akihiko chuckled and patted Yahiko on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Yahiko. The ghost student can wait. Education is just as important, if not more. Besides, by completing the exam papers, you'll sharpen your minds and become even better investigators in the future. Yahiko hesitated for a moment, torn between his curiosity about the ghost student and the prospect of showcasing his skills through the exam papers. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. "All right, Akihiko-sensei. We'll write the exam papers first. But remember, we're not giving up on the ghost student." Akihiko smiled and nodded. "Of course, Yahiko. Once you're done with the papers, you can continue your investigation. I'll be looking forward to hearing your findings." Indeed, it seemed like there was still a shortage of homework. Who had time to be concerned about a poop ghost in such a situation? Chapter 26, ch. 26 Get Lost. During this period, Uchiha Madara found himself enjoying a rare moment of tranquility while the academy was on vacation. However, something seemed off. The constant sound of reading aloud, especially the rhythmic and peculiar verses and lyrics, had disappeared. Madara felt somewhat uncomfortable without them. He couldn't even sleep properly anymore. Madara forcefully dismissed the jumbled thoughts in his mind, reminding himself that he was a demon of the shinobi world. In his view, there was no inherent goodness in human nature. He turned his head towards Zetsu, who was present, and calmly inquired, "What have those grass shinobi been up to lately?" With the absence of the other Zetsu's original body, Madara had to rely on this fool for information. Despite being a bit of an idiot, Zetsu could still answer a few questions. Zetsu scratched his head, hesitating before responding. "Due to heavy snowfall, the land of grass has suspended work and school. However, a few days ago, the leader of the grass shinobi village brought back a group of wandering Uzumaki clan members from the shinobi world. They even welcomed back the Shinoite clan, which was exiled by the land of lightning." Madara was slightly taken aback by this information, his brows furrowing. The grass shinobi village is accepting wandering shinobi again. Wandering shinobi were usually not readily accepted by major villages without proper authorization. Madara underestimated their tolerance, but in the grand scheme of things, these developments didn't matter much to him. The Uzumaki clan, once powerful, and the Shinoite clan, with their blood feud against the Uchiha clan, were insignificant in his eyes now. The land of grass itself was just a small country, a mere speck of dust compared to the peace of the shinobi world. If it weren't for the fact that Madara happened to be in the land of grass, the hidden cave of Uchiha Madara, the Shura, he wouldn't have bothered paying attention to such trivial matters. With wrinkles etching his face and his hair turning grayish-white, Madara closed his eyes and asked emotionlessly, "Is there anything else?" The absence of those annoying and noisy voices made him feel somewhat uneasy. He added, "If there's nothing important, do not disturb me. I am about to enter my slumber." Zetsu hesitated before continuing, "Oh, and it seems like we've been discovered." Madara was momentarily stunned by this revelation. He looked at Zetsu, seemingly understanding something, and calmly remarked, "So, you've been discovered again, you fool." Zetsu immediately reacted, his neck stiffening as he hopped around, defending himself. "Lord Madara, how can you baselessly insult my innocence like that?" Madara asked arrogantly, "Did you sneak out again?" Zetsu replied, exaggeratingly, "Sneak out? Can't you call it an artistic excursion? Can you say that an artist's actions are considered sneaking out?" He continued with a string of incomprehensible words about line thickness and color differentiation that made no sense to others. Madara, seeing Lord Zetsu's expression of indifference, quickly smiled and said, "How should I put it? It can't be considered as being discovered. But we can't say we haven't been discovered at all. It's just, we're probably being targeted by an organization." Intrigued by the mention of an organization targeting them, Madara raised an eyebrow and asked coldly, "What organization?" "The village hidden in the grass." He smirked, "Although I'm old now and can only rely on the divine tree to sustain my life, I'm still not afraid." Zetsu nervously replied, "What? It's not the village hidden in the grass, but it can also be said it's the village hidden in the grass. Madara raised an eyebrow, urging Zetsu to explain clearly. These tools are all idiots. Madara muttered to himself, frustrated with white Zetsu. It seemed he would have to leave behind his will to guide these fools before he departed. Seeing Madara's impatience, Zetsu quickly said, "It's the Akatsuki organization. They're the ones targeting us." The Akatsuki? Madara frowned. Why have I never heard of them? A new organization? Yes. They were just established recently. It's a new organization formed to uncover the truth. It's a group of... Zetsu was interrupted before he could finish. Uncover the truth. Madara snorted. Interesting. But the truth is in my hands. Nonetheless, his interest was piqued. He understood the truth and was preparing to bring true peace to the shinobi world. What's their strength like? How many members do they have? Can they be of use to me? Can I control them? Let them understand the true truth. Madara inquired eagerly. Zetsu hesitated and said, it might be a bit difficult. After all, they're just a group of kids who are still in school, not even genin. Madara was stunned for a moment, followed by a period of silence. Then he looked at Zetsu and said, "A group of kids." Zetsu confirmed, "Yes. A group of kids. They're attending school up there. Madara, do you want to recruit them? Get lost." Ahem. Madara coughed. A group of kids. Why are you making it sound so serious? They're a bunch of useless people. Zetsu replied, "Get lost? I already said I didn't know if I should mention it. Don't get angry, Madara-sama. If you get angry and die, there won't be any peace in the shinobi world. Just get lost." Madara emphasized his words, clearly annoyed. "I'm leaving. I'm leaving, all right? Madara-sama, don't get your health ruined by anger." Zetsu raised his hand in resignation and thought Black Zetsu was still lurking, and the original body was busy outside, so taking care of Madara fell on spiral-faced Zetsu's shoulders. If he angered Madara to death, he would probably end up hanging from a tree. However, seeing that Madara closed his eyes again, Zetsu felt a bit embarrassed. He approached cautiously and licked Madara's face, nervously saying, "Madara-sama, there's something I need to tell you." Madara, seeming much calmer, opened his eyes slowly and looked at Zetsu's licking face. He spoke calmly, "Speak." "Well, in a few days, I want to take a break." Zetsu asked cautiously. "Why?" Madara asked impatiently. "The land of grass is preparing for a festival, a New Year celebration. It's said to be the first one held since the country was rebuilt, and it's going to be very lively. So, I want to go and see." "Get lost," repeated Madara. "Don't worry, Madara-sama. I'll bring you delicious food. Don't be mad." Zetsu still tried to console him, but before he even finished speaking, Madara stopped talking and just said, while getting up fire style, "Oh no. No. I'm leaving. Is it not okay for me to leave?" Seeing Madara was serious, he hurriedly ran away. Watching Zetsu finally run out, Madara once again covered his chest, strange thoughts flooding his mind. When one reaches old age, don't worry. Damn. Feeling much better in his chest, Madara closed his eyes again and murmured to himself, "How did I manage to stuff that idiot Hashirama's cells in there? This is truly infuriating." As the year approached its end, the land of grass was preparing for its first New Year celebration since its reconstruction. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation and excitement. At the border of the land of grass, a man with spiky white hair stood, taking in the beauty of his surroundings. He couldn't help but marvel at the scenic landscape. "So this is the land of grass? It's much more stunning than I imagined. All those rumors don't do it justice. But why should I bother about that? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small book titled Authored by Mr. Ikanu. A determined look appeared on his face as he muttered, "Mr. Ikanu, I, Jiraiya, am on a journey to find you." Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage, spoke those words with conviction, intending to fulfill his promise. Chapter 27, ch. 27,000 times. Achoo! Akihiko sneezed, causing a shiver to run through his body. He instinctively rubbed his nose, feeling a peculiar tingling sensation as if someone had been thinking about him lately. Perhaps they're simply criticizing the leader, Mubuki suggested, his uncertainty evident. Akihiko couldn't help but wonder if Mubuki knew how to communicate properly. He had witnessed Mubuki's eloquence when dealing with other villages, making this side of him even more irritating. Stay calm. Don't get angry. Akihiko took a deep breath, forcing a smile as he glanced at Mubuki, who was oddly dressed that day. That's a plausible theory. I'll just assume you're the one behind these curses. Mubuki raised an eyebrow, hesitating before speaking up. Leader, there's something I'm unsure whether to mention. Comrade Mubuki. Akihiko immediately adopted an authoritative tone, crossing his arms and assuming the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Do not withhold your opinions. It's uncomfortable to keep them to yourself. Remember, the land of grass is a democratic country. You won't be penalized for speaking your mind. In fact, let's celebrate this joyous day by lighting fireworks for the people of the land of grass. Since the leader says so, I'll express myself freely. Mubuki declared righteously. Akihiko's tone rose slightly, but before he could respond. I must express my gratitude on behalf of all the citizens of the land of grass for bringing peace to our country, leader. Mubuki spoke firmly. With your strength, you subdued the chaos in the land of grass, and with your charisma, you united the grass shinobi village under your leadership. Thanks to you, the land of grass now enjoys peace, and the lives of our shinobi have greatly improved. You have brought happiness to all the people of the land of grass. As Mubuki spoke, his tone grew impassioned, and he raised his fist. The leader has arrived. The land of grass is at peace. The people find joy in your presence. Our days thrive under your leadership. Akihiko was left speechless, looking at Mubuki with a mix of surprise and confusion. When did Mubuki start speaking in contradictions? Mubuki smiled at Akihiko. I've learned from you, leader. That was true. The leader's words had left a lasting impact on Mubuki, and he diligently wrote them down in his notebook. Every day, he strived to learn and grow, feeling a sense of elevation. Very well. Your ideological consciousness is commendable. Akihiko raised an eyebrow, speaking calmly. To honor your commitment to learning, when you return, copy the new Spirit of Grass 100 times. I'm certain you'll gain even greater insights. Remember to hand it to me tomorrow. Understood. Mubuki's lips twitched. It seemed that no matter what, the leader would give him a hard time today. Well, if that's the case, he would accept it. After all, it wouldn't be a big deal to have Yahiko and Ashui copy it too, right? Children should embrace learning. Speaking of Yahiko, he seemed tired lately. Whenever he said something like, "Oh, right, come here," he would tremble all over. What was there to fear in that phrase? It was merely a sign of laziness. It indicated a weak will and unstable thoughts. It's a perfect opportunity to strengthen his resolve through copying. A solemn and resolute tone took over. Just 100 times? I'm already accustomed to it. I write it 100 times every evening to strengthen my conviction in the spirit of grass. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Then make it 1,000 times. All right. Mubuki's eyes instantly turned red. He silently apologized to Yahiko and Ashui, pleading for their forgiveness. Forgive your dad, kids, he whispered remorsefully. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you, leader. Saying that, he adjusted his wide, thick coat. After all, it was incredibly cold during this winter. As Akihiko watched the desolate figure walk away, he smiled with satisfaction and continued strolling with Kana, enjoying the lively atmosphere of kusagakure. On their way, they encountered Takeshi Shinoik and Ryu Ushikiai. Speaking of the Shinoik clan, they had begun serving as the guards of the Land of Grass. Despite facing initial difficulties, they persevered. It seemed they had now integrated into the kusagakure community and gained acceptance from the people. As for Ryu Ushikiai, as the head of the previously second largest clan in kusagakure, he was quite reliable compared to the unreliable Mubuki. Speaking of Mubuki, during the period of conflict, Mubuki, as the leader of one of the two largest factions in the Grass Country, displayed remarkable bravery. Why has he changed so much now? Amidst the chaos in the Land of Grass, two major forces emerged, both feared and respected. One was the radical faction guarding the Box of Ultimate Bliss, known as the Mubuki lineage or Righteous of Grass. The other was the moderate faction led by Ryu Ushikiai, known as Flower of Grass. Later, Akihiko consolidated both factions, sidelining the smaller forces and forming the present-day kusagakure. As the leader, after inquiring about the recent situation of the Shinoik clan, Akihiko continued walking and soon encountered the elders of the Uzumaki clan. Leader. They greeted Akihiko in unison. Elder Yoshinori, Elder Yonjin. The Uzumaki clan had been thriving recently, perhaps due to their years of wandering. They cherished the peaceful and stable life they had now. Consequently, they approached every task assigned to them with utmost seriousness. For example, they were on the verge of completing the sealing barrier of the Grass Country within a remarkably short time. Moreover, Elder Yoshinori had involved Elder Yonjin in his research on chakra capacitors and weak jutsu scrolls, which formed the foundation of scientific ninja tools. To express their gratitude to the Grass Country, the two elders had been tirelessly dedicated to their research and had made significant progress, according to rumors. It appeared that during their research, they discovered that the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique could achieve the effect of chakra capacitors. Of course, Akihiko was unaware of the specifics, but he looked forward to seeing the final research results. After receiving gratitude from the Uzumaki clan, Akihiko didn't disturb the long-awaited festival of the two elders and continued walking. "It's wonderful, Akihiko-sama," Kana smiled softly and said, "everyone is living happily." As she spoke, she waved her hand towards the front. Fusnade-chan. Fuss, wearing a smile, was taken aback for a moment before walking over. She gently said, "Akihiko-san and Kana-san, you're here too." "Fuss-san." Akihiko smiled and nodded in greeting, then looked behind Fuss. "Oh? Where are Nagato and Yahiko? Weren't Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan supposed to be with Fuss?" Akihiko pondered. He couldn't help but wonder why they hadn't visited him, their Akihiko-sensei, in the past few days. They used to love coming over to his house to play. Could they be feeling shy all of a sudden? How peculiar. "Fuss, what happened to Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan?" Akihiko asked, his curiosity evident. Fuss gracefully extended her slender hand, gently covering her mouth as she smiled, her enchanting eyes exuding a mature glow. "They saw many interesting things at the temple fair, so they went off to play by themselves," she explained. As Fuss finished speaking, she looked at Akihiko, the leader before her, and couldn't help but inwardly sigh, silently expressing her gratitude to him. If it weren't for his sudden appearance back then, she and Nagato might have met their demise at the hands of the shinobi. Akihiko raised his hand, about to dismiss the need for thanks, but Fuss interjected. "Oh, by the way," she exclaimed, her delicate eyebrows furrowing as she remembered something. Yahiko mentioned a painting stall up ahead, and he seemed quite excited. He took Nagato and hurried over there. "A painting stall?" Fuss apologized for not hearing the details clearly. She noticed a change in Akihako's expression and couldn't help but ask if he was feeling unwell. I'm fine, Akihako replied, his eyebrow raised and his face twitching slightly. He swiftly regained his composure and forced a smile. No need to worry, I'm perfectly fine. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Let's continue enjoying the festival. Akihako's mind was filled with concern and irritation as thoughts of someone raced through his head. He couldn't help but inwardly complain. A painting stall? Seriously? Could that person really have had the audacity to set up a stall and start painting again? What about their mission? What about the crucial task of rescuing their mother? What would happen if they were discovered? Chapter 28, ch. 28 Shady Exchange. Yahiko's excitement overflowed as he spotted Zetsu. I've finally found you! He exclaimed. The disguised spiral-faced Zetsu, pretending to be a human, responded in a dismissive tone, Hey, kid, don't interrupt me while I'm busy with my business, as he glanced at the three children standing before him. In truth, he wasn't particularly concerned about the red-haired boy or the blue-haired girl beside him. His focus was on the orange-haired kid right in front of him, staring at him intensely. It felt as if the kid was saying, there can only be one truth. Has he been discovered? Zetsu had been cautious, deliberately concealing his outing from Madara-sama to witness this human festival. Being a relatively recent creation, he had primarily tended to Lord Madara and rarely ventured outside, unlike the other white Zetsu. He wanted to see firsthand how the human festival differed from the reports he had read. But what he found was, it's quite lively. So many people and so many different things. However, he didn't have any money to make a purchase. To avoid exposure and being unable to steal, he relied on his abilities to earn some money. Drawing. And now, has he been discovered? Zetsu gripped his precious drawing board, prepared to make a swift escape if necessary. And then, wearing a slightly indignant expression, he gazed at the three children in front of him. I'm just an artist. However, don't lie to me. Yahiko sneered, pointing towards the nearby artwork. These soft lines, this dreadful color scheme. A brief pause followed. I can tell at a glance that you're the infamous art student who loves drawing poop. The words hung in the air as silence settled over the scene. Yahiko's sudden outburst attracted curious gazes from those around them. Nagato and Konan exchanged glances, taking a step back with blank expressions, both thinking, how embarrassing. Yahiko. Zetsu, too, was stunned. Indeed, he has been discovered. Wait, no, what was this nickname? The art student who loves drawing poop? It's rather, not bad. Zetsu blinked, reflecting on the revelation. Humph. Just as I suspected, you can't deceive me, Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko declared, placing his hands on his hips, about to boast when he glanced beside him. Hey? Where are Nagato and Konan? Nagato. Konan. Nagato. Spotting Nagato crouching down, preparing to flee, Yahiko grabbed him back in disappointment. What are you doing? Look. I've finally found him. Turning his proud gaze to the black-haired youth, the booth owner, Yahiko continued, this is the second in command of Akatsuki. The Academy Genius. The first-class representative. Uzumaki Nagato. Speechless, Nagato remained silent, raising an eyebrow. Feeling the weight of everyone's eyes on him, he desperately wanted to escape, feeling his toes tightly gripping the floor. Nagato couldn't help but inwardly cry, Mom, I want to go home. No, I want to return to the land of rain. I am not. I'm innocent. He's lying. Nagato quickly refuted the claims, observing the perplexed looks of the people around them. And across from him, Zetsu blinked. It appears that he hasn't been completely exposed, or maybe he has, but not entirely. After contemplating for a moment, Zetsu mustered his courage and said, "Why you? How dare you unjustly insult my integrity? Just wait and witness the might of our Akatsuki organization for deceiving me like this." Yahiko sneered coldly, about to demonstrate the strength of the Akatsuki leader when suddenly, Nagato interjected, "No. Perhaps he's just an imposter." Nagato, who desperately wanted to escape, managed to force a smile and continued, "After all, the incident with the art student who draws feces caused quite a commotion. Everyone is aware of it. And if this were an ordinary person sneaking into the school, do you think the teachers wouldn't have caught them?" You might have a point." Yahiko shook his head and regarded Zetsu seriously. "My instincts tell me, my hunch is correct. Even if this guy isn't the art student who draws feces, he must be connected to it." Rolling up his sleeves, he declared, "Let me investigate." Before he could finish his sentence, Nagato noticed something and pointed ahead, exclaiming loudly, "Hey! Yahiko, isn't that your dad? What is he doing sneaking around? Let's follow him and find out." Grabbing Yahiko's hand, they rushed toward the exit. Curiosity got the better of Yahiko upon hearing his dad mentioned, so he didn't resist. As the two of them hurried away, Zetsu was left behind, wearing a perplexed expression. "Am I off the hook now?" He blinked, glancing at the two children who had already distanced themselves, then shifted his gaze to the person before him, letting out an inward sigh. "Oh well, I suppose I should close up shop. I've been here for quite a while, and I've only made a single sale. That kid's words almost exposed me too. I managed to escape just in time. But upon returning, I'll probably receive a scolding from Madara-sama. After all, I sneaked out without informing Madara-sama." At that moment, "Dango! Dango! Delicious sweet dumplings! Taste them before you buy, they're scrumptious." Hearing the nearby stall owner's voice, Zetsu's eyes lit up, and he weighed the 10 coins in his hand. "What about getting some dango for Madara-sama?" With that thought, a smile formed on his face, and he happily skipped over to the stall. "Boss, give me some dango." "Haha, I'll bring a gift for Madara-sama. He wouldn't remain angry with me, right?" Meanwhile, Yahiko, who had been pulled away by Nagato, also caught sight of his own father. However, his father's demeanor was unusual. Instead of his usual smile, he appeared secretive, wrapping himself tightly in a thick coat and holding something tightly in his arms. He glanced around cautiously. "What is Dad up to?" Sensing that something was amiss, the two children exchanged glances. Without uttering a word or making any noise, they crouched down and stealthily followed behind. As for Konan, she had transformed into a stack of papers and flown away earlier, leaving her whereabouts unknown. The two little ones trailed from a distance. If it weren't for Nagato's keen perception, they would have either lost track or been discovered by now. However, why is Dad acting like this? Yahiko furrowed his brow, observing the hidden alley with a serious expression. Being so sneaky, could he be heading to an adult establishment? But this doesn't seem like the right place either. As he spoke, Nagato glanced at Yahiko with a perplexed look. How could he know it's not the right place? But now isn't the time to worry about that. This area doesn't seem fitting, and Yahiko's dad is behaving suspiciously, carrying something in his arms and sneaking into this hidden alley. The two of them had a hunch. Is Yahiko's dad involved in selling information about the land of grass? No. Dad isn't like that. Yahiko's eyes instantly turned red as he vehemently shook his head, glaring at Nagato with anger. He deeply respects Akiyako-sensei, and Akiyako-sensei holds him in high regard. There's no way Dad would do something like that. I understand. Maybe we're mistaken. Nagato quickly tried to console the furious Yahiko. We should report this to the authorities now or find Sensei. No. My dad is not like that. Yahiko stood up resolutely, shouting, absolutely not. I will prove it. If he is involved, I will personally arrest him. With determination, Yahiko immediately turned and dashed into the alley, completely disregarding the concerned Nagato who followed closely behind. Witnessing the scene, Nagato finally gritted his teeth and followed suit. You're here. I'm here. What about the items I requested? Well, what about the items I requested? Miyubuki looked at the white-haired young man in front of him with a serious expression. Let me see them first. You know, this is special. Before he could finish his sentence, a roar echoed from the entrance of the alley. Miyubuki was taken aback, realizing who it might be. His expression rapidly changed as he exclaimed, "We have a mole. Abort the deal." Confusion filled the white-haired young man's face. He couldn't understand why they were so afraid of two little kids. We're not doing anything wrong. Before the person on the other side could react, Miyubuki stepped out, and upon seeing the two children in front of him, his expression turned complex. Why are you here? Dad. Yahiko locked eyes with Miyubuki, understanding that his father's actions were dishonorable. Especially the person next to him. Yahiko recognized him. He had seen him in the Land of Rain. He was a ninja from Konoha. Yahiko roared, unable to contain his anger, "How could you do something like this?" As Yahiko finished speaking, Miyubuki blinked, his gaze shifting between the furious Yahiko and the cautious Nagato. He fell silent for a moment before sighing, "You found out." Dad. Miyubuki's admission struck Yahiko with a sense of despair, but he still looked at his father with hope, pleading, "Come with me to meet the leader. Nagato and I will beg for the leader's forgiveness." Meet the leader? Wait, leader. Miyubuki's expression twitched, but in the eyes of the two children, it conveyed refusal. He helplessly said, "Forget it. To avoid being exposed, I have to, both of you should just take a nap. When you wake up, you probably won't remember anything." As he finished speaking, Miyubuki reached out towards the two children. Suddenly, "Don't move! You're surrounded!" A resounding shout echoed from all around the alley. Miyubuki and Jiraiya froze, looking up to see ninjas standing and surrounding them, their crimson eyes fixed upon them. Jiraiya looked at Miyubuki beside him, silently asking, "Are you betraying me?" "No, what is this about?" Miyubuki appeared bewildered. "I don't know either. Somebody reported that you are suspected of treason, Lord Miyubuki. Please do not move." Treason. The words slipped out of both their mouths in disbelief. The two of them stood there, once again stunned, and then exchanged glances. "Is it a crime to buy, sell, this book?" Miyubuki scratched his head, straightened his posture, and said, "You must have misunderstood. I was just..." Before he could finish his sentence, someone shouted at him, "Don't move." Miyubuki was immediately restrained. "The evidence is conclusive, Lord Miyubuki." Takeshi Shinoik emerged from the crowd with the two children, staring at Miyubuki with a mixture of complex emotions. He sighed, "I didn't expect you to stoop so low. I've already sent someone to inform the leader. Now." He glanced at the still bewildered Jiraiya, "Hand over your belongings." Before he could finish her sentence, due to the sudden movement, something slipped out of Miyubuki's arms and fell to the ground. All eyes turned towards the fallen object, a book with an obscene cover. His gasps filled the air as countless people quickly covered the children's eyes. "Lord Miyubuki, you..." They all stared at Miyubuki with questioning gazes. "I was just here to exchange the book." Miyubuki pleaded tearfully. "How does that count as treason?" Chapter 29, ch. 29 Dango. Madara-sama. Madara-sama. Zetsu's gentle voice reverberated within the hidden underground hideout. Not receiving a response from Madara-sama, Zetsu let out a relieved sigh and muttered to himself, "Seems like Madara-sama is still asleep. That meant he wouldn't be caught." Just as he finished speaking, a triumphant expression crossed his face. He cautiously extended his right foot into the cave. "You've returned." A cold and indifferent voice resounded from the depths of the cave, startling Zetsu. He quickly retracted his foot and peered inside. After a moment, he cautiously poked his head out, only to withdraw it immediately. Spotting Madara-sama inside with his dazed eyes and expressionless face, a sheepish smile formed on Zetsu's lips. "Madara-sama, are you awake?" He hastily concealed his precious sketchbook, approached with a skip in his step, and presented a string of tricolored dango with cheerful enthusiasm. "Actually, Madara-sama, I didn't go out to play or out of curiosity for the festivities outside. I simply wanted to buy this string of tricolored dango for you." As he finished speaking, Madara's expression slightly froze. He silently observed Zetsu holding the tricolored dango, and the coldness that had initially intended to harshly rebuke the wayward individual's actions unknowingly softened. A memory seemed to resurface, submerging Madara's hazy eyes into a realm of nostalgia. It was, when Konoha was first established. That year marked the inaugural festival in Konoha. That year, he stood beside Hashirama, both of them reveling in the joy of the entire village. That year, they strolled together through the streets of Konoha, gazing at the village they had built side by side. However, compared to him, everyone in the village favored Hashirama more. Eventually, noticing his discontent, Hashirama kindly treated him to a string of dango. "That fool! Madara-sama, Madara-sama!" As if responding to a distant call, Madara snapped out of his reverie. His vision blurred, as if he were witnessing Hashirama's foolish smile once more, until Zetsu's face came into focus, and only then did he react. "You fool!" Madara's gaze turned cold as he glared at the Zetsu before him. "Have you forgotten what I told you? Don't wander around! Don't wander around! Do you realize that we are working towards achieving peace in the shinobi world? To prove that we are right. What if we get exposed? What if we fail?" With a disdainful snort, he shook his head and muttered in frustration, "Why did I ever implant that idiot Hashirama's cells in you?" As he finished speaking, Zetsu continued to smile at Madara, shaking the tricolored dango in his hand. "I understand, Madara-sama. Would you like to have some?" "Childish. Tedious. I don't indulge in such things anymore." Madara glanced at the tricolored dango with disdain, pursing his lips. He then shifted his gaze to Zetsu, his wrinkled face slowly closing his eyes, partially squinting. Calmly, he asked, "You've been away for quite some time. Did you gather any useful information?" "Why yes. I gathered useful information." Zetsu was slightly taken aback. If he had eyes, he might have blinked dumbfoundedly, but who knows. However, he had merely gone out to play. He hadn't gathered any information. Moreover, gathering information had always been the responsibility of the original White Zetsu and his other clones. At that moment, Madara also noticed, furrowing his brow as he looked at spiral-faced Zetsu with a sigh, "Fine. Why am I even asking you, you idiot?" As soon as he finished speaking, "I do." Zetsu quickly interjected, "I have discovered some very important information." Madara was taken aback, then looked at Zetsu with curiosity. This guy actually managed to gather information? What information? Madara asked, curious about what information this idiot could even collect. "Well..." Zetsu held a dumpling in his left hand and scratched his head with his right, saying, "There's a high-ranking defector in the land of grass." "Is that all?" Madara furrowed his brow, but seeing Zetsu nodding incessantly, he fell silent for a moment. His tone turned indifferent as he said, "Indeed, ninjas are the root of all chaos." With disdain and a sneer. "Even a small country like the land of grass has ninjas betraying it. It's laughable." Seeing that Madara actually listened to the information he provided, Zetsu nodded eagerly. I heard it was someone from the high-ranking officials of the Land of Grass. They made significant contributions during the reconstruction of the Land of Grass, but who would have thought they would betray? Before he could finish speaking, Zetsu suddenly remembered something and hastily added, "That person is not like you, Madara-sama. Lord Madara is dedicated to the peace of the ninja world. You are the greatest of them all. That's enough, be quiet." Madara gazed expressionlessly at Zetsu. "Leave now, you always annoy me whenever you come to me." All right, I'm leaving." Zetsu nodded and said, "Madara-sama, if you need anything, just call for me. Go away." Madara interjected his words, clearly annoyed by him. Yes. Zetsu responded in a perfunctory manner while deciding to leave. Wait. However, as Zetsu was about to depart, Madara called out to him again. Zetsu abruptly stopped and turned his head, curious to see Madara, who had closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Did you call me, Madara-sama?" After calling out, there was no response. Uchiha Madara scratched his head, thinking he might have misheard, and was about to take another step to leave. "Put the dumpling down," a faint voice echoed. Zetsu was stunned, then looked at the dumpling in his hand and raised his head to gaze at Madara, who still had his eyes closed. "Madara-sama, didn't you say not to? Put it down, and then leave." Madara repeated, anger clearly in his voice. "All right." At that moment, upon realizing Madara's genuine anger, Zetsu didn't hesitate. He swiftly placed the dumpling on the plate on the stone table and hurriedly ran outside. Until he disappeared from the cave's entrance. Madara slowly opened his eyes, a complex expression in his gaze as he stared at the row of dumplings before him. Then, he extended his wrinkled hand and delicately picked up the dumpling skewer. And then, he silently contemplated it, for an unknown duration. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly brought it to his mouth, his chin moving slightly as he took a bite. He murmured to himself, "Nothing compares to Konoha." Before he could finish his sentence, "Gah!" a figure shot out from underground Zetsu, who had left and returned. He grinned and said, "Oh, right. Madara-sama, it's time to wake up. Do you want to relieve yourself now? That way, you'll sleep even better later, and I can assist you." As he spoke, he seemed to notice something was amiss. He looked at Madara, whose face had turned pale, his right hand holding the skewer and his left hand clutching his neck. Zetsu blinked in surprise, "Lord Madara." Then it dawned on him. "Madara-sama. Madara-sama. Are you choking? What should I do? What should I do? Could it be that you love eating too much? Goodness, Madara-sama, even at your age, why are you still so careless?" Just as Zetsu panicked and didn't know what to do, Madara seemed to have already swallowed it. His feeble yet icy voice sounded, "Leave me alone. Get out of here." Meanwhile, Akihiko gazed at the bowed head before him, his expression filled with a complex blend of emotions. After a brief pause, he gently remarked, "Mubuki, kusagakure has been kind to you, hasn't it?" Upon hearing these words, Mubuki's eyes widened, and fear gripped his face as he spoke in a quivering voice, "Leader. Please don't address me in such a manner. I'm terrified." It made him feel as if he had genuinely betrayed his homeland. "Do you understand the concept of fear?" Akihiko inquired, narrowing his eyes at Mubuki. Mubuki squirmed uncomfortably under Akihiko's intense gaze and responded, "Well, you see, being a spy leader adds a touch of excitement to the book-selling business, don't you think?" Akihiko let out a sigh and shook his head. "Must you make such a fuss over buying and selling books? It's a straightforward transaction." However, as the words left his lips, Mubuki's expression transformed into resentment, and a tinge of fear flickered in his eyes. Weren't you the one who advised me to exercise caution? You have reprimanded me before. Akihiko paused, reminiscing about the previous incident when he had caught Miobuki clandestinely handling a prohibited book. He had given him a stern rebuke, emphasizing the significance of upholding kusagakure's principles and avoiding corrupting the younger generation. Experiencing a twinge of guilt, Akihiko mustered a sheepish smile and cleared his throat. He then regarded Miobuki and inquired, "So, how did you come across one of the legendary Sunin from Konoha?" "Oh, it happened yesterday. We discovered a shared interest, and he learned that I possessed a signed edition of Master Ikanu's book. Consequently, he purchased it from me," Miobuki explained, a touch of pride evident in his voice. "You only discovered this yesterday?" Akihiko raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Did you notice any suspicious behavior from him?" Miobuki nodded confidently. "Indeed. Never underestimate us grass shinobi. We are not mere purveyors of false information. Our abilities in intelligence gathering and counterintelligence are exceptional." Akihiko couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. He had almost overlooked the grass shinobi's proficiency in intelligence gathering. Despite being overshadowed by the 5 great shinobi villages, they possessed unique skills in this domain. But then, why had Jiraiya come here? Could it be related to gambling shadows? Akihiko had employed that movie as bait for Tsunade, but where was she? Why hadn't she appeared yet? Letting out an internal sigh, Akihiko observed Miobuki, who had settled down and poured himself a steaming cup of tea. With a playful roll of his eyes, Akihiko posed the question, "Do you have any insight into Jiraiya's visit?" "Oh, right. I nearly forgot," Miobuki exclaimed, lightly tapping his head as if recalling something of utmost importance. He promptly set down his teacup and assumed a serious demeanor as he addressed Akihiko, "Leader, I have something crucial to share with you." Intrigued, Akihiko arched an eyebrow and encouraged him, saying, "Please, go ahead. I hope you can issue an order to locate Master Ikanu." Miobuki exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. "What? Find who?" Akihiko was taken aback, caught off guard by such a request. "Master Ikanu." Miobuki enthused, his voice filled with fervor. "You won't believe it, leader. Master Ikanu has gained immense fame in the ninja world. Even the Toad Sage Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunin, has traveled here seeking his literary guidance." Miobuki's admiration for Master Ikanu shone through as he continued, "Who would have imagined that Master Ikanu hails from the land of grass? His literary prowess is extraordinary, and his works are captivating and inspiring. If we can locate him, we can request his contribution in writing stories and filming them right here in the land of grass, just as you proposed. The entire ninja world would adore them." A mischievous spark danced in Miobuki's eyes. "And once we have him, I'll ensure he writes 100,000 words and creates 10 chapters a day." Ha ha ha. Akihiko found himself torn, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. He maintained an impassive expression as he called out towards the door, "Where are the guards? Where has everyone gone?" In response to his voice, the guards, accompanied by Takeshi, swiftly entered the room, their faces reflecting confusion at the peculiar scene unfolding before them. Akihiko's countenance remained cold, while Lord Miobuki wore a smug and conceited smile, as if he had stumbled upon something advantageous. What could have transpired? Before anyone could inquire, Akihiko, still devoid of emotion, addressed them directly. "A report has been received, alleging that advisor Miobuki intends to betray the country. Upholding the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, although concrete evidence is lacking in the investigation, we cannot affirm advisor Miobuki's innocence. Therefore, he will be temporarily detained until the truth is revealed. And during his detention, to uplift the morale of the cadre and reinforce their determination, as well as to foster deep reflection, ensure that he transcribes the spirit of new grass 1,000 times each day without respite until it is accomplished," Akihiko proclaimed. Both Mubuki and the guard were dumbfounded, their perplexity evident as they glanced at their leader. What was transpiring? Particularly Mubuki, who snapped out of his excitement and implored, "Leader, please don't subject me to this." Even Takeshi hesitated momentarily before speaking, "Leader. Take him away. Take him away. I don't want to see him right now." Akihiko impatiently waved his hand, and now even Takeshi understood. Lord Mubuki had likely incurred the leader's displeasure. Understanding this deep within, Takeshi swiftly gestured and called out behind him, "Guards! Escort Lord Mubuki away and closely monitor him while he transcribes. No meals until he completes the task." "Hey, release me!" Mubuki protested, but he was promptly restrained by several guards who complied with the orders despite their confusion. Their movements were swift, overpowering Mubuki and rendering him incapable of resisting. Despite his desperate wriggling, Mubuki was dragged away. "Let me go! Let me go! I have served the land of grass with unwavering devotion. I have shed blood for the land of grass. You can't treat me like this. Hey, it was I who introduced you to the leader." "Ah! Leader! Leader! I still have 2 children to care for. I want to go home." However, his pitiful cries gradually faded until they ceased entirely, silenced by his captivity. Takeshi stared at the leader, who now chuckled contentedly, wearing a perplexed expression. He hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Leader, what about Lord Mubuki?" Interrupting him, Akihiko dismissively waved his hand, then crossed his arms and approached the coffee table. He picked up a teacup and spoke with conviction, "I am not singling him out, Advisor Mubuki." He sighed in frustration, "He has severe ideological discrepancies." His voice conveyed determination, demanding attention. If left unchecked, it will inevitably lead to significant issues in the future. He added. Takeshi suddenly grasped the situation, saying, "I understand. Indeed. Keep a vigilant eye on him." Akihiko leaned forward and whispered, 2 meals per day. Basic sustenance. Only release him once he has completed the transcription." "Yes." Takeshi acknowledged the resolute order, his countenance grave as he exited the room. Akihiko nodded approvingly at Takeshi's firm demeanor as the minister of the guard. Experiencing a myriad of emotions, Akihiko shifted his gaze to the window, observing the snow gradually melting. He muttered to himself, "The new year has arrived. The establishment of the land of grass has embarked upon a new chapter. Meanwhile, I apologize for the inconvenience. I am a friend of Lord Mubuki, and I can assure you that he is not a traitor. We are innocent." Jiraiya pleaded, hoping to vindicate Mubuki's reputation. "May I have the opportunity to see him? This matter is somewhat intertwined with me, after all," Jiraiya requested, presenting the visitation approval slip he had obtained. Upon receiving permission, Jiraiya, wearing a complex expression, followed the grass shinobi and proceeded inside. After a while, they arrived at a dimly lit room where they discovered Mubuki, his once vibrant and spirited demeanor now replaced by a vacant expression as he gazed at the ceiling. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh, "I'm sorry. I never anticipated that the laws of the land of grass would be so stringent. No wonder you cautioned me to be careful back then. Who could have foreseen that the simple act of selling a book would be construed as an act of treason?" And Jiraiya hesitated momentarily, then continued, "Am I still able to purchase that book?" Chapter 31, ch. 31 Spring Planting. The land of grass, a nation that had undergone extensive reconstruction following its devastating downfall, captured Jiraiya's curiosity as he gazed upon its sprawling landscape. Spring had arrived, bringing with it warmer weather. Yet, the land of grass he beheld defied its reputation in the shinobi world. In the shinobi world, the land of grass was renowned for its adeptness in acquiring ninjutsu from other nations and skillfully maneuvering through diplomatic channels to maintain a delicate balance among the major powers. They were often regarded as fence-sitters within the shinobi community, swiftly adapting and safeguarding their own interests. If circumstances shifted unfavorably, it would not be surprising to find them aligning with Iwagakure the next day, despite their seemingly close ties to Konoha. But why had the Land of Grass suffered such destruction during the later stages of the First Great Ninja War? The answer lay in their complete lack of moral principles. They shamelessly peddled vast amounts of false information, selling it to Konoha today, Iwagakure tomorrow, Tsunagakure the day after, and even supplying Kumagakure from far away. With just a small village, they had provided more than half of the intelligence during the First Great Ninja War. However, a significant portion of that intelligence had been fabricated. The First Great Ninja War descended into chaos due to the proliferation of false reports, believed to originate from the mountains of deceitful information supplied by the Land of Grass. Consequently, the Land of Grass was left in ruins. Pondering this, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy within his heart. Undoubtedly, the shinobi from the grass were valiant in their own right. It was highly unlikely that anyone had expected the Land of Grass, already decimated, to quietly rebuild itself during the tumultuous Second Great Ninja War while other nations were embroiled in fierce conflicts. As for Jiraiya's current visit to the grass village, he had merely happened upon it during his travels and intended to pay a visit to Master Ikenu. However, he had not anticipated the unfolding circumstances. Reflecting on his imprisoned newfound friend, a profound sense of regret washed over Jiraiya. Had he genuinely sought to purchase Land of Grass secrets instead of merely desiring a book, he might have become a wanted man within the grass village. Such a scenario would have necessitated a swift escape, causing him to miss the opportunity to meet with Master Ikenu. How ironic fate could be! Earlier that morning, driven by the allure of obtaining a personally signed edition by Master Ikenu, an item that even the Fire Country couldn't boast, he had embarked on a special trip to visit. And what did he encounter? In just a matter of days, his formerly like-minded companion was now seated at a table, pen in hand, muttering incomprehensible words like virtu and in hurdle. With a stern tone, the friend reprimanded Jiraiya, saying, "I am not that kind of person. I possess nothing that you seek. Please refrain from disturbing me while I am engrossed in my studies." He had already made plans for a future trading arrangement. Once he was released, he would make preparations to trade outside the Land of Grass. However, until that time, they were not supposed to meet in order to avoid raising suspicion from the grass shinobi. They would wait for the agreed-upon moment. On a dark and windy day, when the sky was clear and filled with the gentle breeze of spring, they would execute their plan. The other party would be dressed in all black, wearing a black hat and glasses to blend into the darkness. They would carry a securely wrapped package containing books and quietly place it in a small grove outside the eastern borders of the Land of Grass. At the designated time, he would appear at the designated location, dressed in black attire, donning a black hat and glasses. Carrying a box filled with cash, he would retrieve the securely wrapped package and place it down. In this manner, the transaction would be completed without ever meeting face to face. Surely the Land of Grass wouldn't arrest anyone for such an arrangement. The plan seemed flawless, but unfortunately, the other party had decided not to proceed with the trade. They claimed their spirit had undergone a transformation and that they were no longer that kind of person. What nonsense! It had only been a short time, and even genjutsu brainwashing wouldn't work that fast. We were both avid fans of Master Ikenu, who didn't know that? That person must be scared. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, planning to confront them in a few days' time. He continued to stroll through the streets of the Land of Grass, observing a place that defied the rumors he had heard. A serene smile graced his lips, and his warm gaze held hope. Such sights were not common during times of war. Unconsciously, a faint smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. In this moment, he once again felt the presence of peace within his heart. It was the first year of peace following the war, and it was likely that each village and nation was in the process of recovering and returning to normal life. Perhaps Konoha was going through the same process at that very moment. But, were those grass shinobi? How did ninja end up living among civilians? Just as Jiraiya pondered this mystery, he witnessed the grass shinobi nearby suddenly forming hand seals, their expressions turning serious. They were preparing to use ninjutsu. Ninjutsu against ordinary people? Could it be that they were rogue shinobi who disregarded the principles of being a ninja? Jiraiya's expression changed abruptly as he recalled the reputation of the grass shinobi in the shinobi world. It seemed that they truly were a group that flouted the principles of being a ninja. Look at the person he had recently encountered in the land of grass. They ended up in prison because they openly defied the village's orders and engaged in illegal trades, didn't they? Grass shinobi disregarding the principles of being a ninja, it appeared to be quite common. But since he, the great toad sage Jiraiya, had witnessed it, he couldn't pretend not to see. Just as the grass shinobi's expressions grew intense and they uttered in a low voice, "Earth release, cultivation earth." Jiraiya's face filled with anger as he leaped forward, shouting loudly, "Stop! Is this how you repay your leader? Is this how you treat the innocent civilians of the land of grass who trusted you?" Before he could finish his words, his ninjutsu was abruptly interrupted. However, what he saw in front of him was not what he had anticipated. Everyone glared at him, including the elderly person who should have been saved. Their stares were filled with disbelief. "Do you even care?" His voice grew softer, the last 4 words completing his sentence. However, being scrutinized by so many people, Jiraiya was at a loss for words. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I am the great toad sage Jiraiya." But he couldn't finish his self-introduction. "You little brat! Why are you disturbing the ninja? What are you doing here, bothering us while we're working the land?" The enraged old man swung a hammer at him, and it didn't stop there. "Someone interrupted our spring plantation. Help! Help! Someone, quickly!" Someone shouted, and then, "Hush, hush, hush!" Suddenly, Jiraiya realized he was surrounded by a group of ninjas with crimson eyes. Just like that night, they closed in on him tightly. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, flashed an embarrassed smile, and said, "Would you believe me if I said this is all a misunderstanding?" "Who would believe that?" Akihako's eyes narrowed as he examined the documents in his hands. He sneered and remarked, "It's only been a few days, not even half a month, and this person claims to have changed? That they deeply understand the spirit of the grass? Lock them up for a month, no release before that." He promptly wrote the word "rejected" on the document. These individuals, don't they realize there are numerous tasks to be accomplished in the land of grass at present? Winter had passed, spring had arrived, and it was the perfect time to initiate a new wave of infrastructure projects. One must understand that the land of grass had recently emerged from a war, leaving many lands abandoned during that period. Akihiko sighed with a mix of emotions and muttered to himself, "It seems that the spring cultivation has been progressing smoothly these days. We'll convene another meeting shortly to determine if there are any other matters requiring attention." Just as he finished speaking, knock, knock. A knocking sound resonated from the door. "Come in." Akihiko's surprise was evident when he saw the gatekeeper enter. At a time like this, the chief of the guard rarely made an appearance. "Even you have come. It seems something significant has occurred," Akihiko sighed helplessly, shaking his head, and inquired, "Tell me. What happened? Is it that troublemaker Mubuki again, or is it Konoha from next door coming to criticize us?" As he spoke, the gatekeeper hesitated for a moment before saying, "No, it's neither." "Leader." "Oh? Neither? Then what happened?" Akihiko's confusion grew as he observed Takeshi standing before him. He pondered for a moment and speculated, could it be that someone from Iwagakure has arrived? "No one from Iwagakure has come. It's just..." At this point, Takeshi Shinoik fell silent, uncertain of how to articulate his words. This only piqued Akihako's curiosity further. He sat upright and urged, "Speak up. If there's something, just say it." "Well, it's..." Upon hearing the leader's request, Takeshi could only respond with a perplexed expression, "We've received a report from the civilians. Someone is impeding the preparations for spring cultivation. Who dares to interfere with the preparations for spring planting?" Akihako's eyebrows shot up, his face contorted with anger. Don't they realize that this is the most crucial task in the land of grass right now? He slammed his fist on the table forcefully. "Quickly, arrest them. As the chief of the guard, why do you hesitate? Do you still want to serve? Is there something that frightens you? Speak up. Who is it? Are they remnants of evil forces within the country? Bandits? Reactionary elements? It's one of the three Sunin of Konoha. Jiraiya." As the words left his lips, Akihiko was momentarily stunned. He rubbed his ear and hesitated. "Who? Jiraiya? Why?" Chapter 32, ch. 32 Extend my punishment. "You'll stay here," a guard told Jiraiya as he was led into the cell. "This grass village ninja, I am a ninja from Konoha village. I am one of the legendary three Sunin of Konoha. Konoha and the village hidden in the grass are allies. Trust me. The incident earlier was unintentional." Jiraiya tried to reason with the guard, explaining that it was a misunderstanding. "I know. But you did indeed hinder the spring plantation. Let me tell you, it's the most important matter in the land of grass right now. Until the leader's judgment is delivered, you can only stay here. After all, the land of grass has just been rebuilt, and this is a new situation for us. We are unsure of how to handle this situation. After Minister Miyabuki's investigation, however, I also know that you were not intentional. So, I guess you won't have to stay for long. I hope you won't bring any disrepute to Konoha." The guard responded, emphasizing that regardless of who Jiraiya was, no one could defy the leader's decision. Jiraiya sighed inwardly, "I came here precisely because I was concerned about potential conflicts between our nations. Irrespective of the matter's significance, it could be seen as interrupting a country's most important task and interfering with another ninja village's affairs." He represented the Konoha ninja now, and if the matter was pursued, it would be reported to the village. Although he wouldn't face severe consequences with his status, it could still impact the relationship between the villages. Jiraiya didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, especially since the grass village was an ally of Konoha. And it was his own fault. Peace was hard won, and he didn't want to jeopardize it because of his own mistakes. As Jiraiya observed the familiar surroundings of the cell, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had just managed to leave this place, and now, he was back again. At that moment, a familiar voice came from beside him. "Hey, little brother, why are you here too?" Miyabuki exclaimed in surprise. "Did the leader send you in here?" Miyabuki looked at Jiraiya with shock, aware of his identity, just like the leader. Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage, the powerful ninja bestowed with the title of the legendary Three Sunin of Konoha. "What happened?" Miyabuki questioned, confused about why Jiraiya had been arrested and why he didn't resist. "Don't mention it." Jiraiya looked at the familiar figure and sighed, recalling the angry old farmer. "I didn't know that the attitude of the ninjas in the land of grass was different. Ninjas would actually do such things. Helping common people in spring plantations." Jiraiya questioned in his mind, never having witnessed such actions before. "Never mind. I guess you won't be locked up for long either. Maybe you'll be out before me," Miyabuki said, remembering that he hadn't been able to leave despite studying diligently and asking questions over the past few days. But he still couldn't understand why the leader was deliberately giving him a hard time. Did he say anything wrong that night? No, he didn't. Miyabuki pondered to himself. He had merely wanted to bring great Ikanusama here and have him write 100,000 words and draw 10 pages every day. It was all for the prosperity and development of the land of grass. Why was he locked up for it? But what else could he do now? He could only accept the punishment. As Mubuki seemingly remembered something, he realized that Jiraiya's cell was next to his. He walked directly to the iron bars, lowered his voice, and said, "Books. Do you need any more?" Jiraiya's eyes lit up at Mubuki's words. He suddenly felt that staying here for a few more days wouldn't be a problem. Now he could proceed with the plan he had formulated. Glancing at the grass village ninja guarding the door, Jiraiya quickly approached and whispered, "Yes. Yes. You understand this, don't you?" Mubuki blinked his eyes, rubbed his fingers together, and said meaningfully, "It's getting strict recently. So the price?" "I understand. I understand." Jiraiya replied, eager to obtain the book. And so, the two individuals conspired in the prison of the village hidden in the grass to carry out a smuggling plan that was not particularly significant but had to be kept secret. On the other side, after hearing the report from the gate, Akihiko fell silent. He sighed and shook his head in disappointment. So, Intimate Paradise hasn't come out yet. The current Jiraiya is just a traveling toad with very little money. What use is he? He holds no value at all. Akihiko muttered to himself. Since it wasn't intentional, then let the person. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly seemed to remember something and narrowed his eyes. This matter is very serious. Confused by the sudden change in the leader's tone, Takeshi, who was reporting, couldn't help but ask, "Leader, what do you mean by that? Are you considering declaring war on Konoha?" Akihiko sighed and responded, "You should understand that preparing for spring cultivation is currently the most important matter in the land of grass. No one can hinder it for any reason. What if something goes wrong? It would seriously affect the spring sowing. Do you realize the consequences of affecting the sowing? It would cause a serious problem for the autumn harvest. And do you know what the autumn harvest means? It means food. If there's no food, the thousands of people in the land of grass will starve. Starvation leads to death. Death will lead to the destruction of the land of grass. Jiraiya almost caused the destruction of the land of grass. How serious and terrifying is that?" Takeshi looked speechless at Akihiko's words. He couldn't believe that the situation was that dire. "Is it really that serious?" he asked, still trying to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Akihiko nodded solemnly and continued, "Considering the relationship between the land of grass and Konoha, what else can we do? What kind of relationship exists between Konoha and the village hidden in the grass? They are close allies. They are comrades who can entrust their lives to each other. Our village hidden in the grass guards the border for Konoha, resisting the invasion of the village hidden in the rock. Although the Konoha ninjas have caused serious problems for us, we can't let the relationship between the two villages deteriorate because of that." Akihiko sighed, displaying a sense of the village's suffering, and said, "Therefore, in order to maintain the relationship between the two villages and prevent the destruction of the land of grass, we can only allow that Konoha ninja to help with the spring cultivation. I've heard that his contracted toad is quite big, cough cough." His tone became serious as he emphasized, "This is to save the land of grass. We don't have much time left. We must complete the preparations as soon as possible." "Yes. I understand." Takeshi, who had a complex expression on his face, acknowledged the leader's decision and left to carry out his tasks. As Akihiko sat down to continue dealing with the day's documents, he couldn't help but think about the upcoming events. Jiraiya's assistance was necessary since kusagakure was short on manpower. With the Shinoite clan and the Uzumaki clan occupied with their own tasks, asking for help was the only option. Speaking of which, the toads should be able to carry a plow, right? Also, Akihiko pondered, considering the possibilities. Then he turned his attention to the documents handed over by the academy. It's time to start the training program, he concluded, determined to prioritize the education and development of the village's ninja. Like this, like that, Jiraiya said with a serious expression, explaining his plan to Muki. In that case, we have to act as if we've never met before. Even if your leader wants to capture you, there's nothing he can do. Just say you found the money outside. Muki couldn't help but exclaim, that's a great plan. I didn't expect you to come up with such a good idea. Truly worthy of being one of the legendary three Sunin of Konoha. Jiraiya sighed and looked at Muki. I had no choice. I didn't expect the laws in the land of grass to be so strict. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. I didn't expect a high-ranking member like you from the village hidden in the grass to be arrested for selling books. Muki looked blankly at Jiraiya for a moment, thinking to himself, my arrest probably has nothing to do with selling books. However, he kept his thoughts to himself. After all, if he revealed the truth, it might jeopardize their plan, and he wouldn't be able to negotiate a higher price. He put on a serious expression and said, next, let's thoroughly refine the plan. Jiraiya nodded with a smile. That's the way to go. This time, we must ensure that everything goes smoothly. However, before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, a shinobi from the village hidden in the grass approached and opened the prison cell. He helplessly informed them, you can come out now. I didn't expect you to be released in less than an hour. The leader has already issued a punishment for you. He handed Jiraiya a piece of paper. 1 week of community service. Jiraiya was taken aback as he read the paper. There was no fine, and he was being assigned to help with the spring cultivation preparations instead of staying in the cell. A smile appeared on his face. This is how it should be. But before he could finish his sentence, he remembered something and looked at Muki, who was sighing next to him, and then at the shinobi. Extend it for another day. Jiraiya spoke with a righteous tone. As the Toad Sage, I have to criticize you. I have caused such a serious situation for the land of grass, and you only kept me locked up for less than an hour? Is that reasonable? It's unreasonable. I should be locked up for at least a day. Come and pick me up tomorrow morning. I am the Toad Sage, after all. The shinobi from the village hidden in the grass looked bewildered, opening his mouth but not finding the right words to respond. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, Sir, is there something wrong with your mental state? The shinobi couldn't comprehend why Jiraiya would request to be locked up for longer, considering he had just been granted an early release. It seemed like an unusual request for a normal person. Chapter 33, ch. 33 Financial problem again? Jiraiya paused momentarily, realizing that his suggestion to prolong his punishment might be viewed as unconventional. However, he quickly regained his composure, letting out a soft chuckle and sheepishly scratching the back of his head. His intention was simply to spend more time in the cell, allowing him to further discuss and refine the plan. Unfortunately, Jiraiya's modest request for an extra day was promptly rejected without consideration or hesitation. You have been entrusted with the responsibility of overseeing this area. Remember, if you fail to complete it, your punishment will be extended. The hidden village in the grass and Konoha share a close relationship. Do not bring shame upon Konoha, emphasized the shinobi from the hidden village in the grass. As Jiraiya watched the shinobi from the grass village walk away and surveyed the vast expanse of land before him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Why had he come to the land of grass in the first place? Wasn't it simply to visit Ikinu-sensei? And what had happened? He couldn't find Ikinu-sensei, and now he was being punished for hindering the land of grass vital cultivation plan, forced to work in the fields. What kind of predicament was this? In the brief 2 weeks he had spent in the land of grass, he had already encountered so much. Especially at the beginning, he had nearly become a fugitive just for purchasing a book from another country. Reflecting on all this, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The only solace now was the prospect of acquiring a limited edition novel personally signed by Ikinu-sensei. Forget it, why am I dwelling on these matters now? I should quickly finish the task and wait for Miyabuki's release. With his position in the land of grass, we can locate Ikinu-sensei. Jiraiya shook his head, firmly grasped his hoe, and confidently declared, it's just plowing and tilling the land, right? The ninja world is still awaiting the intervention of the Toad Sage. I'll get this done in no time. However, as soon as those words left his lips, after laboring in the fields for a while, Jiraiya stood still, sighed, and shook his head. Truly, as the legendary Toad Sage, the future renowned author of the ninja world, and the master of the Child of Destiny, Jiraiya was not meant for this kind of menial labor. However, noticing the occasional glances from the grass shinobi, Jiraiya forced a strained smile and muttered to himself, seems like I can't leave until I finish this. He couldn't just walk away like this. What if news of this incident reached Konoha from the land of grass? With this thought in mind, Jiraiya's determination surged once again. Since I've committed to completing it, I must follow through. Actions speak louder than words, and as the Toad Sage, I must embody the true essence of the ninja way. As he finished speaking, his expression turned serious, and he swiftly performed hand seals before slamming his hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A cloud of smoke billowed, revealing a colossal figure standing before him. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me so suddenly? Is something wrong? Inquired the giant toad. Gamabunta, Jiraiya addressed the giant toad with a grave tone, are we partners? Taken aback, Gamabunta lowered his head, furrowed his brows, and scrutinized Jiraiya. It seems you've gotten yourself into some serious trouble. Where are the enemies? Why can't this chief toad see them? Enemies? There are no enemies here. Jiraiya clarified, indicating that Gamabunta had misunderstood the situation. Then why did you summon me out of the blue? Are we going on a journey? Questioned Gamabunta, trying to understand the purpose behind Jiraiya's summoning. Not that. It's just. Jiraiya gently patted his body, looking at Gamabunta with hopeful eyes and a slight smile. I need a small favor from you. Confused, Gamabunta held a tiny hoe in his hand, no larger than a toothpick for him. He glanced at Jiraiya, who pleaded silently with his eyes, filled with anticipation. What in the world is happening here? How did this absurd situation come to be? Jiraiya should be working now, right? Akihiko set aside the task he was handling and stretched lazily, speaking in a relaxed tone. Just make sure to keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't slack off. It's all taken care of, Takeshi and the others are monitoring him. Nothing will go wrong, Kana assured, smiling softly. She glanced at the tired Akihiko, her cheeks slightly flushed, and offered some advice. Akihiko, you should take a break, you look exhausted. Akihiko was taken aback but nodded earnestly. You're right, I am tired. My apologies for the inconvenience. However, before he could finish speaking, a knocking sound echoed from the door. Helpless, Akihiko momentarily paused and clasped his hands, resting them against his chin. With a serious expression, he said, "Come in." As the words left his lips, the door creaked open. Under the watchful gaze of Akihiko and Kana, an elderly man with grey hair entered the room. It was Yoshinori Uzumaki, the third elder of the Uzumaki clan. But why was he here now? Could there be progress in the experiment? Yoshinori Uzumaki approached, looking at Akihiko seated at the desk with a grave expression. He spoke, addressing him as leader. Elder Yoshinori, what brings you here? Akihiko inquired. My apologies for the interruption, leader, Yoshinori apologized before presenting a document in his hand. Both the Research Institute and the Academy are running low on funds for this quarter. Akihiko nodded, examining the financial statement handed to him. It seemed reasonable. After all, research required funding, and with the academy about to commence, financial resources were necessary. Akihiko began, about to give his approval. Suddenly, he felt a discreet touch against him. It was undoubtedly Kana. But what did it mean? Should he refuse to allocate the funds? Was something amiss? Caught off guard, Akihiko glanced between the two applications, then at Kana, his expression filled with a mix of helplessness and contemplation. Gradually, he started to understand the message conveyed to him. We find ourselves in a precarious financial situation once again. Yes, considering the circumstances, it seems our funds have been entirely depleted. Akihiko contemplated his response, his gaze fixed on Yoshinori Uzumaki, who awaited his decision. What course of action should he take? Admitting that there was no money left would be immensely embarrassing. At that moment, Kana observed the leader's internal struggle and hesitated briefly before speaking up. Akihiko. I understand, Akihiko snapped back to reality, intertwining his hands once more and resting them against his chin. His expression turned serious as he continued, both of these requests are valid and necessary. Yoshinori began to respond, but Akihiko swiftly interjected. However, as you are well aware, our current situation poses significant challenges. The land of grass has just been established, and we are in the early stages of development. Every aspect requires financial resources, Akihiko explained earnestly. In this arduous and demanding environment, the true spirit of the land of grass and its shinobi will shine. He raised his fist, his tone resolute. We will persevere. We will work diligently, striving for greatness. I firmly believe that with our unwavering dedication, we can overcome any obstacle. When faced with difficulties, we must seek solutions. Yoshinori looked at Akihiko, his initial doubt replaced with admiration for the leader's unwavering determination. However, he hesitantly inquired, what exactly does the leader mean to say? Akihiko's declaration resonated throughout the room. We are currently facing a shortage of funds. Chapter 34, ch. 34 School Inspection. Despite the financial challenges faced by the land of grass, the Grass Village Academy commenced its activities with unwavering determination. Akihiko, who had made a special visit that day, strolled through the corridors of the academy, taking in the sounds of students engrossed in their studies, which brought him a profound sense of relief. The academy's curriculum is meticulously designed based on the leader's directives. Yoshinori Uzumaki, the appointed dean, exclaimed with a warm smile. We uphold the core values of the Grass Village, striving to nurture well-rounded shinobi who embody virtues, intelligence, physical abilities, personality, and diligence. Akihiko found great satisfaction in hearing about the development of shinobi with comprehensive qualities, as such emphasis was a rarity among the traditional shinobi of the ninja world. It seemed that every time they had a meeting, Yoshinori Uzumaki diligently took notes on Akihiko's words. It was evident that appointing him as the dean of the Grass Village Academy and the leader of the Chakra Capacitor Task Force had proven to be a wise decision. Yoshinori Uzumaki did not disappoint Akihiko's high expectations. Unlike that individual, Mubuki, who claimed to diligently study and take notes on Akihiko's words every day but showed no progress whatsoever. With a mix of regret and emotion, Akihiko let out a sigh, then smiled at Yoshinori Uzumaki and nodded in approval, saying, "Well done. This is also thanks to the leader's unwavering support." Yoshinori Uzumaki responded, maintaining a composed demeanor upon receiving the leader's affirmation. Everything was already meticulously planned, and he merely needed to proceed step by step. The only aspect he needed to be cautious of was individuals who did not take their responsibilities seriously or went against the leader's instructions. Observing the young leader before him, Yoshinori Uzumaki couldn't help but feel admiration. The leader possessed a broad-mindedness that exceeded their initial expectations. While Yoshinori Uzumaki had already admired the leader's open-mindedness when the Uzumaki clan was accepted, defying the hidden rules of the ninja world, it appeared they had underestimated the leader's magnanimity. Establishing a ninja academy was not an unprecedented move, considering that all 5 major shinobi villages had their own academies. However, no other village's academy included ninjutsu in their teachers' textbooks for instructing children. Even Konoha, the strongest village in the ninja world, refrained from doing so. But the Grass Village Ninja Academy did. It boasted textbooks personally authored by the leader. Moreover, the ninjutsu were skillfully categorized, allowing students to learn various techniques according to their grade levels, progressing from easy to difficult and from safe to hazardous. You see, a typical ninja academy would not teach any ninjutsu, not even simple C-rank techniques. They usually focused solely on imparting basic skills. Ninjutsu, on the other hand, was typically taught by their respective clans or instructors approved by the village after graduation, through personalized instruction. For those students who lacked these options, their only recourse was to complete missions and contribute to the village in order to receive rewards. As a consequence, some individuals, upon graduating, remained oblivious to any ninjutsu and could only rely on taijutsu, shuriken throwing, and the 3 basic jutsus, transformation, clone, substitution, they learned in the academy to face adversaries. Especially during times of war, they could be deployed as cannon fodder, perishing on the battlefield without ever acquiring a ninjutsu. The leader possessed an exceptional spirit, surpassing even the first and second Hokage. Initially, Yoshinori Uzumaki was perplexed as to why the leader would allocate so much time to these seemingly inconsequential aspects for Academy Shinobi. It appeared to be an excessive dedication to these matters. As a shinobi, it was enough to train diligently and attain formidable strength to protect the village. After all, no shinobi would betray their village without valid reasons. Such an act would be despised by all shinobi. However, on a particular day, he voiced his doubts, and the leader let out a sigh. With a solemn expression, the leader responded, "The land of grass does not aim to produce a group of mere tools or train them to become killing machines. Our goal is to cultivate exceptional individuals. We must instill the right values in children from a young age, allowing them to develop their own ideals and teaching them to think independently when faced with challenges. They should love their country, their family, and their fellow shinobi, and become outstanding shinobi with strong ideals, morals, ambitions, and confidence. We want every shinobi to truly comprehend the shinobi world and become the new generation of grass shinobi." At that moment, Yoshinori witnessed a radiant glow emanating from the leader, captivating and dazzling. The leader genuinely cared about the well-being of the children, unlike the village head who claimed to uphold justice and morality but engaged in questionable activities. Recalling something while accompanying Akihiko on the inspection, Yoshinori glanced at the warning signs hanging on the academy walls. Let the children open their eyes and perceive the shinobi world. Cultivate well-rounded shinobi with virtues, intelligence, physical abilities, personality, and diligence. These phrases had become Yoshinori's lifelong aspiration. Just as he had diligently studied chakra to repay the land of grass for accepting him, he now wanted to contribute to making the land of grass strong. As he looked at the 2 phrases displayed on the wall, Akihiko was momentarily taken aback and rubbed his eyes. Who had written this? Why were these words even more eloquent than his own? In that instant, he seemed to hear a familiar voice. Nagato. Whether you want to join now or not, you have to join. I'm telling you, you are the vice leader of the Akatsuki organization that I've chosen. Declared Yahiko, addressing Nagato. Reveal the truth, unravel the mysteries. Don't you think it's cool? He continued, his expression brimming with excitement. That night was simply an accident. We couldn't have anticipated that Dad was just making friends and not selling information. We didn't know that there was actually someone disguised as a ghost student drawing poop at the festival. Yahiko admitted his mistake, although his expression didn't reveal any sign of realizing his error. Come on! Let's uncover the truth together! He exclaimed, clenching his fists, his expression inviting others to join in a great mission without hesitation. Akihiko twitched his mouth as he observed the persistently inviting Yahiko and the resigned Nagato, along with Konan, who was nearby folding paper. It seemed that Yahiko hadn't given up yet. What was the point of finding the ghost student who drew poop? Akihiko wondered. Hee. Has the morning class already ended? Yoshinori, who seemed to have noticed the leader's gaze, also snapped out of his thoughts, wearing a smile on his aging face. They are all lovely children. Yahiko is the most energetic and curious among them. Whenever he sees something interesting, he always goes exploring. Yoshinori began explaining their personalities to Akihiko, starting with Yahiko, who was the most ordinary of the three yet the most active. Nagato, on the other hand, is calm and possesses an acute attention to detail. He is incredibly talented and is currently studying sealing jutsu with the Uzumaki clan. He is truly a gifted child, Yoshinori continued, highlighting Nagato's genius. And Konan is the only one who has mastered the leader's secret technique. She is a genius when it comes to origami and is always optimistic and cheerful, a girl who loves to smile, he concluded, emphasizing Konan's unique talent in origami. After a brief introduction of the three children, Yoshinori's smile widened. Yahiko formed an organization called Akatsuki to investigate that school legend. Just as he finished speaking, "There's still too little homework," the leader suddenly exclaimed, leaving Yoshinori momentarily stunned. "Oh, it's nothing," Akihiko shook his head, wearing a kind and friendly smile. "How is the homework schedule at school now?" As per the leader's request, only the lower grade students have homework at the moment. Although he didn't understand why the leader was inquiring about this, Yoshinori responded earnestly, "So, it's generally not much. Most students can complete it at school without being burdened too heavily. As expected, it's too little." Akihiko exclaimed unexpectedly, expressing his expectation for more homework. Yoshinori fell silent for a moment, hesitating, then asked, "Does that mean the leader wants to increase the workload a bit?" "Then, according to Elder Yoshinori's suggestion, increase it a bit." Akihiko responded in a firm tone, implying that Yoshinori had brought up the matter of insufficient homework. Yoshinori was left speechless and pondered, "Is this what the leader means?" But, hesitatingly, he inquired, "What about the budget?" "Get it done," Akihiko declared resolutely, indicating that financial constraints were of no concern. Meanwhile, in the underground, "Is it finally over?" Madara deduced from the cheerful voices coming to a halt that the morning class had come to an end. He let out a weary yawn and closed his eyes slowly. "I'm going to rest." With those words, his breathing gradually steadied, as if he had genuinely drifted off into slumber. Chapter 35, ch. 35 Nagato's Report. Uncertain of the passing time, Madara detected a stir and slowly opened his eyes, stretching lazily. Since the break began, he had felt a void, even sleep had become somewhat uncomfortable. But the nap he took today, it was perhaps the most restful slumber he had experienced all year. If he hadn't sensed something amiss, he might have continued sleeping indefinitely. Madara gazed at the returning original White Zetsu. Before he could speak, the original White Zetsu addressed him cheerfully, "Madara-sama, are you awake?" "MHM." Madara nodded expressionlessly, observing the original White Zetsu before him and briefly glancing at the spiral White Zetsu drawing beside him. Calmly, he inquired, "What information did you gather during the investigation?" "Well, since the war has recently ended, the ninja world is generally in a state of peace, but..." The original White Zetsu sighed with emotion. "Many places, especially small countries, are still trapped in ceaseless conflicts." Indeed, they had undertaken a secret mission with Black Zetsu to gather intelligence this time. Although Madara-sama had instructed them to remain discreet for now and not reveal themselves until the time for peace arrived, they needed to keep a watchful eye on the direction the ninja world was taking. After all, it was only through endless conflicts, after Madara-sama had sunk into despair, that his unwavering determination for his ideals would grow stronger. With a visage filled with disappointment and regret, the original White Zetsu continued, "The actions of the ninjas from Iwagakure and Kumagakure are peculiar. Despite the war having just ended, it seems they are still making preparations. It's absurd. Can't everyone simply live in happiness?" Madara-sama clearly yearns for peace. As his words trailed off, Madara's white eyebrows slightly arched, and a cold smile formed on his lips as he calmly remarked, "Indeed, Hashirama's foolish methods were flawed from the beginning. Only my ideology is correct. Attempting to achieve peace through the shinobi village system? Dividing tailed beasts to enforce compromise among the 5 great shinobi villages? It is nothing short of laughable. And what was the outcome? No change whatsoever. Even after the fool's demise, the wars persisted endlessly. Peace is not attained through compromise, and peace is not a casual invitation. Peace cannot be acquired through mere negotiations. Blind concessions will never bring about lasting peace. Only through personal strength can we achieve enduring peace. We must draw lessons from history to rectify our own ideals." Hashirama. He released a sigh, his voice tinged with disappointment. He was profoundly mistaken. Completely and utterly mistaken. Madara-sama is absolutely correct. Although he couldn't quite pinpoint it, there was a lingering sense of strangeness after hearing Madara-sama's words, as if they held undeniable truths. The original White Zetsu looked bewildered at Madara-sama, who had expressed profound insights today. Normally, Madara-sama would simply scoff and add something like "that idiot Hashirama." At most, cold, arrogant, and self-absorbed. But now, he could eloquently speak about ideology and inspire them to remain steadfast in their ideals. He had only been absent for 1 winter, so what had transpired here? Yet, hearing Madara-sama's words, everything seemed to fall into place. Thus, he refrained from saying anything further and scratched his head, saying, regarding Madara-sama's request. After contemplating for a moment, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Even though he moved from Omegakure to Kusagakure, not much has changed. Oh, right, Madara-sama, he has already begun training in ninjutsu. Although Kusagakure is a small village, the leader of Kusagakure possesses considerable strength, and there's no issue in instructing that child. Furthermore, the child's academic performance is exceptional. Originally, Spiral White Zetsu was responsible for this information, but that guy, unless it was a direct order and they kept a watchful eye on him, it was truly challenging to trust him. He continued speaking, while Madara-sama observed him. On the paper, it was written. Uzumaki Nagato's academic report. All subjects, A. And there were comments from the teacher. Nagato is an outstanding and polite child. He respectfully greets the teachers upon arrival and departure, and he is always willing to assist his classmates. He is well regarded by his peers in the class, possesses keen observational skills and patience, and shows eagerness in problem solving. At the bottom, it seemed to be added by the original White Zetsu himself. Has a good relationship with Yahiko and Konan, holds respect for the leader of Kusagakure Kyoko, Uzumaki Kana, and Nagato's mother. These 5 individuals can be considered significant connections. Although, as per Madara-sama's request, they shouldn't interfere with his growth and only ensure their presence. That child is merely a vessel for Madara-sama's eyes. And it is not yet time for the Rinnegan to awaken. After all, Madara-sama still requires the Gedo statue to sustain his life. Once it awakens and summons the demonic statue of the outer path, Madara-sama will ascend, won't he? However, some investigations still needed to be conducted. Within a short while, it appeared that Madara had finished reading and calmly remarked, "Seems like the grades are satisfactory, and they didn't disappoint my eyes." The original White Zetsu was stunned, sensing that something was amiss once again. But by then, Madara had slowly closed his eyes and calmly stated, "If there is no significant information, this old man wishes to rest." Is Madara-sama fatigued? Then I won't disturb Madara-sama any longer. The original white Zetsu snapped out of it and said with a smile, "Madara-sama, if you require anything, simply give me your orders." Tools should know their place, so even though he was curious, he refrained from further inquiries, not even knowing where to begin. But as he turned his head, he seemed to notice something, and his expression froze as he observed a few discarded bamboo skewers scattered on the ground. Bamboo skewers? When did these items appear here? And why are there several of them? Where did they even come from? Meanwhile, on the other side, Akihiko, completely unaware that he had made it onto Nagato's list of significant connections, took a brief tour of the academy before proceeding to the conference room. Today marked the first meeting of spring in the Land of Grass, making it an exceedingly important gathering. All the high-ranking officials of the Land of Grass, except for one individual who remained squatting, were obligated to attend. After emphasizing the significance of development is the key and further refining the 5-year development plan proposed during the initial meeting, Akihiko assumed a serious expression, crossing his hands and resting them on his chin, as he introduced another crucial topic for discussion. We are facing a financial crisis. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment as they gazed at their earnest leader. Had they depleted their funds so rapidly? They had even retrieved the wealth concealed in the land of whirlpools, so how could they already be running out of money? However, upon closer examination, it had been quite some time, and the expenses of the Land of Grass, they were indeed draining their finances. After all, the reconstruction and development of the Land of Grass required financial resources. One could even argue that it was quite remarkable that the Land of Grass had managed to sustain itself for such a long period without resorting to selling intelligence. It was truly an impressive feat. But what should they do now? Just as Akihiko prepared to inquire if anyone had any ideas, a certain elderly shinobi tremblingly raised his hand and once again suggested the traditional method of generating income for the village. Why not sell intelligence? As soon as he spoke, other older council members joined in, exclaiming, "Yes, we should sell intelligence. And selling intelligence is our forte." They questioned whether the Land of Grass could still be called the Land of Grass if they abandoned selling intelligence. Witnessing the elder shinobi once again proposing the sale of intelligence, Akihiko couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Even in Miobuki's absence, these individuals clung to this method. Chapter 36, ch. 36 Mystery Boxes. He does not oppose the notion of selling intelligence, as long as it was limited to providing false information to other nations without causing significant harm. However, given their deceptive tactics during the war, it had become evident that no country in the ninja world would trust intelligence originating from the Land of Grass. In the aftermath of the war and the establishment of peace, no village would be interested in purchasing discounted intelligence. The prevailing belief among the 5 great shinobi villages was that another war was unlikely to occur anytime soon. Consequently, the prospect of acquiring potentially fabricated intelligence held no appeal and was hardly worth considering. Moreover, relying solely on one source of income posed a significant risk for the Land of Grass. Any unexpected events could lead to severe consequences. That's why he had previously proposed diversifying their income through open sourcing and the development of animal husbandry and entertainment industries. Unfortunately, these endeavors were still in their early stages and required time to prosper. Takeshi Shinoik pondered for a moment and suggested, how about engaging in paid missions? It's a substantial source of funds for major shinobi villages. However, a nearby shinobi sighed helplessly and replied, "Forget it. No one would come to the grass village for missions. I don't know why, but our grass village, we actually possess decent strength. Yet, they won't come." Another chimed in, saying, "Indeed. Though we may not rival the 5 great shinobi villages, we are capable of handling smaller missions. The grass village offers reasonable prices, including discounts for multiple commissions. It's far more affordable than the 5 great shinobi villages. Perhaps our reputation has been tarnished, much like during the first Great Ninja War when we engaged in widespread dissemination of false information. Furthermore, the grass village lacks its own Kekkei Genkai, unique ninjutsu, or secret techniques. Most of our ninjutsu is derived from shinobi of other countries. This is why people doubt the reputation and strength of the grass village. Upon hearing these words from a grass shinobi, the others glared at him angrily. Why would he speak the truth like that? They thought. The nearby Uzumaki clan and Shinoite clan shinobi glanced up at the ceiling and remained silent. As recent additions to the village, they were cautious not to recklessly interfere in the discussion. I would like to say a few words. Uzumaki Yoshinori, the head of the academy, suddenly pretended to cough a couple of times before speaking with conviction. This grass shinobi, how can we label it as copying? Can we not say the same about shinobi techniques? We are all grass shinobi. Let us refrain from making such remarks. As our leader mentioned, it's about utilizing foreign techniques to counter them. He let out a sigh. We are a nation that is poor and weak. We have just begun the process of rebuilding. Is there anything wrong with learning from more powerful countries and villages? Is there anything wrong with acquiring advanced ninjutsu and knowledge management from shinobi villages of other nations? Tell me, is there anything wrong with strengthening our nation and village? As a member of the grass village, albeit a recent one, I must criticize this grass shinobi. Let's not speak negatively like this again. As Uzumaki Yoshinori's words reverberated in the conference room, a profound silence enveloped the space, leaving all the grass shinobi astounded as they fixed their gaze upon him, the esteemed elder of the Uzumaki clan. Even Takeshi Shinoike, the head of the Shinoite clan, found himself taken aback as he observed Uzumaki Yoshinori. Today, I have truly gained valuable insight. His eloquence is truly admirable. How skillfully he conveyed his point. Senior Yoshinori is absolutely correct. The grass shinobi who had previously spoken suddenly admitted with a tinge of remorse, I had allowed negativity to cloud my judgment, and your criticism holds true. Gradually, the remaining grass shinobi regained their composure, expressing agreement through sighs and nods. It's no wonder our leader appointed Senior Yoshinori as the head of the academy. He possesses deep understanding indeed. I am deeply impressed. I understand now. Our purpose is simply to learn and grow. What could possibly be wrong with that? Another grass shinobi exclaimed, filled with admiration. Senior Yoshinori has articulated it perfectly. The chorus of praise continued as others joined in, acknowledging Yoshinori's words. That is precisely what the leader emphasized, Uzumaki Yoshinori replied, his voice filled with pride. The leader's words are wise. The attention of the shinobi shifted, and they began showering Akihiko with praise. Akihiko found himself at a loss for words, witnessing the sudden shift in the atmosphere without any apparent reason. However, one thing was certain: Senior Yoshinori seemed to have won everyone's approval with his words alone. To be honest, many villagers had initially opposed the decision to appoint a recently joined shinobi clan elder as the head of the academy. However, Akihiko had his reasons. While the seasoned grass shinobi were undoubtedly knowledgeable, he had genuine concerns about their potential influence on the children. Only Ryu Ushikii provided him with some reassurance. But now, it seemed his worries were unfounded. Becoming a clan elder was clearly no simple task, as evidenced by Yoshinori's impact. I was considering having Mubuki learn a thing or two, Akihiko thought to himself before dismissing the idea. It wasn't necessary at the moment. Returning to the current discussion, Akihiko let out a sigh and retrieved a proposal from his pocket, his expression serious. Take a look, everyone. As he spoke, confusion clouded the faces of those present as their gaze fell upon the proposal. The title at the top read: Ninja World Mystery Box Plan. The sight of the title left everyone puzzled. What could this possibly be about? Although they may not have grasped its meaning, those who had experienced gacha games like Genshin Impact in their previous lives would have understood. Yes, it was a mystery box, a concept known by various names such as Lucky Bag or Blink Box, but the essence remained the same. Akihiko had even contemplated releasing card packs, but he realized it might be challenging for this generation to accept such an idea. Figures, on the other hand, held a different appeal as they could be physically touched and boasted intricate details in their appearance. Observing the perplexed expressions around him, Akihiko nodded with a sense of satisfaction. This was the quickest way he could think of to generate income aside from selling intelligence and autographed books. Originally, the gambling shadow was intended to attract Lady Tsunade, the affluent woman, but instead, Jiraiya, who was fervently searching for Mr. Ikanu, made his appearance. If she wouldn't come, then Akihiko would go to her. Moreover, the grass shinobi, despite their less than favorable reputation, possessed impressive detection and counter-detection abilities. Akihiko firmly believed that starting a mystery box craze was not beyond their capabilities. After all, the Land of Grass was renowned for its mimicry, and obtaining information on the appearances of famous individuals was relatively easy for them. Replicating such items shouldn't pose a significant challenge. Akihiko refused to believe that his very own Ninja World mystery box wouldn't attract a devoted following. This mystery box would be tailored to suit the theme of the Ninja World, and perhaps with minor variations such as different colored lights when opened. Of course, one thing we must exercise caution about is copyright issues. Although the Ninja World in this era doesn't place much importance on copyright, we can't predict what might happen in the future. After all, there are plenty of intelligent individuals in this world. It's inevitable that other villages will become envious of the Land of Grass's profitable endeavors and may even take measures to prohibit the use of ninja portraits from their villages. That's why Akihiko is prepared to seize this opportunity and acquire copyrights on a large scale. It's a strategic move for the future development of the Land of Grass. To further solidify the Land of Grass's position, Akihiko has also prepared a new script titled The Three Legendary Shinobi in the Land of Grass. He retrieved another proposal and glanced at the group of high-ranking officials among the Grass Shinobi who seemed to have a partial understanding. Letting out a helpless sigh, he said, "Forget it, I will handle the arrangements when the time comes. Additionally, we need a ninja to assist with diplomatic missions to other countries. This task is crucial for expanding into foreign markets and acquiring copyrights." As the words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances, and after a moment, Ryu Ushiki raised his hand, pondered for a while, and stated, "Although I'm unsure why the leader is so focused on acquiring these so-called copyrights, if it's for diplomatic missions to other countries," he let out a sigh, sounding somewhat helpless, "there's no doubt, Miyabuki is the most suitable candidate. Indeed, Miyabuki is the most fitting choice. Since the Land of Grass's reconstruction, he has been handling relations with neighboring nations. Despite his eccentricity, he is quite dependable in this regard." Akihiko thought of Miyabuki, who was still diligently studying in prison, and nodded with a similar sense of helplessness. "It will be him. Release him later. As for the new movie, The Three Legendary Shinobi, it would be perfect if those three would agree to act in it. However, can we truly ask them to make a movie? Will they even agree? Even if they do, it's highly unlikely. After all, the Land of Grass is impoverished, and we cannot afford the appearance fees of such prominent shinobi. That's why he didn't even mention the term Sunin in the title." Before he could complete his sentence, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a grass shinobi entering the room in a state of anxiety. "Kusano-sama." The shinobi appeared nervous, as if there was something of great importance to report. Curiosity filled the room as everyone gazed at him. Before they could inquire, the grass shinobi, wearing a worried expression, relayed, "We have just received intelligence from the reconnaissance team. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sunin, has lost control of his summoning creature, and it's wreaking havoc." Chapter 37, ch. 37 Jiraiya's Punishment. Jiraiya-san, you've certainly placed us in a challenging situation, Akihiko remarked, observing the disheveled appearance of Jiraiya, the white-haired man standing before him. Haha! Jiraiya, with torn clothes and a face covered in dirt, let out an awkward laugh and scratched his head upon hearing the leader of the land of grass. Resting his crossed hands on his knees and adopting a serious expression, Jiraiya spoke, "If I were to claim that this was merely an accident, would you believe me? What do you think?" Akihiko responded, inquiring whether Jiraiya was someone he could trust. Jiraiya appeared speechless and pondered, "Yeah, that's a valid point. What have I been doing since I arrived in the land of grass? Purchasing intelligence books, meddling with spring plantations, and now causing damage to spring farming. When I reflect on it, it does seem suspicious. But it truly was an accident." Jiraiya sighed, recalling the events of that morning. Faced with the hassle, he had resorted to directly summoning Gamabunta to assist him. Believing that with Gamabunta's colossal size, the situation would be swiftly resolved. Although Gamabunta initially hesitated, considering himself as the great toad of one of the three holy places, questioning whether such tasks were suitable for the chief of Mount Myaboku, he eventually relented after Jiraiya pleaded and appealed to their brotherly bond. Unfortunately, Jiraiya couldn't have foreseen the outcome. Gamabunta was an immense-size creature, but still a frog, and frogs jump around. Moreover, Gamabunta desired to complete the task swiftly, finding the small hoe provided by the land of grass unsuitable. Thus, he wielded his massive tent and hopped around with all his might. By the time Jiraiya realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Gamabunta had become carried away with the task. Amidst his size and swinging tent, he couldn't hear Jiraiya's words. The people of the land of grass were terrified and scattered in panic. Soon, the grass shinobi arrived, eventually managing to subdue Gamabunta. Jiraiya thought to himself, it truly was an accident. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's three Sunin, arrived in the land of grass a month ago, Akihiko, as the leader of the land of grass, solemnly stated, flipping through the documents in his hand. The purpose is... Before he could complete his sentence, Jiraiya seemed to have already anticipated what the leader of the land of grass wanted to say and promptly interjected, "The sole purpose of my visit to the land of grass was to see Master Ikanu. I truly had no ulterior motives. The purpose remains unclear." However, Akihiko raised an eyebrow, as if he hadn't heard Jiraiya's words, and continued, "Upon arriving in the land of grass, you secretly made contact with high-ranking members of the grass shinobi village and acquired intelligence." "Hold on a minute. It was Mubuki who contacted me. And I merely bought a book." Jiraiya attempted to argue that he wasn't the one who initiated the trade. Nevertheless, it seemed like Akihiko didn't acknowledge his defense and maintained a serious demeanor. "Furthermore, you disrupted the land of grass vital spring plantation plan. That was also a misunderstanding." Jiraiya persisted in defending himself. "And today, your actions caused widespread panic in the land of grass, resulting in significant damage to the land, homes, and various infrastructure, terrifying numerous civilians, and inflicting substantial losses upon the land of grass." Akihiko didn't halt his accusations but continued reading. "Well, that was also a misunderstanding." Jiraiya's voice grew increasingly hollow as Akihiko carried on. He forced a laugh and said, "It seems I've been quite unlucky lately. After the investigation, Takeshi Shinoike, the minister of the Land of Grass Guard Division, suspects that you have hidden motives. Using the guise of visiting Master Ikanu, you clandestinely arrived in the Land of Grass to sow chaos. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Jiraiya thought, his mouth twitching, but before he could speak. Of course Akihiko set aside the documents and smiled at Jiraiya, as an individual. "I personally have immense trust in Jiraiya-san. Who in the ninja world doesn't know one of Konoha's three Sunin, the sage of Mount Myaboku Jiraiya-san, a shinobi who yearns for peace? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya blinked his eyes, appearing somewhat moved. He gazed at the leader of the land of grass before him, and his heart became filled with a complex blend of emotions. Honestly, he never expected that the ninja he had encountered in the land of rain, wearing the forehead protector of the hidden rain village, would turn out to be the leader of the reconstructed land of grass and the grass shinobi village. During this period, he also noticed some peculiar occurrences in the land of grass. For instance, there seemed to be a significant number of individuals with red hair. Recalling the movie Gambling Shadow that was filmed in the land of grass, he wondered if everything depicted in the movie was purely fictional. Could it be possible that the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their distinct red hair, resided in the land of grass? However, he refrained from delving too deeply into the matter. The Uzumaki clan held great significance, and while Konoha might consider accepting a few individuals, accommodating an entire ninja clan would be unfeasible for present-day Konoha or any of the 5 great shinobi villages. Furthermore, Tsunade seemed dissatisfied with how Konoha had handled the Uzumaki clan situation. It was rare to witness such harmony between Konoha and the grass shinobi village. Moreover, not every person with red hair necessarily belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Even if the grass shinobi village were to accept them, it would be unlikely that others would believe it. Jiraiya gazed at Akihiko before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The leader of the land of grass possessed an impressive depth of understanding human nature. If this were occurring in Konoha, they would be under ANBU surveillance as suspicious targets, despite the Uzumaki clan being their allies in the past. Akihiko was truly an exceptional individual who had a broad mind. "Thank you for your trust, leader of Kusagakure," Jiraiya attempted to convey his gratitude to Akihiko. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice abruptly interrupted him. The voice was commanding and left no room for doubt. Akihiko once again placed his hands in front of his chin, wearing a serious expression. He declared, "As the leader of the land of grass, I have a responsibility to the land of grass and all the people of Kusagakure." Jiraiya nodded in understanding. "Punishment is necessary," Akihiko emphasized. "I understand. I understand. I have caused significant trouble and damage to the land of grass." Jiraiya willingly accepted punishment without hesitation. Akihiko raised an eyebrow, seemingly skeptical about Jiraiya's compliance. However, after a moment, he sighed with a hint of emotion. The grass shinobi village and Konoha have been close allies since their founding. We are like brothers, supporting and aiding each other. The land of grass, situated west of Konoha, has always defended against IWA shinobi village invasions. Our bond is that of beloved relatives, akin to brothers. Jiraiya's face twitched slightly. As soon as those words were spoken, he felt a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked, how much? Discussing money would strain our relationship. You should trust us. The grass shinobi village and Konoha are like brothers. We would never deceive each other." Akihiko smiled at Jiraiya and signaled to Kana, who stood behind him. "After assessing the situation and considering the areas you were responsible for, we have observed severe damage to a village, extensive harm to the newly constructed roads in the land of grass, and some villagers who were frightened and accidentally injured." "Well, it seems Takeshi didn't misjudge the magnitude of the situation caused by you." Akihiko couldn't help but acknowledge Takeshi's accurate assessment. For ordinary people, encountering such a colossal toad running about would startle them, leaving them unable to react promptly. In their confusion, they might step on a roadside stone, stumble, and collide with a tree, resulting in serious injuries. Akihiko vividly described the potential mishaps that could befall ordinary individuals. "Please rest assured, the grass shinobi village has always upheld honesty, and we consider ourselves brothers with Konoha. How could we deceive you?" Akihiko sighed. "Naturally, you have no reason to worry. Consider the compensation merely a formality to appease outsiders." He patted his chest. our relationship with the Grass Shinobi village and Konoha is that of brothers and relatives. How could we ask for compensation from you? I. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, looking at the Land of Grass leader who wore a kind smile. He sighed, in the ninja world, I had heard rumors that the ninjas of the Grass Shinobi village lacked integrity and would do anything for money, even selling false information. However, today, upon seeing you, I realized I had misconceptions. Akihiko appeared speechless, seemingly questioning Jiraiya's sudden declaration of his goodness. You are a person of integrity. Jiraiya expressed his emotions. Akihiko fell silent for a moment but then let out a sigh. I, too, am dedicated to achieving peace in the ninja world. Don't underestimate me just because I am a humble grass shinobi. The well-being of the ninja world is a matter of great importance to me. Before Jiraiya, who was deeply moved, could respond, Akihiko handed him the file that Kana had presented earlier. As I mentioned earlier, I need to provide an explanation to my subordinates. He then passed the file to Jiraiya. Take a look at this. It's not about compensation, but I do require a small favor from you, Jiraiya-san. Akihiko handed the file to Jiraiya. Certainly. Certainly. Is it related to agriculture again? Don't worry, Jiraiya, will personally take care of it this time. Jiraiya responded and patted his chest as he accepted the file. How could that be? You are one of Konoha's legendary Sunin, the heartthrob of countless girls in the ninja world. How could you involve yourself in such matters? Akihiko exaggerated Jiraiya's status as he noticed him opening the file. Jiraiya gazed at the title written inside the file, feeling perplexed. He wanted to say something, but before he could, Akihiko interjected. Do you have dreams? Do you aspire to be renowned? Do you long for thousands of admirers among the ninja world's girls? Akihiko interrupted Jiraiya's words directly, extending his arms with an impassioned expression, as if embracing a promising future. He gazed at Jiraiya and urged, if that's what you desire, why hesitate any longer, join us. Come to kusagakure. Just sign this document. Jiraiya stood motionless, stunned by Akihiko's startling proposition. Chapter 38, ch. 38 Acting. Is this movie similar to Gambling Shadow? If it is, then I apologize. However, I must clarify that I won't participate in anything resembling a gambling movie, Jiraiya asserted his stance, expressing his reluctance to be associated with a similar theme. Please don't believe in rumors or spread them. If there are any similarities, it's purely coincidental. But rest assured, this script is tailored specifically for you and your comrades. It tells the story of the friendship among the three ninjas of Konoha who trained together, drifted apart after graduating, and reunited in kusagakure, reminiscing about their bonds. Akihiko reassured Jiraiya, emphasizing that the movie was completely distinct from the previous one. Drifted apart, and bonds? It sounds like a story filled with deep connections. Three Sunin in kusagakure seems quite intriguing. But what about this Three Sunin mystery box? Jiraiya acknowledged his curiosity about the concept but sought clarification regarding the Three Sunin mystery box. The mystery box is simply a promotional tool. After all, you, who brought an end to the turmoil in the Land of Rain and earned the title of the Sunin, have gained significant fame in the ninja world. Akihiko explained that the movie primarily aimed to promote Jiraiya's current popularity. I see, Jiraiya sought confirmation, wanting to ensure that the movie was not exploiting his reputation for personal gain. Of course. We hold our own people in high regard and value trust and integrity. If this were truly about money, I would have demanded compensation from you. Isn't that right? Akihiko emphasized their trustworthiness, stating that he would have asked for compensation if his intentions were purely driven by financial motives. Well, yes. Jiraiya agreed, accepting Akihiko's explanation and believing that the movie had honorable intentions. So, what is troubling you? If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. Akihiko encouraged Jiraiya to express any remaining reservations he might have. Regarding Orochimaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, concerned about the involvement of his teammates, Orochimaru and Tsunade, in the movie. There is a romantic subplot involving them, with the female lead falling in love with one of the male leads. Akihiko revealed the details, hoping to entice Jiraiya with this additional aspect of the movie. "I'll sign." Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, and he responded with determination, indicating his willingness to proceed. "What about Orochimaru and Tsunade?" Akihiko feigned hesitation, knowing that Jiraiya had already taken the bait. "Don't worry. We share a bond of brotherhood and friendship. I will handle this matter delicately, and they won't be upset," Jiraiya reassured Akihiko, expressing his confidence in managing the situation with Orochimaru and Tsunade. "Thank you, Jiraiya, for contributing to the development of kusagakure," Akihiko expressed his gratitude, appreciating Jiraiya's cooperation in furthering the progress of kusagakure. Finally, as he watched Jiraiya leave in a positive mood and held the signed contract in his hand, Akihiko smiled with satisfaction. "Done!" Akihiko exclaimed, clenching his fist with a sense of accomplishment. Although only Jiraiya had signed and not Orochimaru and Tsunade, he believed it wouldn't be an issue. Jiraiya, being a dependable friend, would handle any potential issues that might arise. If any problems arise, he can rely on his best friend. It has nothing to do with kusagakure. Kusagakure has a contract. Akihiko thought to himself, preparing to support Jiraiya if Orochimaru and Tsunade sought explanations in the future. Akihiko turned to Kana beside him and said, "Now, we can start assembling the production crew and preparing the mystery boxes." Then, he seemed to remember something else. "Oh, right, release Mubuki." Mubuki, who had just stepped out of the prison gate, sighed with a mix of emotions as he examined the task in his hand. Recalling how the messenger addressed him as Consultant Mubuki, he couldn't help but wonder why they only referred to him as a consultant when they needed something. Why do they call me Mubuki-sama when they need something and simply Mubuki when they don't? Mubuki muttered to himself, feeling slightly frustrated. He had also noticed the leader's behavior and couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to it. Humph! The leader is quite intriguing. Putting up a facade of reluctance in inviting Master Ikanu, but now I see through it. I almost fell for their act. Mubuki coldly snorted, realizing that the leader must be a fan of Master Ikanu, just like him. After all, who could possibly dislike Master Ikanu? They were on the same wavelength. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that when no one else even knew who Master Ikanu was, the leader had gifted Mubuki with a precious signed book. This gesture led Mubuki to believe that the leader was more than just an ordinary fan. Mubuki narrowed his eyes and thought. It seems like the leader might have a connection to Master Ikanu. Perhaps he should inquire about it later. But for now, he needed to focus on completing the mission at hand, finalizing the transaction with the Leaf Ninja, and then approaching the leader about Master Ikanu. Lowering his head once again, Mubuki carefully examined the document in his hand and murmured, "What kind of scheme is the leader plotting now? Wanting to acquire the copyrights of ninjas from various villages." As he continued reading and grasped the concept of copyright, his confusion deepened. No wonder the leader had attained such a position. It was always a challenge to comprehend his profound thoughts. And yet, he still claimed not to be a kusagakure ninja like the others. Such modesty! Mubuki couldn't help but acknowledge that their enigmatic leader was likely the most exceptional ninja in kusagakure. Achoo! Achoo! Akihiko rubbed his nose and furrowed his brows, muttering under his breath, "No need to guess, it must be that despicable Mubuki cursing at me. Who else would dare curse at him? After all, he is the respected leader of kusagakure, a grass ninja who even earned recognition from one of the legendary Sunin, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, as a good person. For no apparent reason, who could have the audacity to curse at him? I'll settle the score with him once I return. Akihiko vowed to himself, making a mental note. Raising his head, he glanced at the production team of 3 Sunin in kusagakure in front of him. Yes, the movie title had changed. He no longer had to fear using the Sunin name since he had obtained their permission himself. At this moment, everything was ready. All the staff members were present, including the 3 young actors portraying the younger versions of the Leaf Ninja. As the story began at the Ninja Academy, it was crucial to include the young versions of the 3 ninjas from Konoha. However, in the previous script that he initially wrote, there was no need to incorporate a female character. But now, with the original 3 Sunin, some minor modifications are necessary to include a female character and develop a romantic subplot. Consequently, one of the male characters must be paired with the female character. However, cut. Akihiko gazed at Jiraiya in astonishment, taken aback by the lascivious expression on his face as he tilted his head. How many times must I remind you? You should be apprehensive about the kiss, not wearing a lewd expression with closed eyes and a tilted head. Show reluctance, not anticipation. Director Akihiko, I don't think the story should unfold like this, Jiraiya retorted righteously. As a legendary ninja, if a woman comes to kiss me, do you think I would back down? Would you back down if it were you? Akihiko was momentarily speechless, realizing that Jiraiya had a valid point. He quickly regained his composure, looking at Jiraiya with a wry smile and shaking his head. Shall we continue? Remember, follow the script. Filming this script wasn't particularly difficult, but incorporating ninja elements made it a bit more challenging. Nonetheless, everything else had gone smoothly. After Akihiko announced to proceed, all the actors took their positions. Jiraiya let out a sigh, shook his head, and muttered, since I don't know when I'll see Tsunade again, she won't be able to beat me up. Hee. Truly, he could never have imagined before that he would also be portraying the roles of Tsunade and Orochimaru. It was a new experience for him. Who would have thought? But Akihiko said that Jiraiya, being the one who knew both characters best, was the most suitable candidate. Although playing a female role felt peculiar, especially in certain parts of the body, he saw it as a sacrifice to become a role model for future generations. Moreover, Akihiko's idea of using the movie to convey the significance of the Sunin name and inspire future generations was ingenious. It was no wonder he was a grass ninja, always brimming with creative ideas. At that moment, Jiraiya's gaze caught the attention of the red-haired young man among the curious child actors nearby. He briefly fell into a contemplative silence before snapping back to reality, sighing, and gazing at the land of grass sky. It's time to continue the journey. Jiraiya. What are you still doing? Everyone is waiting for you. Hurry up. Akihiko's voice broke his train of thought. I'm coming. I'm coming. Jiraiya replied as he resumed his performance. He was genuinely excited to see the movie in which he had a role. A thought crossed his mind, I wonder what expression Tsunade will have when she sees it. Time flew by, and the filming of the new movie in kusagakure concluded successfully. It didn't take long for Akihiko to receive a letter from Muki, indicating the completion of the task. Task completed. The results exceeded expectations. The fame and renown of the first and second Hokage of Konoha were so widespread that they were well known throughout the ninja world. Therefore, Konoha had no objections to the acquisition of copyrights as long as they were not used for deliberate defamation. Even the procurement of the rights to Uchiha Madara from the Uchiha clan, which Akihiko had entrusted to Muki, turned out to be a triumph. Moreover, since Uchiha Madara had betrayed the Uchiha clan, they displayed no concerns regarding the utilization of his image as long as it did not tarnish their reputation. As a result, the expenses incurred were minimal. Perhaps, the copyright fee for Madara should be given to Madara himself. Akihiko contemplated, lowering his head and glancing at the floor as he muttered to himself. Then, he raised his head and shifted his gaze towards the attentive high-ranking officials of kusagakure who were observing him. With the movie completed and the mystery box issue resolved, it was time to set the plan into motion. Akihako's tone grew resolute as he declared, "It's time to begin." Chapter 39, ch. 39 New Movie. The weather today is exceptionally pleasant. A gentle breeze blows, and the sunlight shines brightly without being overwhelmingly hot. It truly is a beautiful day. However, despite the lovely surroundings, the little girl with short black hair feels a sense of helplessness. Despite her young age, her face reflects countless thoughts. Speaking in a low voice, Shizuan addresses Tsunade, who is walking ahead with a carefree demeanor. "Tsunade-sama, can we continue like this?" But as soon as she finished speaking those words, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Tsunade dismissively waved her hand, maintaining her carefree attitude. "I'm not really gambling, I'm simply relaxing. After all these years as a ninja, can't I take a break?" Shizuan looks at Tsunade, rendered speechless. While Tsunade is entitled to take a break, it feels like she has been indulging herself for far too long. Nearly half a year has already passed. As a devoted disciple who has followed Tsunade for many years, Shizuan knows that her words won't sway her mentor. However, Shizuan still tries to reason, "If we continue like this, someday Tsunade-sama will exhaust all our money." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Shizuan's concerns, Tsunade erupts into hearty laughter, her eyes almost welling up with tears. She playfully pinches Shizuan's cheek from behind and says, "You little brat, you have no idea about the wealth of the Senju clan. The first, second, and my grandmother left behind a substantial fortune. I'm the only one spending it now." With that, she rises to her feet again, smiles ahead, and a flicker of melancholy crosses her eyes. She speaks nonchalantly, "I doubt I'll be able to spend it all, even if I die. But, we don't have any income." Tsunade-sama keeps gambling away substantial sums. Shizuan hesitates for a moment, contemplating the situation. If Tsunade loses at least 1 million every day, in the long run, even the entire wealth of Konoha might not be sufficient to cover Tsunade's losses. And let's not forget, Tsunade never emerges as the winner. She always ends up losing. Is Tsunade-sama planning to return to Konoha when she runs out of money? Without missions, we won't receive any rewards. Shizuan asks if this is Tsunade's plan. As soon as she finishes speaking, Tsunade looks disdainful, pursing her lips. "Return to Konoha? Impossible. I'll never go back there in this lifetime. What's there to return to in that dull place?" Then, she turns her gaze towards Shizuan, who still appears concerned and on the verge of voicing her thoughts. Tsunade confidently places a reassuring hand on her chest and proclaims, "Don't worry, trust me, we'll never run out of money." But... Shizuan attempts to reason further. However, before she can finish her sentence, a sudden commotion erupts nearby, not far from the gambling house. Tsunade pauses, turning her head to directly face the source of the commotion. "Oh? Why is it so lively today? Is something interesting happening again? Wait, isn't that someone from kusagakure? Oh, a movie." Tsunade murmurs to herself. The movie Gambling Shadow from before had left a lasting impression on her. However, it has been almost half a year, and there have been no other exciting events in this theater since then. And yet, today it is bustling once more? It's truly perplexing. Driven by curiosity, Tsunade starts walking towards the source of the commotion, seemingly unaware of what Shizuan wants to convey. Shizuan mutters, "Someday, it will all be gone." However, when she looks up and sees that Tsunade has already moved ahead, seemingly oblivious to her words, she sighs helplessly. She knew it would unfold like this once again. So, she obediently follows along. She also understands that Tsunade-sama is engaging in these activities solely to indulge herself and momentarily forget her sorrows. But it has been so long, and she believes that Uncle Dan wouldn't want Tsunade-sama to continue down this path. Excuse me, can you please let us through? Lady Tsunade, wait for me. Shizun says, attempting to maneuver through the crowd, although it proves challenging due to her physical strength. Strangely, there were quite a few people gathered at the entrance of the movie theater today. Nevertheless, with Tsunade's strength, they managed to push their way in swiftly. When they catch sight of the new billboard standing at the theater entrance, both of them suddenly realize their earlier assumptions were correct. Indeed, a new movie has arrived. But this new movie? Tsunade-sama? Jiraiya-sama? And Orochimaru-sama too? Shizun gazes at the vibrant advertisement on the fresh billboard, wearing a surprised expression. It depicts three familiar yet slightly altered figures, facing away but looking back with smiles. Why are those three featured there? As she speaks, Shizun notices something and instinctively reads the text above. The three Sunin in Kusagakure? Hey? Kusagakure? Isn't that the land of grass? Could it be a story about Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, and Orochimaru-sama in the land of grass? Despite the slight variations in the characters, their names and outfits leave no room for doubt that it revolves around Tsunade-sama and the others. As soon as Shizun finished her question, Tsunade replied, gazing at the poster with a frustrated expression, "I've never been to the land of grass." As individuals who have trained and embarked on missions together for so long, Tsunade immediately recognizes the authenticity of the Jiraiya depicted on the poster. That lecherous smile, those familiar gestures, who else but that fool? And as for the person imitating her with Orochimaru, with that toad-like presence, no further words need to be said. She has a pretty good idea of who it might be. But why is Jiraiya in the land of grass? Did she forget something? Tsunade furrows her brow, ponders for a moment, but can't quite piece it together. However, seeing the Jiraiya on the poster reminds her of their last encounter before parting ways. He did mention going to the land of grass. Anyway, why am I overthinking this? Tsunade rubs her temples, then curiously examines the advertisement. I've made up my mind, I won't gamble today. I'll watch this movie first, and if that idiot causes any trouble. A complex expression flashes in her eyes, as if recalling the events of the previous film. She clenches her fist. I'll give him a beating. Really, Tsunade-sama? Upon hearing Tsunade's declaration, Shizun's face instantly brightens with a joyful smile. You won't gamble today? That's fantastic. Let me go buy the tickets right away. As Shizun finished speaking, fearing that Tsunade might change her mind once again, she scurried off to purchase the tickets. Having done it before, she is familiar with the process. Besides, knowing that Tsunade won't gamble today is truly rare. She must secure the tickets no matter what. As Shizun ponders, a realization strikes her. Come to think of it, Tsunade-sama refrained from gambling last time because of the movie. Ah, yes, that night she mysteriously disappeared, venturing out on her own without anyone knowing her whereabouts. Not even the gambling house could find her. Shizun furrows her brow, deep in thought. Shortly after, it's finally her turn in line. Hello, may I have 2 adjacent seats, please? Shizun politely requests it at the ticket counter. Would you like to add cola and popcorn to your order? Oh, and we also have some new snacks, like French fries and chicken wings. The attendant behind the counter offers a variety of snacks for the movie-watching experience. Shizun nods and responds, yes, please. We'll have 2 colas, a large popcorn, and the loaded fries as well. She thinks it would be nice to enjoy some snacks while watching the movie. The ticket counter attendant smiles and says, great choice. 2 adjacent seats, 2 colas, a large popcorn, and loaded fries. That will be 250 RY, please. Shizuan hands over the money, receives the tickets and snacks, but notices that there are no complimentary items this time, which slightly disappoints her. She returns to Tsunade, who is still looking at the advertisement poster with a mix of curiosity and annoyance. Tsunade-sama, here are the tickets. We have 2 adjacent seats, Shizuan says as she hands over the tickets and snacks. Tsunade glances at the tickets and nods. Good job, Shizuan. Let's go inside and watch this movie. I'm curious to see what Jiraiya is up to in the land of grass. Following the instructions on the ticket and the guidance of the staff, they swiftly make their way to the screening hall and locate their seats. Before long, the entire hall dims, even faster than before. Once again, a large cloth in front showcases a familiar image. Exclusive premiere of Land of Grass Entertainment. Certified by Kusagakure. Selected blockbuster. Shizuan and Tsunade are instantly captivated by the attention-grabbing announcement, wondering, what kind of movie could it be? What is that guy up to in the land of grass? At that moment, as the scenes transition, a peculiar line of text suddenly emerges. Starring, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. Chapter 40, ch. 40 Smash It! Filled with curiosity and confusion about the nature of the movie, Shizuan and Tsunade settle down and attentively watch as the screen comes to life. The story begins in Konoha, following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, where the 3 Sunin have already established themselves as prominent figures in the ninja world. To accurately depict the state of the ninja world and the identities of these legendary ninjas, significant modifications were made to the script based on Jiraiya's suggestion. Naturally, the familiar scenes and the presence of the well-known trio immediately capture Tsunade and Shizuan's attention. One has a curious gleam in her eyes, while the other is filled with reminiscence. Tsunade seems to be transported back to the days of joy in Konoha. Despite the sadness caused by the loss of her grandfather and second grandfather, she quickly finds solace in the presence of Grandma Mito, Noeki, and her 2 companions. Those were truly blissful days. Tsunade observes the 3 youthful figures on the screen, diligently honing their skills under the guidance of their elder, and a smile involuntarily forms on her lips. However, after a while, Tsunade's frustration reaches its peak as she angrily exclaims, standing up from her seat and pointing at the character on the screen that bears a resemblance to her. What kind of absurd movie is this? What on earth is going on? She expresses her disbelief, unable to accept the portrayal of herself. Are they seriously suggesting that's me? Out of all people? As if I would ever stoop so low as to kiss that idiot. Tsunade-sama, Tsunade-sama. Shizuan is startled by Tsunade's sudden outburst and cautiously pulls her back, whispering, "Please calm down. We need to be quiet here, everyone is watching." Shizuan realizes that continuing in this manner would reveal Tsunade's true identity, and her words manage to pacify Tsunade to some extent. Tsunade's frustration boils over as she mutters in anger, quickly composing herself and returning her attention to the screen. With a sneer, she remarks, as if that would ever happen. If that idiot were here, I'd give him a well-deserved beating. That perverted toad would even beg to hold my hand, yet in this movie, he portrays himself as someone who rejects any such advances. Despite her annoyance, Tsunade manages to control her emotions and focuses on the unfolding story. Yes, yes. After all, Tsunade-sama is so beautiful. Jiraiya-sama shouldn't depict Tsunade-sama in this manner, Shizuan quickly agrees, attempting to comfort Tsunade, before eagerly returning her attention to the big screen. While Tsunade seethed with anger, Shizuan found herself quite entertained by the movie. In an era where entertainment was scarce and simple, films like this, with their captivating plots, romance, and comedy, had their own charm. Even though the story didn't perfectly align with reality, it didn't dampen Shizuan's enjoyment or her emotional investment in the unfolding drama. She genuinely thought it was a good movie. Moreover, if Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama could truly end up together, it would be wonderful. Shizuan believed that even Uncle Dan wouldn't want Lady Tsunade to continue living in solitude. Despite Tsunade's anger towards certain aspects of the story, Shizuan couldn't help but feel curious about what would happen next. The plot continued to unfold, reaching a point where the three protagonists had to part ways and embark on their separate journeys due to the war. Then, one day, driven by love, Tsunade embarked on a quest to find Jiraiya, accompanied by Orochimaru, and arrived in the land of grass. Tsunade's face flushed red with anger, and she clenched her right wrist protector forcefully, causing nearby audience members, who were also engrossed in the movie, to startle. They couldn't help but think, she seems dangerous. However, this time, Tsunade didn't stand up. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly, "Would I really go searching for that idiot? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." As time passed, their journey unfolded, and they reminisced about fragments of their ninja training. Eventually, Jiraiya let go of his inner hesitation and found his own love. Finally, the moment arrived when the kiss that Jiraiya had pleaded with Akihiko to modify in the script took place on screen. Perhaps he knew that Tsunade wouldn't be able to physically harm him from wherever she chose to watch the movie, so he dared to take advantage of the situation. Yet, as the movie approached its conclusion, Tsunade's composure unraveled. With an enraged expression, she abruptly stood up, waving her fist. "Demolish this place for me! What kind of wretched movie have they created? I deeply apologize. We will compensate for the damages." Shizuan bowed to the theater manager, seeking forgiveness on behalf of Tsunade, who had caused significant destruction in the theater. The manager of the theater, still taken aback by the earlier display of anger and the resulting damage, responded, "How could someone become so enraged while watching a movie? And now, the cost of repairing the damages will be substantial." He surveyed the damaged theater and felt a pang of disappointment. Glancing at Tsunade, he added, "By the way, why does your teacher look familiar?" Upon hearing the manager's words, Shizuan quickly paid the compensation money, realizing that he might recognize Tsunade. She swiftly pulled Tsunade away, hoping to avoid any further attention. Being away from Konoha, Tsunade had been keeping her whereabouts concealed, not wanting to be discovered by the village. It was best for them to leave the area quickly before attracting any more attention. After putting some distance between themselves and the theater, Shizuan complained while looking at Tsunade, "Tsunade-sama, how could you damage someone else's property? The compensation will cost a substantial amount of money. Even more than what Tsunade-sama usually loses in a single day. In that case, you should go to the gambling den instead." Shizuan thought inwardly, aware of Tsunade's tendencies to lose money. "They were just trying to swindle us. They demanded an outrageous amount. Why are you pulling me away? As I said, we should just destroy everything." Tsunade responded with an annoyed expression. "How dare they try to deceive me? Moreover, Tsunade-sama, you were in the wrong from the very beginning." Shizuan paused for a moment and continued, "Based on my investigation, they assert that Jiraiya-sama personally approved this movie. They even have a signed contract with him, and if he were to break it now, he would be obligated to pay a significant sum." "I've heard that." She paused once more. "Jiraiya-sama seems to be facing substantial financial trouble in the land of grass. He owes a considerable amount of money, leaving him no choice but to accept this project. Did that idiot get caught peeping on someone's wife?" Tsunade heard Shizuan and was momentarily stunned. Then, she pouted and waved her hand dismissively. "Serves him right. I'll settle the score with him later. For now, I want to have some fun and blow off some steam." "What? Gambling again? Didn't we agree not to gamble today? And, Tsunade-sama, that's not venting. Losing continuously will only make you more frustrated." Shizuan tried to dissuade Tsunade, shocked by her decision. "I derive pleasure from losing. So what? Tsunade retorted, adopting the demeanor of a wealthy and assertive woman. I can indulge in extravagant spending. As she finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. Come and see. Grass mystery boxes. Thrilling and exhilarating. Experience something extraordinary. Officially authorized. It features all the heroes from various villages. You might even uncover the coveted hidden editions. The neighboring land of Grass Daimyo accidentally unveiled the legendary hidden edition. No more grazing on grass, live a blissful life from now on. The booming voice captured their attention. Tsunade was taken aback and halted in her tracks, gazing curiously at the lively area nearby. What was happening? Was there another cinema? And if not, why was it so bustling? Unbeknownst to her, the majority of people in the crowd were connected to the seller, generating hype for promotional purposes. However, seeing the large gathering, Tsunade was deceived and approached out of curiosity. Tsunade-sama, Shizun had no choice but to hastily follow and observed Tsunade with a similar curiosity in her eyes. She also wondered, grass mystery boxes? What are they? After grasping the concept of the mystery boxes, Shizun glanced at Tsunade's eager expression and couldn't help but deflate, muttering, isn't this just another form of gambling? Just as she finished speaking, it seemed that he overheard something. The shopkeeper in front of them suddenly grew displeased and picked up a box, saying, what are you implying, little girl? Gambling? There's no gambling here. We are engaged in legitimate business. You buy, and I sell. It's a mutually agreed transaction. Inside these boxes, you can find adorable figurines, including the god of shinobi wielding the 9 tails with one hand. How can it be considered gambling when you receive something? Can you obtain such exquisite dolls through gambling? But 100 ryo for one doll. It's quite expensive. Shizun still felt that it wasn't a good deal and merely a waste of money. It's different. The shopkeeper shook his head earnestly, holding up the blind box. Our dolls are meticulously crafted by 8 esteemed clay molding masters from the land of Earth. Each intricate detail requires countless efforts to bring to life. They are masterpieces, works of art. Grass mystery boxes are masterpieces themselves. And our boxes are also designed by a professional sealing expert jonin. Even a skilled ninja cannot discern their contents. They also hold collectible value. If you open a hidden edition, you could make a substantial profit. He sighed with emotion and continued, life is like a grass mystery box. You never know what the next second will bring. Just as he finished speaking. Well said. Give me 100 of them, shopkeeper. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun, who had been dumbfounded by the shopkeeper's rambling, snapped back to reality and anxiously said, but Tsunade-sama, 100 ryo for one doll. Before she could finish her sentence. No problem. I have money. Tsunade confidently patted her chest. It's just 100 ryo each, no big deal. This new type of exchange looks interesting. But it's not gambling, the shopkeeper weakly protested. It's an exchange involving works of art. This little trickster wants to deceive me? Spare me your breath, hurry up. Give me 100 of them. Tsunade said with a disdainful expression. Okay. The shopkeeper could only awkwardly nod in response. Realizing she couldn't dissuade Tsunade, Shizun sighed helplessly and obediently paid the money. Well, 100 ryo each. It's still a lesser loss compared to gambling, she thought. Chapter 41, ch. 41 Simply Bad Luck. After a while, the shopkeeper trembled as he gazed at the crowded display of figurines before him. They were all identical. There stood a bobblehead figure of Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, with white hair and eyeshadow, extending his right hand in an exaggerated pose. Both Tsunade and Shizun were surrounded by piles of these figurines. Tsunade's face twitched with irritation as she surveyed the scattered figurines on the floor. She glared at the shopkeeper, demanding an explanation for the disappointment. She had expected to find rare and unique versions, but all she saw were the same common and useless bobblehead Jiraiya figures. What's the meaning of this? Are you joking with me, shopkeeper? Tsunade's frustration was evident in her expression, and even Shizuan couldn't help but feel let down by the lackluster result. She fixed a piercing gaze upon the shopkeeper standing before her. Explain yourself. Weren't there supposed to be rare versions, unique versions, and legendary editions? I have opened hundreds of them already, so why are they all the same? The shopkeeper himself was perplexed and couldn't provide a satisfactory answer. He was bewildered by the unexpected outcome. The probabilities mentioned by the Land of Grass headquarters were supposed to be 1 blue, rare, in 10 boxes, at least 1 purple, unique, in 100 boxes, and there was even a possibility of obtaining an orange, legendary, in 1,000, if one was fortunate enough. However, Tsunade's repeated attempts had only yielded the same bobblehead Jiraiya figure, without any variation. The shopkeeper had initially assumed that Tsunade was simply unlucky, but this situation exceeded all expectations. 200 boxes had been opened, and still, no variation. 300 boxes went by, and yet nothing changed. The figurines now formed a pile around Tsunade's feet, and even the rows on the shelves were emptied, but they were all identical. If at least something different had emerged, even a blank one, common is without color, it would have been acceptable. However, the entire place was filled with the same type of figurines. The probabilities mentioned by the headquarters had proven to be incorrect. Realizing that something was amiss, the shopkeeper decided to test his luck. Randomly selecting a mystery box from the nearby shelf, he hesitated for a moment before opening it. To his relief, a purple light emanated from the box, indicating a rare figure. He glanced down and found himself holding a figurine of Hashirama Senju, the esteemed god of shinobi. This discovery confirmed that not all the figurines were the blank Jiraiya ones. Tsunade, Shizuan, and the passers-by who noticed the purple light came to a halt, their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to the scene. Sensing an opportunity, the shopkeeper began to advertise, holding up the figurine with a smile. Grass mystery boxes, just like life, you never know what will happen in the next second. Then, he turned to Tsunade and assured her, it seems, there's no issue. So, what about me? Tsunade inquired, although she already had a strong suspicion about her situation. Perhaps it's simply that you have incredibly bad luck. The shopkeeper replied after a moment of hesitation. Both Tsunade and Shizuan were left speechless, choosing not to argue as they considered the shopkeeper's explanation to be the most plausible reason behind it all. Knowing Tsunade's predicament well, Shizuan, who held a bunch of adult Jiraiya figurines, hesitated for a moment before tugging on Tsunade's robe and whispering, "Tsunade-sama, maybe we should give up. Let's call it a day." Just as she finished speaking. "Give up?" Tsunade's voice reverberated with determination as she locked her gaze onto the big-headed Jiraiya figurine. "Are you implying that I'm simply unlucky? I categorically refuse to accept that. Can't I obtain a rare figurine, even just one, today?" With a determined wave of her hand, she declared, "Shopkeeper, give me another 100. "All right, please wait a moment," the shopkeeper replied cheerfully, realizing that more sales meant better business. After some time, Tsunade found herself surrounded by a room brimming with mystery boxes once again. She rubbed her hands together, a mischievous glint in her eyes, as she grabbed one and muttered, "I refuse to believe it. It's probably that idiot again." Without hesitation, she swiftly opened the box, only to be greeted by no light. It was yet another blank one, and to her dismay, it contained the same big-headed Jiraiya figurine. Silence enveloped the room, and even the passers-by seemed to hold their breath. Nonetheless, Tsunade's mouth twitched, but she persisted and continued opening the remaining boxes. 1, 2, 100. As time passed, the ground became littered with an army of identical figurines. "Shopkeeper, give me another 100. Tsunade's determination remained unyielding, refusing to accept defeat. Once more, after a while. "Give me another 100. Until the store shelves themselves overflowed with bobblehead Jiraiya figurines. It was at this moment that the shopkeeper realized something was amiss. How could such an occurrence unfold in such a short span of time? A multitude of onlookers had gathered, their curiosity piqued, and many joined in purchasing a few mystery boxes. And what were the results? Blue lights, and even a few fortunate individuals basked in the glow of orange lights. Even the young girl standing next to Tsunade procured a purple one. They were captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. It appeared that all the blank boxes had been snatched up by the blonde-haired woman standing there. The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted, as he respectfully clasped his hands together and offered a slight bow, his gaze fixed upon the seemingly obsessed woman. "Esteemed guest, might I have the honor of knowing your name?" Opening the boxes with such fervor would drive anyone else mad, but not you. "I've heard tales of the legendary sucker in the Land of Fire, no, a saint revered in the shinobi world for rescuing struggling gambling establishments. Could it be that you are?" The shopkeeper's sentence trailed off, as Tsunade locked eyes with him. "What's the matter? Do I need to disclose my identity in order to make a purchase?" Tsunade's gaze bore into him, her tone laced with authority. "And no, that won't be necessary." The shopkeeper hastily wiped the perspiration from his brow, feeling the weight of Tsunade's piercing stare. "In that case, don't waste any more time and give me as much as I want," Tsunade declared, dismissing the shopkeeper's fearful reaction and urging him to fulfill her request. "Very well, please wait." The shopkeeper nodded hastily, feeling a mixture of trepidation and haste as he set about fulfilling Tsunade's demand. After some time, Tsunade found herself once more surrounded by a room filled to the brim with mystery boxes. Her hands rubbed together with unwavering determination as she seized one. "I can't believe it. I'll get that idiot again this time." Shizuan, trembling and clutching a bundle of Jiraiya figurines, felt a pang of regret for not being able to dissuade Tsunade from purchasing another mystery box. Yet, even if she had tried her hardest, she knew that Tsunade's stubbornness would have prevailed. However, Tsunade appeared impervious to Shizuan's concerns as she opened yet another box, her anger mounting once more. "Jiraiya again? Are you joking? I absolutely refuse to accept this. I would even tolerate that bothersome Orochimaru figurine." In a bustling city within the Land of Fire, a young man with long, black hair and smooth, fair skin nonchalantly rubbed his nose after an unexpected sneeze. His gaze fell upon the movie theater billboard, a puzzled expression forming on his face. Though he was already aware of the movie being shown, the sight of Jiraiya and himself on the poster piqued his curiosity. Despite the differences in their appearances, the title "The Three Sunin in Kusagakure" sparked a sense of doubt within him. Particularly, the character resembling Jiraiya but with distinct differences immediately caught his attention. That comical, frog-like individual could only be Jiraiya. This young man was Orochimaru, one of the legendary ninjas of Konoha. Having completed his mission, Orochimaru had intended to swiftly return to the village for his research. However, upon encountering this intriguing display, he deliberately paused. After a brief moment of hesitation, Orochimaru purchased a ticket and entered the theater, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He whispered softly, "I want to see what that Jiraiya guy is up to in the Land of Grass." Following Jiraiya and Tsunade's departure, Orochimaru had immersed himself in the village's activities. In addition to conducting his own experiments, he occasionally undertook more challenging missions arranged by the village elder. Naturally, he welcomed such tasks. If he aspired to become Hokage, he needed recognition, and completing high-level missions was the most effective way to earn the respect of his fellow ninjas. Having located his designated seat based on the ticket, Orochimaru settled down and patiently awaited the start of the movie. The screen displayed the words certified by kusagakure. After a series of advertisements, the movie officially began. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile nostalgically as he watched the familiar sight of the three characters engaging in training. Despite their altered appearances, his fondness for the memories they shared remained unchanged. Ah, it brings back memories. But Jiraiya is still as foolish as ever. However, as the movie progressed and approached its conclusion, Orochimaru watched Jiraiya and the reserved Tsunade on the screen with increasing astonishment. A dumbfounded expression overtook his face. He was utterly shocked. What is this? Several days later, in the Land of Grass, Akihiko meticulously examined the compiled revenue data from various sources. A contented smile graced his face as he nodded, muttering to himself, "It seems that we won't be facing any financial difficulties in the foreseeable future." Chapter 42, Ch. 42 The Three Holy Princesses. According to the latest news, the revenue generated during this period has been quite impressive. While the mystery boxes didn't achieve the expected popularity, the movie Three Sunin in Kusagakure has experienced a significant increase in earnings compared to its predecessor. To everyone's surprise, the movie has garnered considerable renown. This light-hearted, humorous, and slightly romantic story has unexpectedly become a hit. Perhaps it's because the recent war has left people longing for happiness deep down. As for the mystery boxes, their high pricing and the absence of an online platform to generate buzz have resulted in fewer purchases. Akihiko received a message from a shopkeeper in a remote town in the Land of Fire. "Boss, I may have found the cash cow the leader mentioned." Akihiko was astounded by the shopkeeper's letter. The earnings from that small town alone accounted for nearly half of the total revenue, and it was attributed to just one person. It's worth noting that Muki not only dominated the market within the Land of Fire but also had an impact on the market in the neighboring Land of Earth. While it didn't cover the entire Land of Fire or even half of it, the expansion of their market was substantial compared to their initial product, Gambling Shadow. Therefore, besides the cash cow, it was unlikely that anyone else was as prosperous. However, it's also possible that due to the low number of buyers, the performance in that particular town stood out. Akihiko couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging Muki's effectiveness as an advisor. However, as he continued reading, a sense of surprise washed over him once again. Frowning, he pondered, why is the revenue in the Land of Grass so remarkably high? Particularly for the mystery boxes, it surpasses the earnings of certain major cities in the Land of Fire. Just as he finished speaking, Kana, standing beside him, hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Perhaps, it might be attributed to Lord Jiraiya and advisor Muki." Perplexed, Akihiko raised an inquisitive eyebrow, silently urging her to elaborate. "Well, they heard that Ikinu-sensei released exclusive merchandise for the mystery boxes, which ignited their excitement. During this period, they've been fervently purchasing mystery boxes from various stores, attracting a great deal of attention," Kana replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She continued in a hushed voice, "Lord Jiraiya desires to acquire various figures of the three holy princesses and complete the entire set. As for advisor Muki..." Before she could finish her sentence, Akihiko's eyelid twitched, and he seemed to grasp the situation. The three holy princesses referred to the Frog Lady, the Snake Lady, and the Slug Lady. Although there were only 3 figures, each holy princess possessed unique styles based on clothing, poses, seasons, and rarity. Completing the entire set was no small feat. So, Muki aims to collect the set of 3 holy princesses. Akihiko sought confirmation. "No, he wants them all," Kana awkwardly responded. Akihiko was taken aback by her unexpected reply. "He wants to gather all the figure merchandise of the female characters from Ikinu-sensei's published books," Kana explained, shedding light on Muki's motivation for purchasing large quantities. Akihiko chose to remain silent, contemplating the situation. So, the true cash cow lies in the Land of Grass. He pondered to himself. In a bustling mystery box store situated in the vibrant land of grass, a crowd had gathered, captivated by the sight of two individuals consumed by intense determination. The air reverberated with enthusiastic cries of orange light. Orange light! Give it to me! And I want purple light! Purple light! As these two relentless participants engaged in continuous draws, day after day, the shopkeeper, holding a microphone, fearlessly bellowed to further fuel the competition. Purple light! Purple light! This gentleman here is currently leading by 1 point. What are you waiting for, traveler from the land of fire? Another 100 draws? Perhaps the next one will reveal your desired figure. Undeterred by creating a spectacle, the shopkeeper unabashedly encouraged the participants, their fervor seemingly fueled by his presence. It appeared that without his presence, their obsession with the mystery boxes might not have reached such heights. The crowd grew increasingly animated, cheering and rallying behind the two participants. Nearby, 3 young individuals, including Yahiko, observed the scene with a mix of amusement and embarrassment, their faces concealed by their hands. Yahiko couldn't help but sigh, realizing the substantial amount of money being spent on these mystery boxes by his father. To him, it seemed wasteful, contemplating how many grilled fish could have been enjoyed with that money. Nagato and Konan sympathetically patted Yahiko, understanding his frustration. Nagato furrowed his brow and cast a cautious gaze toward Jiraiya, silently reaffirming what Akihiko-sensei and his mother had warned them about. The Konoha ninjas, particularly the 3 Sunin, weren't necessarily role models to emulate. Following in their footsteps could lead to adopting unfavorable habits. Konan leaned in and whispered to the group, assuring them, "Don't worry, I've already informed Kanane-chan about your request. I believe it won't be long before she updates Akihiko-sensei." With Konan's comforting words, Yahiko's spirits lifted, shedding his worries. He lowered his voice and expressed, "I just hope it doesn't backfire on me. If Dad finds out, I'll surely receive another scolding." "Don't fret, it won't pose a problem," Nagato reassured Yahiko, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Sighing, Yahiko continued, "Honestly, Dad is a good person. Apart from his occasional eccentricities, he's generally fine. It's just that the day before yesterday, Azui sought my advice." Yahiko trailed off, contemplating their predicament. "If there were any other way, I wouldn't want to resort to this, but Azui insisted that only Akihiko-sensei can handle Miobuki Dad." Lost in their thoughts, the sound of liveliness emanated from up ahead, instantly brightening their expressions, beaming with joyful smiles. Akihiko-sensei had arrived, bringing with him a renewed sense of hope and anticipation to their situation. As Miobuki felt a firm hand patting his shoulder, he remained fixated on his mystery box opening, growing impatient as he questioned, "What's the matter?" The slapping persisted, disregarding his inquiry. Turning his head to face the person behind him, Miobuki blinked in surprise, a realization dawning upon him. With a forced smile, he spoke, "Leader, why are you here?" "Oh dear! It's getting late, and I must return to cook for the kids." Akihiko, rolling his eyes, saw through Miobuki's attempt to evade the conversation. "Don't lie to me. It's evident that Azui handles the cooking. You, as the father, don't know how to do anything." Akihiko retorted, halting Miobuki in his tracks. Miobuki's wife had tragically passed away during the war, leaving him, Azui, and a few clan members as the sole family. Their clan was small, and ensuring its survival remained a constant concern. Such circumstances were commonplace in the land of grass, where most clans were modest in scale, even though Miobuki and Ryuushikiai's clans were considered comparatively larger. Witnessing Miobuki's embarrassed expression and his inclination to argue, Akihiko inwardly sighed, recognizing the significant effort Miobuki had put forth this time. After all, he had only recently returned a few days ago. Perhaps it was time for him to unwind or even be rewarded. Taking a moment to ponder, Akihiko lowered his voice and spoke, "If you desire such things, just let me know. I have them in my factory. I can complete the set for you directly. How can you become so fixated?" However, before Akihiko could finish his sentence, Miyabuki's expression soured, and he glared at Akihiko. "Leader, you're insulting me. As an accomplished grass shinobi, how could I be obsessed? It's not an obsession, it's merely a touch of curiosity." Amidst a sea of figurines, Miyabuki held his head high at a proud 45-degree angle. "I'm not fixated on the outcome. I simply relish the exhilarating process." Taken aback, Akihiko gazed at Miyabuki, then glanced at the figures surrounding him, momentarily lost for words. That's right. They were ninja, after all. How could they lack self-control in this manner? While Tsunade's gambling addiction might not be the best example, perhaps Miyabuki sought solace for his soul or desired a means of relaxation. Akihiko smiled, nodding as he patted Miyabuki's shoulder, preparing to say something. Just as Akihiko wore a smile and was about to speak, Miyabuki leaned closer, whispering with excitement, "When should we collect them all? How about a time when darkness and wind prevail? Oh, and can I create one myself, with fewer, rest assured, I promise I'll only..." Before Miyabuki could finish his sentence, Akihiko raised an eyebrow, gazing at him with a speechless expression. He then let out a heavy sigh, expressing profound disappointment. Akihiko waved his hand, and several grass shinobi guards promptly stepped forward. "Take him away. This time, make it 1,000-fold. Let him replicate them all, and then release him," Akihiko commanded the guards, who swiftly escorted Miyabuki away. Perplexed and bewildered by Akihiko's unexpected response, Miyabuki stood there, his expression filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Before he could react, a group of ninjas swiftly restrained him, leaving him even more bewildered and questioning Akihiko's actions. He pleaded, "Leader, what is happening?" Akihiko paid no heed to Miyabuki's pleas and issued orders to the guards, saying, "Take him away." "No, please. Leader, I was mistaken. I can return everything I copied." Miyabuki desperately apologized, his confusion still lingering. He tried to reason with Akihiko, emphasizing his contributions to the land of grass and the sacrifices he had made. However, it appeared that his appeals for help fell on deaf ears. Within moments, Miyabuki was forcefully dragged away, leaving Jiraiya, who was present, blinking in astonishment. He observed the peculiar scene unfolding before him and couldn't help but wonder, weren't they having a pleasant conversation just a moment ago? He questioned why Miyabuki was being taken away once again, speculating if it had something to do with the book he had purchased from Miyabuki the previous day. With a sinking feeling in his heart, Jiraiya recognized the formidable capabilities of the grass shinobi. Their reputation for gathering information seemed well-founded, as he had been captured within a day. Fearing that he might be captured again, Jiraiya swiftly stowed away his figures, let out a sigh tinged with melancholy, and raised his head at a 45-degree angle. Sporting a troubled expression, he declared, "It is time for me to embark on my journey. The ninja world still awaits the salvation of this sage." Having spent a considerable amount of time in the land of grass without finding Mr. Ikanu, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Perhaps their encounter was not meant to be. As he took a few steps forward, ready to depart, he was suddenly interrupted by the shopkeeper. "Hey, hey! You there, traveler from the land of fire! You haven't paid for the 100 items you just purchased." The shopkeeper called out, reminding Jiraiya to settle his bill. Jiraiya reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. His face quickly stiffened, and without pausing his steps, he vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a perplexed shopkeeper who urgently exclaimed, "Someone is attempting to escape without paying for the mystery box." Chapter 43, ch. 43 Jiraiya's departure. The land of grass reveled in its newfound prosperity, with abundant funds fueling its rapid development. Approval for various funding requests came effortlessly, bringing relief and excitement. The Academy's funding? Approved. The Research Institute's funding? Approved. The Guard Department's funding? Approved. The Medical Department's funding? Approved. Every proposal received the green light. In the past, financial constraints had hindered progress, forcing them to put important projects on hold or face delays due to limited budgets. But now, with the surplus of funds, they were determined to expedite their development efforts. As the joyful recipients of approved funds dispersed, Akihiko stretched leisurely, ready to enjoy a well-deserved break. In the midst of his relaxation, a knock on the door abruptly interrupted Akihiko's peace. Swiftly regaining his composure, he straightened up, organizing a stack of files on the table, and assumed a serious expression. "Come in," he called out, curious about the purpose of the visitor. "Kusano-sama." Takeshi nodded respectfully, saluting with a serious demeanor. "Jiraiya-sama requests an audience." "Jiraiya?" Akihiko furrowed his brows. "What does he need from me?" Considering the timing, shouldn't Jiraiya be preparing for his journey to seek out the child of prophecy again? It was unusual for him to have the leisure to visit Akihiko, the leader of the village hidden in the grass. After pondering for a moment, Akihiko looked up at Takeshi, who stood before him, and said, "Very well, let him enter." Without delay, Jiraiya entered the room, wearing a cheerful smile. Upon noticing the stacks of documents in front of Akihiko, he displayed a subtle surprise and inwardly sighed, acknowledging the exceptional leadership embraced by the Land of Grass. During his stay in the Land of Grass, Jiraiya had failed to discover any trace of Mr. Ikanu. However, he had witnessed the remarkable transformations occurring in this small country. The Land of Grass emanated a vibrant energy. Its citizens and shinobi were wholeheartedly engaged in the process of development. Even within Jiraiya's 3-month stay, he could discern the significant changes taking place. Neat houses sprouted up one after another, while muddy paths gradually transformed into spacious streets. And then, there was the Grass Shinobi Academy. It should be noted that small shinobi villages, apart from the 5 major shinobi villages, rarely invested substantial resources and manpower into establishing an academy. After all, the population of a small country like the Land of Grass was limited, making it seem unnecessary to allocate funds for an academy. However, the leader of the Land of Grass differed. Defying the expectations of other small nations, he adamantly chose to establish a shinobi academy. Through discreet investigations, Jiraiya had uncovered that when the Land of Grass was being rebuilt, the leader promptly proposed the construction of an academy, despite facing opposition. Many deemed it unnecessary for a small country like the Land of Grass, yet this young leader remained undeterred. He insisted on the swift and efficient construction of the academy. Furthermore, he advocated the idea that a child is the future of a nation and emphasized the importance of prioritizing education to cultivate a strong nation. The Land of Grass exhibited an impressive forward-thinking mindset. While the first and second Hokage had emphasized the value and protection of the new generation, and the third Hokage championed the will of fire to guide the younger shinobi, witnessing such open-mindedness in the Land of Grass was truly surprising. Furthermore, this leader welcomed both the feared Uzumaki clan, and the exiled Chinoite clan, who had been rejected by the Land of Lightning's daimyo. Truly, this leader was an admirable shinobi, as Jiraiya had acknowledged in the past, stating, "You are a good person." Akihiko was taken aback by Jiraiya's sudden outburst, blurting, "You're a good person." He couldn't comprehend the meaning behind this seemingly random statement. If it weren't for the fact that he knew Jiraiya wasn't mocking him, Akihiko might have retorted, "I'm not that kind of person anymore." Shaking off his confusion, Akihiko regained his serious composure. "Everything I do is for the sake of peace in the ninja world," he reminded himself. Then, he looked directly at Jiraiya and asked, "Why have you come here?" Without wasting any time, Jiraiya also assumed a serious expression as he took a seat across from Akihiko. Nagato. He began. Yes. Akihiko interjected, understanding without needing further explanation. He had long been aware that Jiraiya had discovered Nagato's unique eyes. A few days ago, during his visit to Nagato's home, the young shinobi had mentioned Jiraiya, describing him as bothersome and rambling about the child of prophecy and the eyes of the six paths. If it weren't for Jiraiya's reputation as one of Konoha's renowned Sunin, Akihiko might have suspected him of running some sort of scam. No wonder you brought him here from the land of rain, Jiraiya sighed, but rest assured, I will keep it a secret. He winked and added, initially, I thought you were interested in his eyes, but now I understand. You're not that kind of person. Understanding? Bringing the three of them back at that time was a necessity due to the lack of talent in the land of grass new generation. Akihiko rolled his eyes and calmly inquired, is there anything else? Oh, right. Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled. Apart from asking about Nagato before leaving this time, there's actually another trivial matter I need your help with. Go ahead, Akihiko responded, willing to lend a hand if it was within his capacity. If possible. Jiraiya appeared slightly embarrassed, but soon his expression turned serious. The reason I came to the land of grass this time was to meet the esteemed literary master, Mr. Ikanu. However, he sighed, I couldn't find any information about Mr. Ikanu. Even the manager of the Land of Grass bookstore is unaware of his whereabouts. Unfortunately, I've already stayed here for too long and must leave. Can I ask for your assistance in finding Mr. Ikanu? As he spoke, Jiraiya retrieved a letter from his pocket. If you locate him, please deliver this to Mr. Ikanu and convey my message. If I have the chance, I will definitely come to visit in person. I too am a writer. I aspire to become a renowned literary figure in the ninja world. Very well, nodded Akihiko, although he didn't need to search for Ikanu since he was himself. After all this time, Jiraiya still hadn't given up searching for him? A slight twitch appeared on Akihiko's lips, but he quickly regained his composure. He took the envelope expressionlessly, nodded, and said, if I find him, I will deliver it. Thank you, Jiraiya sincerely expressed his gratitude. If there's nothing else. Akihiko began to say, but he was interrupted before he could complete his sentence. Jiraiya suddenly appeared embarrassed, scratching his head once again and chuckling. Actually, there's one more thing. Go ahead and say it, Akihiko sighed, wondering if there was anything left to discuss. Due to a minor mishap, my travel expenses. Jiraiya paused for a moment. Akihiko silently pointed towards the door. Wait. It's not what you think. It's a loan, I promise. Jiraiya quickly clarified, his voice filled with urgency. You have to trust me. I am Jiraiya, renowned as the Toad Sage, the one who captures the hearts of thousands of girls in the ninja world. You can trust me on that. And, don't worry, I even have collateral. With unwavering determination, he clenched his teeth and retrieved a handful of unmistakably familiar figurines from his pocket. The three holy princess in swimsuits. Reluctantly, he continued, I'll trade these with you. Don't worry, I always keep my word as a sage. I will definitely retrieve them the next time I visit the land of grass. His eyes were slightly watery. Please take good care of them. Akihiko looked utterly speechless, his confusion mounting as he wondered, what use do these items have for me? Eventually, Jiraiya set off on his journey, embracing the life of a wandering shinobi in the vast ninja world, having pawned his figurines and mounted his trusty toad. On the other hand, Akihiko decided to accompany the three young shinobi to bid Jiraiya farewell, promising to take good care of the figurines he had left behind. The youngsters, though not fully understanding the significance, respected their teacher and quietly observed as the legendary Sunin from the Leaf Village disappeared from their sight. As the group prepared to depart, Nagato gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Akihiko, his voice filled with curiosity, "Akihiko-sensei." Akihiko responded softly, "Yes." Nagato questioned, uncertain, "Is there truly a child of prophecy in this ninja world?" He wondered if Jiraiya's words held any truth. "In this world, there is no such thing as a child of prophecy," Akihiko replied, his voice carrying a mix of emotions. "The only one who can save you is yourself. If such a figure exists, then..." Akihiko's gaze drifted into the distance, his expression reflecting a profound understanding. While he may be the only one who knows the true identity of the child of prophecy, in the grand scheme of things, he pondered whether the prophecy even truly mattered at this point. A gentle breeze swept through the grass, creating a tranquil ambience. With his hands clasped behind his back and a touch of melancholy in his eyes, Akihiko regarded the three young shinobi, as if having reached a firm resolution. At that moment, a faint smile graced the corner of his lips. In a tone of composure and certainty, as though discussing the most natural of concepts, he proclaimed, "We hold the power to shape our own destinies. Instead of depending on others to determine our fate, why not embrace self-reliance? By seizing control of our own lives, we can carve a path towards genuine happiness." Chapter 44, ch. 44 Child of Prophecy. Standing tall on the classroom podium, Nagato commenced his speech, delving into the subject of the recently encountered child of prophecy. "A few days ago, a fellow ninja approached me and declared, 'You are the child of prophecy, destined to bring change to the ninja world.' Initially, I didn't react with astonishment or arrogance. Instead..." Nagato paused, reflecting on the words of Jiraiya and his own contemplations at the time. "I questioned whether this individual sought to deceive or manipulate me," Nagato admitted, his skepticism shining through. "However," he continued, "Akihiko-sensei has always instilled in me the value of independent thinking and seeking my own answers when faced with challenges. He taught me to analyze complex situations autonomously, cautioning against the blind acceptance of rumors and excessive trust in the words of strangers. Ground yourself in reality, face it head-on, and make decisions based on what truly exists," he would say. "Remain rooted and unaffected by empty promises and illusions. Embrace the present and seize its opportunities." Nagato acknowledged Jiraiya's esteemed stature in the ninja world, adding, "Considering the person who spoke to me holds considerable influence, I find it highly improbable that they would engage in fraudulent endeavors. Hence, the question arises, am I genuinely the child of prophecy?" Nagato posed, pointing towards himself. Recalling his conversation with Akihiko, Nagato shared, "It was when I confided in Akihiko-sensei that he expressed something profound. In this world, there is no such thing as a predetermined child of prophecy. If such a notion exists, it resides within us, within ourselves." At that very moment, a realization struck me, Nagato remarked, gesturing as if an epiphany had illuminated his mind. Nagato shifted his gaze towards the window, casting his description upon the land of grass, which had risen anew from its ruins. "Majestic and elegant structures, expansive roads, and bountiful harvests now adorn our land," he illustrated. "Joy has returned to people's faces, and life has flourished." However, Nagato emphasized with a shake of his head, "This achievement was not solely attributed to me, the purported child of prophecy. It was the unified effort of every individual in the land of grass." Stretching his arms wide, Nagato emphasized the power of togetherness. "Hand in hand, we rebuilt our homeland from ashes. We cultivated once barren fields, constructed homes, and laid down extensive roads. Together, we have elevated our lives," he proclaimed. "This wasn't the work of one solitary soul but the collective endeavor of each and every person." Thus, in that enlightening moment, I finally grasped the true significance behind the words of Akihiko-sensei, Nagato declared, directing his gesture towards his attentive classmates. "Indeed, we are all bearers of our own destinies. Through our individual efforts, we carve out meaningful lives, safeguard our loved ones, and shape the trajectory of our shared future. As Nagato concluded his speech, a wave of applause filled the classroom, accompanied by admiring smiles directed his way. It became evident why Nagato held the esteemed title of the Academy's top student, his exceptional essay leaving a lasting impression on all. Eiji Uzumaki, the esteemed teacher of the class, wore a beaming smile of pride as he observed his exceptional student. Taking a moment to compose himself, he made a grand announcement: the distinguished essay on the topic of Child of Prophecy, assigned by our superiors, belongs to none other than Nagato. Let us all applaud his remarkable achievement. His piece titled "Everyone is a Child of Prophecy" is truly extraordinary. After sipping from his teacup at the podium and gently placing it back down, Eiji's eyes, slightly reddened and shimmering, scanned the students before him. Among them were members of the Uzumaki clan, the Shinoite clan, and mostly ordinary individuals hailing from the land of grass. A wave of emotion swept over him, and he let out a soft sigh. After the devastation of the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan members who managed to escape faced persecution throughout the ninja world. Some of you might already know that I, your teacher, was among those who fled. Many of my classmates escaped alongside me. His gaze turned distant, clouded by memories. During those dark times, we held on to hope, yearning for a savior, a child of prophecy, to emerge and guide the Uzumaki clan out of the abyss, Eiji confessed, his voice carrying a mix of longing and sorrow. Yet, 1 year passed, then 2, and 3. There was no sign of any child of prophecy, not even among our former allies who once shared a deep bond with the Uzumaki clan. They seemed oblivious to the catastrophe we were enduring. Countless enigmatic individuals hunted down our clan, and many lives were lost during our escape, until Eiji trailed off, his voice heavy with the weight of those arduous days. With a deep breath, he forged ahead, overwhelmed by emotion. Finally, our leader emerged. He guided the Uzumaki clan out of the abyss, facing the relentless pursuit of the entire ninja world. He embraced us, offering a haven of warmth and solace, stabilizing our lives once more. Without his intervention, his gaze shifted to the Uzumaki clan members standing at the back. Perhaps we would still be in exile, or worse, we may have perished. I would not stand here, teaching each and every one of you, Eiji reflected, his words brimming with heartfelt gratitude. As he concluded his speech, a student raised his hand and stood up, curiosity evident in his voice. If that's the case, isn't our leader the child of prophecy and the savior of the Uzumaki clan? Eiji Uzumaki welcomed the student's inquiry, acknowledging the curiosity in his voice. Indeed, our leader was the savior of the Uzumaki clan, the embodiment of the child of prophecy for our people, Eiji affirmed, a warm smile gracing his face as he surveyed his attentive students. Many of you in this class were also rescued by our leader or were children who had lost hope during the war. During that time, our leader stood as your savior too. However, he paused momentarily, allowing his words to resonate. As our leader himself expressed, where in this world can we find a definitive child of prophecy? We are all children of prophecy, and if we aspire to shape our own destinies, we must rely on ourselves. If we wish to build our nation and forge a stronger, brighter land of grass, we must unite our efforts. With a pointed finger directed at a student in the front row, he exclaimed, "You are a child of prophecy." Then, he shifted his gaze to another student. "And you, too, are a child of destiny. You, and all of you. Even I, the elders, and our leader. We are all children of destiny," Eiji declared with unwavering determination. Instead of seeking an elusive child of prophecy like that powerful ninja, let us place our trust in our own capabilities and seize the present moment. Let us dedicate ourselves to diligent study and become the pillars of the land of grass. As his final words resounded in the room, applause erupted, filling the space with fervor and admiration. The once confused expressions on the children's faces had transformed into a newfound sense of confidence and purpose. They looked to their teacher, then to the land of grass, and gazed into the distance with clarity. Together, they all realized, we are all children of prophecy. Even elder Yoshinori, who happened to be walking past the classroom window during a brief respite from his relentless research, couldn't help but pause and observe the scene. A smile graced his face as his slightly teary eyes beheld the children, their eyes shimmering with hope. Children of prophecy, hey! He murmured to himself, deeply moved by the sight. This is the future of the land of grass. Yoshinori had heard of Jiraiya, the third Hokage's disciple and one of Konoha's legendary Sunin, who seemed fixated on the notion of the child of prophecy. Shaking his head, overwhelmed by emotion, he chose not to disrupt the classroom and silently continued on his way. As he walked, his thoughts shifted to Akihiko, acknowledging the leader's unparalleled wisdom and insights into the entire shinobi world. Yoshinori understood that seizing the present was the key to shaping the future, just as Akihiko had often emphasized. Yoshinori realized his previous misconception. Akihiko was not merely someone akin to the first Hokage, the leader possessed a breadth of perspective that surpassed even that of a god of shinobi, he mused to himself, acknowledging the remarkable qualities of their esteemed leader. By the way, there was an unexpected breakthrough in yesterday's experiment. I must inform the leader about it at the appropriate time, Yoshinori reminded himself, determined to have a meaningful conversation with Akihiko in due course. Time flew by swiftly, and as predicted, the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War marked the beginning of a peaceful era for the shinobi world. Minor conflicts occurred sporadically at the borders, but large-scale wars were a thing of the past. Each country and village focused on rebuilding and healing the scars left by the war in a tranquil environment. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and the tranquility remained unbroken. After Nagato's impactful essay titled "Everyone is a Child of Prophecy" circulated throughout the land of grass, an unprecedented wave of motivation and enthusiasm swept across the region. Every individual recognized themselves as a child of destiny for their homeland and wholeheartedly contributed their strengths to the growth and prosperity of the land of grass. As a result, within a little over 2 years, the land of grass experienced a tremendous leap in development, surpassing even the lofty expectations of Akihiko. The progress achieved was beyond imagination. In this moment, Akihiko found himself in the research institute adjacent to the academy, carefully examining a cylindrical object that had been handed to him by Elder Yoshinori. His face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Could this be a chakra condenser?" Had they finally achieved the long-awaited success they had been working towards? Chapter 45, ch. 45A Harvester? After more than 3 years of dedicated development, the successful creation of the chakra condenser marks a significant milestone. This innovative device serves as the cornerstone for the harmonious integration of science and ninjutsu, playing a pivotal role in the advancement of scientific ninja tools. The progress made in industrial development can be likened to the evolution of cooking techniques. Just as humanity has transitioned from open fires to gas stoves and electric ovens, industrial advancements involve the discovery and implementation of new technologies. In the realm of ninjas, where chakra is the lifeblood, scientific ninja tools serve as the modern cooking appliances. They replace traditional methods of chakra utilization with more efficient tools, propelling progress and fostering innovation in the world of ninjutsu. Through the utilization of chakra capacitors and miniature scrolls, a wide array of specialized scientific devices powered by chakra can be created. One notable example later in the anime is the field of bioengineering, which has witnessed remarkable advancements in the development of ninja tools such as artificial limbs and organs. By combining puppetry techniques with Hashirama cells and the artificial meridian system, prosthetics become capable of harnessing ninjutsu, taijutsu, and chakra manipulation, replicating the capabilities of the original body. Moreover, chakra can also be channeled through miniature scrolls to achieve effects related to the 5 chakra natures or genjutsu, which are currently beyond the reach of existing scientific means. This significantly reduces the need for certain technological advancements. For instance, let's consider the operation of an electric fan, which relies on generating a magnetic field through alternating current to power its motor. However, with the implementation of a chakra capacitor and a miniature ninja scroll, a simple wind release or ice release jutsu would suffice. The underlying principle involves activating the miniature ninja scroll with chakra, thereby unleashing the corresponding ninjutsu to achieve the desired effect. This offers tremendous convenience, although it also gives rise to intriguing phenomena. Akihiko reminisces about scenes from the anime where glimpses of electricity were already present in Konoha shortly after its establishment. In a small wooden room, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju were seen discussing the succession of the Hokage position, illuminated by a modest light bulb. While amenities like air conditioning and televisions were yet to exist, significant changes unfolded in Konoha following the tumultuous Third Great Ninja War, possibly after the Uchiha clan downfall. The Uchiha clan was shown to possess large-screen televisions, Naruto's apartment featured a refrigerator, Shikamaru Nara's home boasted a radio, and surveillance systems and large screens made their debut during the Chunin exams. However, the electrical wiring appeared haphazard, resembling the sturdy wires used for long-distance video transmission during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although wireless communication was briefly mentioned in the anime, its usage seemed limited, likely due to its restricted range. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, there were indications of communication between the commanders of the shinobi allied forces, possibly through mine-based communication. Furthermore, disparities in technological development were apparent among the nations. For instance, Konoha, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, possessed superior life-related technologies compared to Kusagakure, which was considered relatively less advanced. Additionally, medical machines were showcased, revealing progress in the field of medical care. It can be inferred that during Naruto's time, technology pertaining to everyday life and medical care was not weak. However, surprising gaps existed in certain areas of technological advancement. Perhaps these disparities can be attributed to the extraordinary capabilities of chakra in this world. The existence of ninjutsu, which can serve as a substitute for certain technological aspects, might have hindered the development of certain advancements. With the emergence of Hashirama Senju, the Warring States period came to an end, giving rise to the era of ninja villages. The battles between individual ninja clans transformed into larger-scale conflicts between nations. This shift towards internal stability, coupled with the catalyst of the Third Great Ninja War, propelled technological advancements forward. As more than 50 years have passed since the establishment of the ninja villages, the smaller countries with weaker technological foundations find themselves caught in a perpetual state of warfare or exploitation by larger nations. The absence of a stable environment hampers their ability to focus on technological development. Consider the Land of Grass as an example. In the past, it faced near annihilation, and even if it had managed to survive, its primary focus would have been on mastering ninjutsu rather than investing in technological research. Therefore, the pursuit of technological advancements would have appeared unnecessary in such circumstances. Similarly, the Hidden Sand Village's limited resources likely contribute to their technological limitations. The sheer task of maintaining the operations of a ninja village alone presents significant challenges, leaving little room for allocating extra funds towards research and development. Akihiko carefully examined the chakra condenser and miniature ninja scrolls in his hands. The development of these miniature scrolls had been underway for the past 2 years, with the research team continually striving to make them even smaller. It is conceivable that in the future, they may appear as nanoscale ninja scrolls, akin to chips. These 2 components serve as the fundamental building blocks of scientific ninja tools, laying the groundwork for further advancements. Kusano-sama. Uzumaki Yoshinori's voice brimmed with excitement as he addressed Akihiko. The entire team of researchers present shared the same fervor and anticipation. After 3 years of unwavering dedication and the unwavering support of the entire country, they were finally on the verge of witnessing the fruitful results of their tireless efforts. Their excitement and thrill were completely understandable. Without tangible progress, the rest of the village's ninjas would likely express their discontent, and the researchers themselves would feel an immense weight of pressure. To be completely honest, without the invaluable assistance of the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu, achieving such rapid advancements might have been an insurmountable challenge. Behold the outcome of our extensive research, centered around the chakra condensers and miniature scrolls. Uzumaki Yoshinori exclaimed, extending his hands to showcase a peculiar-looking object beside their leader. It bore a striking resemblance to a small cart. Akihiko examined the vibrant red and green cart and couldn't help but express his bewilderment. Is this truly a harvester? Indeed. This is our latest creation, the wind release harvester. Akihiko was left momentarily speechless. A harvester, you say? By utilizing the wind release, wind blade ninjutsu and applying the principles of tearing and shredding with wind release, a simple press of this switch activates the machine. With the assistance of wind release, even a single person can effortlessly maneuver it. Yoshinori walked to the rear of the harvester and started it, his excitement unabated. We have also implemented 3 power levels, high, medium, and low. This allows it to adapt to various crops. Considering it is currently the optimal season for harvesting in the land of grass, it can save a significant amount of manpower, resources, and time. Strangely, hearing the term harvester spoken by a seasoned ninja left Akihiko feeling somewhat perplexed. It was the most unexpected revelation he had encountered. In the realm of ninjas, inventions often revolved around tools of destruction. If it had been a chakra cannon, perhaps he would have found it more conventional. After all, ninja tools are frequently perceived as instruments of lethal force. It seemed that the mindset of the people in the land of grass had undergone a significant transformation over the years. Intrigued by the developments, Akihiko approached the machine and couldn't help but touch it, an instant grin spreading across his face. And it's low noise too. Low noise? We adjusted the power of the wind release, wind blade ninjutsu, resulting in reduced sound, Uzumaki Yoshinori replied, slightly surprised by the leader's comment. After explaining, he continued with a sigh, during these past 3 years, every harvest season has witnessed the mobilization of the entire land of grass. Even the children had to assist in the fields after school. We even dispatched ninjas to aid in the harvesting process. However, it still took a significant amount of time to complete the harvest, and sometimes, it couldn't be finished due to heavy rainfall. Manpower is severely limited, and all industries are grappling with a shortage of workers. So, the idea struck us, why not research a machine to assist with harvesting? With that, Yoshinori tightly gripped the handle of the harvester, feeling a hint of nervousness as he looked at the inquisitive leader. Leader, what do you think? Excellent. It's truly impressive, Akihiko snapped out of his contemplation, his gaze shifting between Uzumaki Yoshinori and the others before him. He nodded approvingly with a smile. Though it may not have been a weapon of war, having a harvester was undoubtedly a significant achievement. They had taken the first successful step. Akihiko firmly believed that their other research projects would also meet with success. A remarkable accomplishment. Congratulations, everyone! Akihiko commended the researchers present. However, just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice called out. Kusano-sama, Kusano-sama! Miyabuki's voice echoed with an anxious tone. Hitaki Sakumo, Konoha's white Fang, has taken his own life out of guilt. Upon hearing this news, Akihiko froze in place. Chapter 46, ch. 46 Hitaki Sakumo. The White Fang of Konoha, a highly skilled ninja hailing from the Hidden Leaf Village, was renowned for his exceptional power. During the tumultuous period of the Second Great Ninja War, when Konoha's 3 legendary Sunin launched a formidable assault on the Land of Rain, a significant portion of Konoha's forces was deployed to face the enemy led by a renowned shinobi. Exploiting Konoha's vulnerable flank, Tsunagakure launched an unexpected attack, pushing Konoha into repeated retreats. However, it was at this critical juncture that an enigmatic figure emerged. This individual single-handedly executed 2 Tsunagakure Jonin commanders, decisively shifting the tide of battle. Even an assassination attempt on the 3rd Kusagakure was made by this individual. Although the attempt was unsuccessful, the enigmatic ninja managed to evade unscathed, instilling fear in the hearts of Tsunagakure's shinobi and significantly contributing to Konoha's eventual triumph in the war. The name of this extraordinary ninja reverberated throughout the nations, with village leaders issuing strict orders prioritizing preservation of life, even if it meant forsaking missions upon encountering the White Fang of Konoha. Even the esteemed 3 Sunin of Konoha held the White Fang in utmost regard. However, despite possessing immense power, this ninja chose to commit suicide because of guilt. Akihiko couldn't help but let out a sigh of concern. It was true that Kusagakure village had been in contact with this extraordinary individual. However, his unwavering commitment to the traditional samurai code led them to choose self-annihilation instead of providing an explanation when faced with criticism. It was inconceivable for someone with such unwavering character to defect to another village. While Konoha later dispelled the rumors and portrayed the White Fang of Konoha's demise as that of a hero, honoring him with the prestigious title, "We, the Kusanin, cannot be deceived." Mubuki, known for his outspoken nature, expressed his lamentation over the loss of such a formidable figure. "I never expected that even a mighty ninja could fall victim to baseless rumors." After Mubuki finished speaking, Uzumaki Yoshinori, who stood beside him, also let out a sigh. "We never anticipated that a Konoha hero would face such a fate. To perish in such a manner, even with the hero's title, what purpose does it serve?" In contrast, Takeshi Shinoik remained unaffected and calmly remarked, "That's quite favorable, isn't it? Konoha has lost a powerful ninja, but it holds no significance for us, the Kusagakure village." His words startled everyone present. It became evident that their loyalties shaped their perspectives. They were now shinobi of Kusagakure village, and the death of a Konoha ninja held little relevance for them. Moreover, the power of the neighboring major nation had waned. Shouldn't they find solace in that? However, for Akihiko, that wasn't the primary concern. What weighed heavily on his mind was the imminent onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Mubuki interrupted with urgent news. Reports from Kusanin shinobi stationed in various regions indicate a heightened tension in the entire ninja world. Kusagakure, in particular, seems to be engaging in secretive plotting. Additionally, due to their defeat in the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunagakure's daimyo has drastically reduced their military budget. They might be gearing up to prove themselves and have not slackened in their ninja training over the past few years. Mubuki sighed, shifting his gaze towards the leader. War, it seems, is on the verge of breaking out once again. The high-ranking Kusanin in attendance were momentarily taken aback by this revelation. They exchanged solemn glances and hesitated before speaking. Have the few peaceful years truly come to an end? Is war truly looming over us again? We cannot say for certain, as advisor Mubuki has mentioned. The atmosphere in the ninja world undeniably brims with tension. While we cannot predict the immediate onset of another war, the land of grass must be prepared. Akihiko addressed the group, his tone gravely serious. Though we are a small country, we hold peace in high regard. Before he could conclude his statement, noticing the perplexed expressions around him, he coughed softly and offered a faint smile. Of course, there is no need to panic. The land of grass will continue to focus on development. Akihiko contemplated the situation, recognizing the potential opportunities that arise during times of war. Our focus must be on the development of scientific ninja tools to enhance labor productivity. We should prioritize the advancement of industries, education, economy, and technology. This is the path the land of grass must tread. Development is our utmost priority, he emphasized, underlining the significance of progress for their nation. When it came to alliances, Akihiko stressed the land of grass's unwavering neutrality. Simultaneously, we must clearly demonstrate our neutral stance and reject aligning with any faction. Regardless of which village seeks our alliance, they must understand the firm position of the land of grass." His words resonated with everyone present, and they nodded in agreement, their determination shining through. Yes. Silently, they acknowledged the importance of stable development for the land of grass. The transformations that had taken place in the nation since Akihiko assumed leadership were truly remarkable. Confidence in the nation's progress permeated the room. If only the population were larger and resources more abundant, the pace of development in the land of grass could be even more accelerated. As for the alliance treaty of common advance and retreat signed with Konoha, they chose to overlook it. After all, they were shinobi of the land of grass. Shifting alliances were not uncommon in the ninja world. National development took precedence. Assisting Konoha in resisting an attack from Iwagakure seemed implausible given the land of grass's limited strength. By refraining from leading Iwagakure to Konoha, the land of grass shinobi showcased their integrity as shinobi. However, Akihiko knew the truth. In the original timeline during the Third Great Ninja War, the land of grass shinobi did indirectly aid Iwagakure. Though they did not wage war against Konoha, their initial neutrality at the Konobi Bridge battle put Konoha at a disadvantage. Eventually, the destruction of the Konobi Bridge turned the tide in Konoha's favor. Nevertheless, once the war concluded, the land of grass shinobi realigned with Konoha. They had little choice at the time. As a small country, they couldn't rival the major nations. They couldn't trust Iwagakure, nor could they fully trust Konoha, given its history of betrayals in the ninja world. Switching sides became a necessity for the land of grass shinobi. After the meeting, please make the necessary preparations. The autumn harvest holds paramount importance for the land of grass. In secret, we must engage in extensive grain purchases to ensure an abundant food supply. Additionally, we should acquire a substantial quantity of kunao, explosive tags, and shuriken. Akihiko directed the group with a grave expression. That concludes our meeting. Just as the group was about to respond, ready to diligently carry out their assigned tasks, a shinobi from the land of grass rushed in, his expression serious. Sensing the perplexed looks on the faces of those present, he swiftly conveyed his urgent message, "Leader. There are shinobi from Iwagakure here, requesting an audience with you." Akihiko was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, a group of shinobi adorned with headbands representing Iwagakure stood in awe, their expressions filled with astonishment as they observed the bustling scene unfolding before them. The vibrant activity and the constant movement of people, was this truly the land of grass? It seemed to contradict the fickle reputation they had come to associate with it. Why did the shinobi from Iwagakure choose this particular moment to arrive? Just as advisor Miyabuki had shared the news about the tense atmosphere in the shinobi world, the sudden appearance of the Iwagakure shinobi couldn't be a mere coincidence. Their visit must hold significant purpose. While the land of grass took pride in its development, it was well aware of its limitations compared to Iwagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Besides information exchange and matters related to war alliances, the land of grass couldn't offer much assistance. Surely, Iwagakure didn't come all this way for an unrelated reason like filming a movie. Without a doubt, those Iwagakure shinobi were likely here to seek the cooperation of the grass shinobi in launching an attack on Konoha. However, that assumption severely underestimated the integrity of the grass shinobi. It should be noted that the land of grass was currently allied with Konoha. To expect the grass shinobi to readily comply with a direct and swift request to attack Konoha was highly unrealistic. Did the Iwagakure shinobi believe that the grass shinobi had no self-respect? But since they had already arrived, Akihiko stepped forward with a warm smile, leading the grass shinobi who had just concluded their meeting to meet the Iwagakure shinobi. He greeted them warmly, saying, "Welcome, esteemed friends from Iwagakure. Leader of Kusagakure." A burly shinobi from Iwagakure, distinguished by his red ninja hat, rugged appearance with stubble on his chin, and muscular build, stepped forward and offered a respectful salute. Please accept my apologies for this intrusion. As an exceptional jonin from Iwagakure, he maintained an unwavering demeanor, representing his village's interests in seeking cooperation with the grass shinobi, not in search of enemies. Moreover, the young man standing before him was not only the leader of the grass shinobi village but also a prominent figure in the land of grass. It was imperative to show the necessary respect. Furthermore, to achieve such impressive development and rebuild the land of grass within a few years, the grass shinobi leader standing before him was undoubtedly an extraordinary ninja. I am Kitsuki, the team leader visiting the grass shinobi village. The burly Iwagakure shinobi introduced himself to Akiyako. I am Akiyako Kusano, leader of the land of grass, Akiyako responded, formally introducing himself along with the senior members of the grass shinobi. Welcome to the land of grass. Just as Akiyako finished speaking, observing that the grass shinobi leader appeared approachable, Kurotsuka felt a sense of relief. After hesitating for a moment, he proceeded to speak openly. In fact, the Tsuchikage has instructed us to come here because there is a matter of great importance that needs to be discussed with leader Kusano. But before he could complete his sentence. Before Kitsuka could complete his sentence, Akiyako let out a laugh and warmly patted Kitsuka's shoulder. Dear friends who have traveled a long way, how can we not offer you some rest? It would be impolite of us, the grass shinobi village, to do otherwise. No need to worry. Actually, Iwagakure and the grass shinobi village. Kitsuka shook his head, attempting to continue the conversation, but once again, he was interrupted. We won't delve into that. We won't delve into that. Akiyako interrupted him directly, maintaining his friendly smile. The land of grass has long held admiration for the land of earth, one of the 5 great nations. It possesses a formidable military, and I have heard tales of the third Tsuchikage being the most powerful Tsuchikage in history, with ninjutsu that dominates the shinobi world, capable of making anyone disappear at will. Leader Kusano, you flatter us too much. Kitsuka waved his hand dismissively, although inwardly he was surprised by Akiyako's talkative nature. Where's the flattery? Who in the entire shinobi world isn't aware of the third Tsuchikage's might? Under his protection, Iwagakure has flourished, and the happiness index of both shinobi and citizens has skyrocketed. The ninjas and people of Iwagakure all say that happiness arrived when the third Tsuchikage ascended to the position. Kitsuka stared at Akiyako in disbelief, and his subordinates mirrored his dumbfounded expression. The continuous stream of words from the grass shinobi leader rendered them speechless, unable to interject. With a persistent smile, the leader of the grass shinobi proceeded, as you have graced us with your presence today. His eyes met theirs, still gleaming with warmth. I kindly request you to assess the shortcomings of the land of grass and provide guidance on areas where our village can improve. Your valuable insight will contribute to enhancing the quality of our grass shinobi. Kitsuki attempted to say something, but before he could utter a word. Miyabuki. Miyabuki. Comrade Miyabuki. Akiyako called out to a seemingly absent-minded shinobi standing behind him. I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll entrust these esteemed guests to your capable hands. Understood, leader. Miyabuki nodded, acknowledging Akiyako's instructions. They appeared to be perfectly coordinated, and Kitsuki, sensing Miyabuki's response and the grass shinobi leader's inclination to leave, quickly interjected, Leader Kusano, we have arrived with a matter of utmost significance concerning the peace of the shinobi world. If there is something, you may discuss it with Miyabuki. Akiyako responded with a hint of urgency. I apologize. As the leader of the land of grass and grass shinobi village, there are numerous pressing matters that require my personal attention. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. With that, as if genuinely engaged in an urgent affair, he led the other high-ranking members away, leaving behind a disheartened Kitsuki watching their departure. At that instant, as a high-ranking member of Iwagakure, Kitsuki deduced that the kusagakure leader in front of him had no intention of involving themselves in their discussion. It seemed that the grass shinobi village had already anticipated the purpose of Iwan's visit. However, what was the reason for their refusal? Could it be because of the grass shinobi's alliance with Konoha? Such an idea would be absurd. Even novice shinobi students would dismiss such notions. Or perhaps they were underestimating the terms proposed by Iwagakure. Yet, they hadn't even presented their conditions yet. Could it be that the new leader of the grass shinobi village was genuinely a person of unwavering principles, fiercely loyal to Konoha? As Kitsuki and his subordinates remained silent, their faces revealing hints of frustration and anger. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please accept my sincerest apologies for our leader's busy schedule and any perceived lack of hospitality," Miobuki cheerfully addressed the Iwanin, seemingly oblivious to their underlying anger. "Rest assured, going forward, I, Miobuki, the senior advisor of the grass shinobi, will personally ensure your well-being and comfort." As Miobuki's words resonated in the air, the other Iwanin swiftly regained their focus, raising their heads to gaze at team leader Kitsuki. They found themselves hesitating, unsure of how to proceed in this unexpected turn of events. With a sense of uncertainty, one of the Iwanin spoke up, addressing Kitsuki, "Captain Kitsuki." Kitsuki's gaze also wandered to the grass shinobi who had stayed behind Miobuki, the esteemed senior advisor of the grass shinobi village. It became evident that Miobuki held a significant position within the village. If the grass shinobi village was truly rejecting Iwanin's proposal, what did it signify at this moment? After a brief contemplation, a faint smile appeared on Kitsuki's round face. "Then, I will place my trust in you, Mr. Miobuki. No trouble at all. Actually, there isn't much to see in the land of grass." Miobuki responded with a smile, leaving the Iwanin momentarily speechless. "Now, where should we venture next?" Miobuki furrowed his brows as if pondering, directing his gaze towards the Iwanin before him. He understood the intentions of his leader. While the grass shinobi village indeed enjoyed a favorable relationship with Konoha, what did that have to do with their ties to Iwagakure? The friendships of the grass shinobi couldn't be dictated solely by Konoha. However, the leader had tasked Miobuki with exploring potential benefits from Iwagakure. After a brief moment, just as impatience began to arise among the Iwanin, Miobuki's face lit up with an idea. "Ah, I have it. Let us visit our very own academy in the land of grass." He beamed at the Iwanin before him. "It is our esteemed ninja academy, proudly established within the land of grass." Meanwhile, on the other side, Akihiko sat in his office, fully engrossed in reviewing the information regarding the group of Iwanin in front of him. After carefully considering the details, he lifted his gaze to meet Takeshi Shinoi's eyes and greeted him with a warm smile. "Make sure Miobuki maintains a high level of vigilance, A&D." Akihiko paused briefly, collecting his thoughts. "Notify the other departments to provide complete cooperation and support to Miobuki's endeavors." With his statement concluded, Akihiko awaited Takeshi's acknowledgement. "Understood," Takeshi responded, nodding in agreement. The notion that the village hidden in the grass had its own ninja academy left the Iwanin feeling incredulous and bewildered. How could such a small village justify the existence of an academy? It seemed like an inefficient use of resources and manpower, especially considering their limited number of ninjas. Indeed, the Iwanin were taken aback by Miobuki's claim. Established ninja academies were typically associated with the 5 great shinobi villages, which possessed significant power, resources, and a large pool of skilled ninjas. The idea that the grass village, known for copying jutsu from others, would dare to operate its own academy appeared almost laughable. Despite their skepticism, Kitsuki couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about the grass village. Since they currently lacked an opportunity to negotiate with the grass nin leader, they decided it would be wise to gather intelligence about the village, potentially considering its resources for future use. As the Iwanin arrived at the Grass Village Hope Academy, the sound of students reading aloud filled their ears. The words virtue for virtue, grudge for grudge echoed through the air. The Iwanin couldn't help but exchange perplexed glances. Was this really the Grass Village's ninja academy? It certainly didn't fit their preconceived notions of what a ninja academy should be like. The scene before them left them dumbfounded, questioning how such a place could be considered a ninja academy. They couldn't help but question the absence of ninja teachers and the absence of structured classes. Instead, they observed students reciting quotes that seemed unrelated to ninja skills. They exchanged nonchalant glances and couldn't help but wear playful expressions. It was certainly far from what they had expected from a ninja academy. Intrigued by the scene, Muki also cast a glance inside the academy and let out a sigh. Oh, these kids? It's their reading time, so they're studying. It seems they are quite disciplined today, demonstrating commendable self-discipline. The Iwanin wore expressions of bewilderment as they questioned the purpose of the Grass Village's ninja academy. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "What's the point of all this?" Muki, feeling a bit disheartened, shrugged and replied, "Well, I don't know. Our leader insisted on establishing this academy, and everything, including the teaching, is arranged by our leader. We follow a strict routine, starting with morning reading as soon as the sun rises, followed by various exercises and miscellaneous classes until sunset when school is over." He pointed at the prominent characters hanging on the academy wall, grimacing. The Iwanin, accustomed to a different experience at the Iwa Hidden Village Ninja Academy, also found themselves surprised. They gazed at the large characters on the academy wall, still bewildered. The characters spoke of cultivating well-rounded students in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, physique, and personality. One young ninja standing next to Kitsuke couldn't hold back his skepticism and pouted, saying, "What's the use of all this? Ninjas should focus on learning ninja skills. Why bother with these miscellaneous subjects? It seems like the Grass Village has nothing to teach, so they created this academy to deceive people." As he finished speaking, he received a stern look from Kitsuke, who quickly intervened, slightly embarrassed. "I apologize. Marabaka didn't mean to say that." While Kitsuke held similar views deep down, believing that ninjas should only learn what is essential to their craft, he couldn't express such thoughts in front of their hosts. Muki waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling at the young man, and said, "It's all right. What he said does make sense. Iwa Hidden Village is truly the breeding ground of geniuses. This young ninja here looks like a potential candidate for Tsuchikage. So many talented individuals. Truly worthy of the title Iwagakure. Of course. I am Kamaizuru Marabaki, a prodigy from the prestigious Kamaizuru clan of Iwagakure. I will become the next Tsuchikage," Marabaki proclaimed confidently. Kitsuke gave Marabaki a stern look, causing the young ninja to quiet down, and then turned to Muki, slightly embarrassed. With a glance, Kitsuke conveyed his message to Marabuchi, indicating the need to stay focused on their mission. Losing face in front of the Grass Village ninjas was not an option for the Iwanin. Seemingly unfazed, Muki continued to smile and said, "Since no one seems interested, let's move on to another location." As soon as he finished speaking, Kitsuke didn't dwell on his subordinate's silence any longer and refocused on the task at hand. He looked at Muki with a serious expression and said, "I'm counting on you." To be honest, Kitsuke's initial curiosity had waned. It made sense to him now. How could a small village lacking its own exclusive ninjutsu establish a reputable ninja academy? While the academy might hold promise for the future, for now, it wasn't worth their attention. However, amidst the strange voices reciting phrases like "never give up" and "strive hard," Kitsuke couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about the academy. He glanced at it once more, but Muki's call brought him back to attention. "Lord Kitsuke!" Muki called out, snapping him back to reality. "I apologize for zoning out." Kitsuke quickly refocused his attention on Muki, wearing a smile on his face. He hesitated and said, "Those phrases. What are they?" Muki casually explained, "Those are the new grass spirit slogans created by our leader. They embody the indomitable will of the grass village, encouraging everyone to strive hard and never give up." "Grass spirit," murmured Kitsuki, his curiosity fading upon hearing this. He no longer paid further attention to the academy, believing that the grass village's spirit was merely lofty and positive sounding, lacking substantial significance. Looking to continue their exploration, Kitsuki asked Muki, "May I ask, Advisor Muki, where will you be taking us next?" Muki pondered for a moment and then suggested, "How about we simply wander around?" Kitsuki became speechless for a moment, but then he seemed to remember the purpose of their mission. He raised an eyebrow, hesitated, and replied, "Actually, we came here on the orders of the Tsuchikage for the sake of peace between our two nations." Before Kitsuki could finish his sentence, Muki interrupted and pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Oh, we're here. The land of grass is in the midst of its autumn harvest, and the breeze here is quite pleasant. Let's all enjoy it." Guided by the grass village advisor, they strolled through the wide streets and golden wheat fields of the land of grass. During their exploration, they came across a peculiar ninja tool in the fields, designed to assist ordinary people in crop harvesting. The device worked remarkably fast, initially piquing their curiosity. However, they soon realized that it was merely an invention to aid non-ninja tasks and held no relevance in enhancing their ninja abilities. The Iwanin quickly lost interest, as their focus remained on their important mission. Whenever they tried to steer the conversation back to their mission, the grass village ninjas would divert the topic and enthusiastically discuss the harvesting machine, attempting to sell it to them. However, the machine had no practical use for ninjas and came with a hefty price tag of millions. As harvesting crops had nothing to do with their ninja duties, they politely declined. The grass village ninjas seemed disinterested upon hearing their refusal and instead took them on a leisurely stroll, showcasing the famous grass hill in the land of grass. Grass hill, to be honest, piqued the interest of the Iwanin more than anything else they had seen. The hill had made frequent appearances in grass village movies, and the Iwanin were familiar with the concept of movies, as they were also showcased in various locations throughout the land of Earth. What intrigued them further was that some of these movies subtly defamed Konoha, adding an intriguing aspect to their perception of Grass Hill. As they strolled through the land of grass, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the horizon. The grass village ninja graciously arranged accommodation for the Iwanin, and they found themselves gathered in a small room. Kitsuki, the leader of the Iwanin, broke the silence and expressed his observations. "It seems that the grass village is avoiding discussions about our mission. They keep diverting the topic." One of the female Iwanin, sporting glasses, shared her findings with a thoughtful expression. "Based on the information I've gathered, the grass village leader enjoys a good reputation among the people of the land of grass. Perhaps we should reconsider our views on the grass village." "That could be true. But, Kamaizuru." Marabaki, a member of the group, yawned and casually voiced his opinion, that senior advisor Muki doesn't strike me as trustworthy. That guy is indeed not a good person. The female Iwanin nodded in agreement, her tone frank and direct. The confusion on the faces of Kitsuki and his subordinates was evident. Was she being so blunt? The female Iwanin sifted through the information in her hands and continued, "According to the secret intel I managed to gather, it appears that Muki is an old-fashioned grass village ninja, stubborn, foolish, and easily swayed. There may be some underlying dissatisfaction with the grass village leader. Based on civilian accounts, this Muki, as a grass village ninja, allegedly betrayed his village and was apprehended by the grass village leader. He was imprisoned for over a month before being released. It seems he has maintained a secretive connection with Konoha shinobi, engaging in undisclosed activities." Her raised eyebrows conveyed a sense of intrigue. She proceeded to share more recorded information on Muki's actions. Civilians on night watch duty in the fields claim to have witnessed Mubuki sneaking out alone and entering a small forest. Soon after, another mysterious figure entered the forest as well. A few days later, this grass village ninja was captured and imprisoned once again. The Iwagakure ninjas looked surprised at the revelations about Mubuki. The question lingered in their minds, if Mubuki is indeed a traitor, why hasn't the grass village leader taken action against him? He is not considered a traitor. Moreover, Mubuki hails from one of the two major clans in the grass village, and his influence within the village should be significant. It's likely that the grass village leader still needs him, clarified the female Iwanin. She shook her head, expressing her understanding. This is the information I gathered discreetly. It seems that Mubuki has developed a strong relationship with Konoha, and the grass village leader did not impose severe punishment on him afterward. Perhaps, our mission has encountered an obstacle. She let out a sigh. The grass village places great importance on forging an alliance with Konoha. Just as the other Iwanin were beginning to feel regret, Kitsuka's eyes narrowed, and a smile formed at the corner of his mouth. He asserted, "No. We have not failed yet. While we may not be able to act against their leader, we can." He slammed his large hand on the table, capturing everyone's attention. "We can go after this guy." His words momentarily stunned the other Iwanin, but then they lowered their heads and directed their gaze towards Kitsuka's hand. They noticed that his hand had landed directly on one of the reports. Their eyes narrowed as they absorbed the information about their target. Grass Village Advisor, Mubuki. Evaluation, suspected traditional Grass Village ninja. On the other side, after receiving the news arranged by the Iwanin, Akihiko lowered his head and examined the information about the Iwanin in his hands. His eyes narrowed when he came across the image of the seemingly foolish boy among them. Kamaizuru Clan. Chapter 49, ch. 49 Kamaizuru Clan. Akihiko couldn't help but recall the original destiny of the Kamaizuru clan, renowned for their bug-using techniques. They were once a prominent clan in the Hidden Rock Village, similar to Konoha's Aberame clan. However, as time passed, their influence dwindled, leaving behind only a handful of inexperienced young members. Their decline began during the Third Great Ninja War, where they suffered a devastating defeat against the Aberame clan. Consequently, they lost their esteemed position and the respect they once commanded within Iwagakure. Nevertheless, the Grass Village had a welcoming policy toward shinobi, regardless of their clan affiliation, as long as they displayed loyalty and obedience. Akihiko, who had arranged the mission in secret, didn't pay much attention to it afterwards. He entrusted the matter to Mubuki, the senior advisor or consultant of the Grass Village. It was inconceivable for the Grass Village leader to be directly involved in such activities. The repercussions of such a revelation, spreading throughout Konoha and the ninja world, would severely tarnish the Grass Village's reputation. The land of grass would suffer a loss of prestige. However, even if the mission were to fail, they could conveniently attribute it to the decision made by their senior advisor without the knowledge or approval of the Grass Village. They could emphasize that the Grass Village was a peaceful nation committed to upholding the 5 basic principles of mutual respect for sovereignty, non-aggression, non-interference in internal affairs, equality, mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence with allies. They would reassure others that they had taken strict measures to punish the senior advisor for his unauthorized actions. Akihiko sighed as he looked down at the information in his hand. Mubuki seems to possess quite some usefulness, doesn't he? He remarked, recognizing the potential value of their senior advisor. Upon receiving the leader's secret mission, Mubuki's expression turned grave. He meticulously examined the mission document, his face displaying a mix of concern and disbelief. He glanced up at the Grass Village shinobi who had delivered the message, unable to contain his incredulity. What kind of absurd idea has the leader entertained? He voiced his disbelief. The notion of poaching ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages seemed utterly ludicrous to Mubuki. The Kamaizuru clan, unlike the Uzumaki and Chino clans, held a prestigious position within the Hidden Rock village. How could they betray their own village and align with the Grass village, a group of relatively unknown shinobi? Miyabuki's indignation overflowed as he exclaimed, the leader should ponder these matters privately rather than openly discussing them. It's far too easy to incur the wrath of the 5 great shinobi villages. The consequences they had faced when they previously provided false information to the 5 great shinobi villages remained etched in his memory. The Grass village had nearly been decimated as a result. Miyabuki highly doubted that the 5 great shinobi villages would allow their shinobi to be easily taken away, even if they harbored discontent within their own villages. I knew it. The leader cannot be trusted, Miyabuki muttered to himself, a wry smile playing on his lips. Only those 3 Sunin from Konoha, who have some peculiar notions, would consider the leader a good person. Can there truly be good people in the Grass village? How could someone become a leader if they were truly a good person? While Miyabuki observed the Grass village shinobi, he noticed one of them taking out a small notebook and jotting down notes. Curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire, "What are you writing?" The Grass shinobi responded nonchalantly, "Oh, this is a task assigned to me by the leader. He instructed me to document our conversation." The shinobi further mentioned that the leader had expressed it didn't matter if the conversation wasn't recorded in secret. Miyabuki was left speechless, further cementing his doubts. Could the leader truly be a good person? Could someone of good character lead the Grass village? In a sudden shift of tone, Miyabuki exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Indeed, our leader is exceptional. Far-sighted. What holds the utmost importance? It's the presence of talented individuals. Our leader always emphasizes the value of talent. If the Grass village lacks talent, what must we do? We must attract talent. Nowadays, the major shinobi clans are dissatisfied with how the villages exploit them. Are they truly nurturing shinobi? No, they treat them as mere tools. They fail to recognize the humanity within shinobi." Miyabuki stood up, releasing a weary sigh before continuing, "In our Grass village, led by our esteemed leader, we flourish. Talent is our priority, treasured and nurtured with utmost care. We never view gifted individuals as mere pawns, instead, we embrace a culture of inclusivity and compassion. This is why esteemed clans like the Uzumaki and Chino willingly align themselves with us. The foundation of our Grass village is built upon love." As he concluded his passionate speech, Miyabuki noticed a peculiar expression on the face of the Grass village shinobi. It appeared that his time in prison had refined his manner of speaking or perhaps his flattery. Just then, a member of Miyabuki's clan rushed in and informed him, "Lord Miyabuki, someone from the Hidden Rock village has arrived for a visit. They claim to be shinobi from there." Miyabuki and the Grass village shinobi exchanged silent glances. The Grass village shinobi respectfully bowed and said, "I shall take my leave to provide my report. My apologies for the interruption, Lord Miyabuki." Just as he was about to depart, Miyabuki hastily called out, "Wait! Wait! Leave the notebook behind." However, it seemed the Grass village shinobi did not hear him at all. Swiftly, he leaped away without attracting any attention, vanishing from Miyabuki's sight. Miyabuki gazed out of the window with a blank expression, a sense of helplessness washing over him. The Grass village shinobi were truly swift runners, leaving no trace behind. "Damn it! If the leader causes me trouble later on, I'll make sure to return the favor," Miyabuki muttered to himself, sighing and shaking his head. "Well, it's time to meet these shinobi from the Hidden Rock village. This time, they have come to see me instead of the leader. Could it be something of great significance?" With a renewed smile on his face, Miyabuki entered the living room and spotted the lone Hidden Rock shinobi waiting there. It was none other than Kitsuki, the leader of the Hidden Rock village's team. Miyabuki quickly took a seat and cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, tea! We must have tea! How could I not offer you some? After all, Kitsuki-san, you are an esteemed guest of the grass village. Oh! There's no need to trouble yourself, Kitsuke waved his hand dismissively, showing little interest in Miyabuki's display of respect. But it's necessary. It's necessary. Miyabuki insisted, looking at Kitsuke, who wore a serious expression. He straightforwardly asked, "May I inquire, Kitsuke-san, if there is something I can assist you with?" "Rest assured, we Grass Village shinobi always uphold righteousness, ready to aid our comrades and never betray our allies." Kitsuke's gaze lingered on Miyabuki, his face etched with bewilderment. Something about Miyabuki's statement felt amiss, and Kitsuke couldn't help but wonder internally, why doesn't this sound like you guys? Kitsuke's mouth twitched slightly, but he composed himself and spoke with seriousness. "I have come to the land of grass at the Tsuchikage's request to establish an alliance with your village." Miyabuki, with a wide smile and exaggerated gestures, responded, "That's wonderful. The grass village always welcomes new friends." "Advisor Miyabuki, you misunderstand me." "That's not what I meant," Kitsuke said, looking at Miyabuki's cheerful expression and recalling how their conversations always seemed to veer off track at critical moments. He paused briefly and continued directly, "The grass village's geographic location is crucial. It lies between our country and the land of fire, serving as a vital passage between the two. In the event of a war." Interrupting Kitsuke, Miyabuki's demeanor turned serious as well. "I apologize, I understand your point. However, our leader recently announced a policy stating that the land of grass will not participate in any wars between major nations. We are a peace-loving country. Therefore, in the conflict between the land of earth and the land of fire, the land of grass will remain neutral." Kitsuke maintained his gaze on Miyabuki, rendering him momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but question the validity of the land of grass claim to be a peace-loving country, especially considering their involvement in the First Great Ninja War, where their shinobi had sold false intelligence. Without giving Kitsuke a chance to express his skepticism, Miyabuki interjected with an air of righteousness, "Moreover, Konoha and the grass village share a profound friendship. We are allies, brothers, and cherished companions. Betraying our allies is unthinkable." Miyabuki's declaration caused Kitsuke's eyelid to twitch slightly. He surveyed the grass shinobi before him and inwardly sighed, marveling at their audacity. However, this time, he chose not to engage in a lengthy discourse. Resting his hands on the table, he raised his weary face and fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Miyabuki. The prolonged silence made Miyabuki squirm uneasily, attempting to find his words. Advisor Miyabuki." Kitsuke interrupted Miyabuki's faltering speech. This time, he refused to allow the conversation to stray. Speaking with utmost seriousness, he addressed Miyabuki, "I know deep down that you harbor dissatisfaction with your leader." Miyabuki's face registered shock and confusion at Kitsuke's assertion. He stared at Kitsuke, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Internally, he wondered, who said that? "I never expressed such dissatisfaction." Chapter 50, ch. 50 Miyabuki's Conspiracy? "We have thoroughly investigated the matter, Miyabuki-san. It has come to our attention that you were previously arrested for selling intelligence to Konoha," Kitsuke stated firmly, maintaining an unwavering gaze. "Furthermore, upon your release, suspicions grew due to your close relationship with Konoha shinobi. Consequently, you were arrested again on grounds that lacked substantial evidence," he continued, implying their knowledge of Miyabuki's covert dealings. Although their investigation had uncovered Miyabuki's involvement in clandestine activities with Konoha shinobi, their intelligence remained incomplete. Moreover, the reasons behind the grass village leader's arrest seemed weak, merely alluding to a perceived lack of focus on official duties. From Kitsuke's perspective, it appeared that the grass village leader lacked concrete evidence, leading Akihiko to apprehend Miyabuki under flimsy pretenses. After all, a village leader would not needlessly trouble the village advisor without valid justification. This time, the grass village leader is well aware of your close ties with Konoha. However, he has discreetly assigned you the task of receiving our Iwagakure shinobi. This is another way of testing your loyalty, Advisor Mubuki. Am I mistaken? Kitsuki asserted confidently. Mubuki's mouth twitched slightly in response to Kitsuki's words. Although he recognized that Kitsuki was overthinking the situation, he couldn't help but appreciate the logical and persuasive nature of Kitsuki's argument. However, before he could respond, "There is no need to conceal it from me. The grass village leader has demonstrated remarkable strength in bringing order to the land of grass. There is no denying his power. However, his vision for the village involves significant changes that go against popular opinion, such as establishing a ninja academy and prioritizing commoners while neglecting the duties of shinobi." Kitsuki sighed and continued, "As an elder of the grass village, you desire change but lack the necessary influence. Currently, he holds the leadership of the land of grass. However, Iwagakure can offer you assistance. To be frank, the IWA shinobi would have preferred to form an alliance with the grass village leader if possible. After all, he enjoyed a favorable reputation within the land of grass and did not exhibit the typical traits associated with grass shinobi. Traditional grass shinobi were notorious for their unreliability, often betraying their allies when faced with adversity. Unfortunately, recent attempts to meet the grass village leader had proven futile, as he seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. Hence, they had to settle for the next best option. Their current mission was to secure passage or form an alliance with anyone who could aid them in kusagakure. Kitsuki looked at the bewildered Mubuki before him and spoke earnestly, "So, there is no need to conceal it from the IWA shinobi. We are already aware." As Kitsuki finished speaking, Mubuki blinked and fell into silence. His thoughts remained a mystery as he appeared to come to a decision. Letting out a sigh, he grabbed his cup, took a large sip, and wiped the tea from the corner of his mouth. Staring intently at the IWA shinobi, Mubuki confessed, "I didn't expect to hide so well and still be discovered by you." With a resounding thud, he slammed the cup on the table and continued, "That's right. I'll be honest. I simply dislike that young man. However, I cannot deny his immense power." Momentarily taken aback by Mubuki's sudden change in demeanor, Kitsuki soon wore a smile and responded promptly, "We, the IWA shinobi, can offer our assistance. No, there is no need. Involvement of shinobi from another village will only lead to more chaos. Let it be." Mubuki waved his hand dismissively at Kitsuki, maintaining his earlier expression. "Iwagakure." Kitsuki tried to interject, but Mubuki carried on speaking. "Although I have personal grievances with that individual, I am still a shinobi of the grass village. If it is discovered that shinobi from another village intervened, it will only tarnish our clan's reputation and distance me further from my position." Mubuki cast a meaningful glance at Kitsuki. "Iwagakure should refrain from intervening. Then we..." Kitsuki attempted to suggest an alternative means of providing support, but before he could finish his sentence, Mubuki interrupted earnestly, "However, I do require the assistance of Iwagakure." Kitsuki became puzzled by his words and looked at him questioningly. "Well, talking about it gives me a headache." Mubuki's expression suddenly shifted, and he slumped down with a dejected demeanor. "Do you recall the harvester I showed you a few days ago? Are you referring to that machine?" Kitsuki inquired, seeking confirmation from Mubuki, recalling the mention of a harvester being used by ordinary people in the fields. "That's right. It's a new industry in the land of grass, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be well received among the shinobi." Mubuki sighed before Kitsuki could respond, saying, "That individual has created something that brings significant profits to the land of grass. It is beloved by both the shinobi and the ordinary people of our land. As for me..." He shook his head. "After all this time, I haven't made any substantial contributions to the land of grass. There's something I'm unsure if I should mention." Kitsuki hesitated, wanting to share his opinion. Go ahead, Mubuki nodded, signaling him to continue. Ninjas should focus on their duties as ninjas and not be burdened with these matters, Kitsuki expressed, observing Mubuki's nod. I understand. But the land of grass is currently facing poverty. We have nothing. Ninjas who cannot generate income are not deemed qualified to lead the grass village. That's why I need your assistance. Mubuki sighed, his tone filled with lament. Kitsuki fell into silence at Mubuki's response, inwardly acknowledging, indeed, the land of grass has undergone significant changes. However, Kitsuki furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Mubuki. May I inquire how the Hidden Stone Village can provide assistance, Advisor Mubuki? Would you be willing to purchase a few harvesters? Mubuki inquired, observing Kitsuki's expression closely. Kitsuki's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but wonder, why would a ninja even buy such a machine? What use could it have for a ninja? Your Hidden Stone Village isn't like Konoha, right? Just talking about benefits without actually following through. Mubuki eyed Kitsuki with suspicion, who fell silent in response. You wouldn't even consider buying a few machines. Kitsuki hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and reminded himself, it's for the mission. With a serious expression, he asked. How much do they cost? And how many would you like us to purchase? They're not expensive. 3 million each. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Hidden Stone Village should purchase at least 10. Mubuki declared confidently. Kitsuki stared at Mubuki in disbelief, silently chastising him, that's not expensive. It's incredibly costly. 10 machines would amount to 30 million. Do you even realize the value of an S-rank mission? Raising an eyebrow, Kitsuki hesitated for a moment, about to say something when Mubuki looked at him suspiciously and added, you're not planning to refuse, are you? It would make it difficult for me to assist you in that case. I'm not refusing, but... Kitsuki pondered for a moment, then adopted a serious expression as he looked at Mubuki. If we provide assistance, what will the grass village offer in return? We'll establish an alliance and ensure passage. That is our guarantee. Mubuki replied earnestly. However, he quickly added, but please understand that the land of grass will not involve themselves in any conflicts or wars. Listening to Mubuki's promise, Kitsuki thought to himself, even better. The grass shinobi have a history of unreliability. It's best for them to stay out of wars. We can't afford any more betrayals. Although he couldn't voice those thoughts, Kitsuki nodded solemnly. I will report your request to the Tsuchikage immediately. Please arrange for the payment. We will deliver the requested goods. Mubuki exclaimed, a renewed sense of optimism on his face. But the Hidden Stone Village doesn't require any goods, Kitsuki reminded him, looking at Mubuki. Oh, right. Don't worry, we guarantee safe passage. Mubuki nodded in agreement, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Finally, it seemed they had reached an important decision. The two individuals exchanged a knowing glance and smiled, silently acknowledging their understanding. After a while, Kitsuki stood up and said, I should take my leave. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. No need to apologize. It's a substantial order worth 30 million. Please visit us again in the future. Mubuki smiled warmly and accompanied the esteemed guest from the Hidden Stone Village to the door. Watching Kitsuki's figure fade into the distance, he sighed, shook his head, and muttered to himself, so this is what the leader meant. Scientific ninjutsu is the primary productive force. Indeed, he had gained first-hand experience of it. Earning 30 million in such a short period of time was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the research institute, Akihiko observed Elder Yoshinori as he bustled about, deep in thought. Akihiko stroked his chin, contemplating the progress they had made. Are we ready to begin mass production now? Well, Elder Yoshinori furrowed his brow, considering the question. Certain equipment can be mass-produced, but the production of chakra condensers and microscrolls requires individuals with exceptional chakra control. If we train specialized ninjas, we should be able to achieve large-scale production soon. However, his voice trailed off as he voiced his concern. The land of grass lacks sufficient manpower for such endeavors. Before Elder Yoshinori could continue, Akihiko waved his hand dismissively. I'll take care of the manpower issue. There's no need to worry about that. Then, a thought seemed to cross his mind. By the way, how is the research on the patent sealing jutsu that I requested? Oh, that. Elder Yoshinori nodded. We have succeeded in developing it. It wasn't too challenging. The Uzumaki clan already possesses a similar ninjutsu, so we made some modifications. However, Elder Yoshinori hesitated momentarily before adding, do you believe this will truly bring us profit? Just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed into the room, his face filled with excitement. Leader. Recognizing Muki as the person who had arrived, Akihiko seemed to have anticipated the news. He smiled faintly and turned to Elder Yoshinori. Of course. It appears that our friend here has already secured an order.